Morning, Chair Heath. I think we're still waiting for everyone to come in, and if I don't hear back from Steve, I'll take over running the slides.
Good morning and welcome to our March 30th continuation hearing of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I'd like to ask all board members who are participating in today's meeting to now turn on your cameras, and I'll do a roll call. Starting with Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Board Member Beatty is present.
Excellent. And Board Member Bell.
Matt Bell present.
Excellent. Good morning, Board Member Failer. I thought I saw her come on.
Good morning, Board Member Failer present.
Perfect. Great. Good morning. As all of us are present, we do have a quorum. Since this is a continuation hearing, I won't continue through all of the procedural points that were read at the start of last hearing last week. So we've had a few changes to our agenda. Our consent calendar and denial calendar cases have been removed and deferred. The Tacoma Park Historic District case has been deferred to April. That will be put or shifted from our consent calendar to our full calendar to be heard as a hearing in April. And the LaDroit Park denial calendar case was deferred at the request of the applicant. So before we proceed with our first case on our agenda this morning, our council has asked us to go into a closed session. I will take a vote on this to make sure that all board members are in agreement with this request. So all those in favor of approving this request for closed session signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. Then you should all have the dial-in instructions for the closed meeting, and we will come back shortly. Thank you. Good morning. We are back from closed meeting and ready to resume our full agenda for the day. The first case that we have on our agenda is the Scottish Rite Temple Amendment. And this is a historic designation hearing proposing a boundary revision. If the applicant is on and ready, we'll begin with your presentation and then we'll hear from staff.
Bear with me for one moment, please, Chair Heath, while
Sure.
I make the applicants presenters. One moment.
No problem.
Should I begin?
I think so. Moira, are you ready?
I think
Yes.
so. I'm moving people over as I see them, but
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. Well, why don't you go ahead and get started? And then anyone else who's joining can join a little later, but as Moira is able to get them in.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Christine Roddy with Goulston Stores, and we're happy to be here to present our application to amend the area of the landmark boundary for the Masonic Temple located at 1733 16th Street Northwest. This application is submitted pursuant to Section 221 of the HPRB regulations, which specifically provides and allows for amendments to landmark designations. As the board may recall, in 2019, it determined that the proper boundary for the temple was historic lot 800, which existed when the temple was constructed in 1915. The DuPont East Civic Action Association, or DECA, appealed that determination, and during the course of that litigation, the Superior Court vacated the board's decision and determined that the boundary for the temple is the perimeter of historic lot 820, which wasn't created until 1976. We do believe that the court's determination is flawed, and that decision is currently being reviewed by the Court of Appeals. Nevertheless, we are here out of an abundance of caution to amend the boundary in the event the Superior Court's determination that the landmark boundary is lot 820 ultimately stands. The proper boundary for the temple landmark, we believe, is historic lot 800, which is the lot on which the temple stood at the time it was constructed. Any land beyond lot 800 has no historic relevance to the significance of the temple. To the extent the board considers the reduction in the area of the landmark a partial revocation of the landmark, our application and our testimony today addresses the standard that's set forth in Section 221.5 that requires that an application for a full revocation, quote, state the reasons that the property does not possess significance or meet the criteria for designation. We have Ms. Andy Adams here today to testify as an expert in architectural history and historic preservation. She will testify that pursuant to established best practices in National Register guidelines, the appropriate period of significance of the temple is 1915 and its appropriate associated land area for purposes of establishing a landmark boundary is that of historic lot 800. Ms. Adams will further testify that including the additional land area encompassed by lot 820 is not appropriate, given that it has no historic relation to the temple. Ms. Adams is our only witness today, and she has been accepted by the board previously as an expert in architectural history and historic preservation. And we would like her to be accepted as such for this matter as well. And we have submitted her CV for the record for the board's consideration.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the board doesn't have any procedures to recognize people as witnesses. We're certainly happy to hear from Ms. Adams and to hear her testimony as a part of the applicant's presentation, but there is no formal proceeding for recognizing experts.
Okay, we have her CV to support her expertise.
We don't need that, but we're happy to hear from her.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, just one quick question. I believe you said that we don't recognize witnesses. We recognize witnesses, but we
Not
don't,
experts.
not as experts. Yeah.
Yes,
Thanks
yeah.
for clarifying.
Yeah. Yes, we don't recognize experts. There is no procedure for recognizing experts, but we're happy to hear from witnesses. Yeah, thank you. Thank you if I misstated that.
Good morning. My name is Andy Adams. I'm an architectural historian with nope, not yet. Thank you. With A. Adams and Company. I'm here on behalf of the Supreme Council, 33rd degree Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of the Southern Jurisdiction, USA, otherwise known as the Masons. The Masons own the Scottish Rite Temple, which stands at 1733 16th Street Northwest, and are the applicant in landmark case 2304. John Camara and Greg Auger from Perseus TDC, authorized representative of the Masons, are also here should you have questions for them later. This application, which I prepared, reflects my professional assessment of the significance of the Scottish Rite Temple. It is consistent with the Joint Committee on Landmarks' original listing of this building in the DC Inventory of Historic Sites for its aesthetic significance, and this board's earlier determinations relating to the boundary of the landmark, former A&T Lot 800, and its period of significance, 1915. This application seeks to amend the boundary of the Scottish Rite Temple landmark determined by the Superior Court last year to be former A&T Lot 820 in Square 192 to former A&T Lot 800, for the extent of the property owned by the Masons and on which the temple stood when it was completed in 1915. This application also seeks to establish the temple's period of significance as 1915, the year the temple was completed. We are pleased to have the support of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B for the application. We also very much appreciate the thoughtful evaluation that went into the staff report and its recommendation that you adopt the application as submitted. Next slide, please. Prior to purchasing the property at 1733 16th Street, the Masons purchased a site at the northwest corner of 16th and L Streets Northwest, south of the then relatively new National Geographic Society headquarters. They hired John Russell Pope, seen here, to design their new building, which was to be of excellent design befitting its location on 16th Street, which in the early 20th century was gaining prominence as an important address and home of important institutional headquarters. Pope is an architect with whom you are all no doubt familiar. He designed numerous important houses in the city, most of which are still standing, including the George Hewitt Myers House at 2310 S Street Northwest, formerly the Textile Museum, and the Robert McCormick House at 3000 Massachusetts Avenue, now the Brazilian ambassador's residence. Both houses are DC landmarks and contributing buildings in National Register Historic Districts. The temple was Pope's first non-residential building in the district. However, although the design was approved by the Masons, it didn't fit on the original site. This ultimately led the Masons to purchase the property at the northeast corner of 16th and S, on which the approved building did fit. Next slide, please. The design of this monumental building, seen here shortly after its completion, was based on the design of the tomb of King Mausolus at Halikarnassus in Turkey. It is visually striking in its design expression, its front primary elevation grandly overlooking 16th Street. The temple was recognized immediately by the architectural community for its design excellence. It was an early Dulles Airport in that regard. It won a gold medal from the Architectural League of New York in 1917. It was widely published, including by the London Architectural Review, which in September 1917 included an article which noted that, quote, "This monumental composition may surely be said to have reached a high watermark of achievement in that newer interpretation of the classical style with which modern American architecture is closely identified." Unquote. Interest in the design of the building remained high. In 1932, it was voted the 5th most beautiful building in the world by members of the Association of American Architects. I remain curious, as I was back in the 1970s when I first read about this, about the 1st through 4th most beautiful buildings. Next slide. The temple very quickly captured the attention of people beyond the architectural community. This postcard from about 1920 is one of quite a few early postcards published of the building. In this, you can see the row houses on S Street that stood immediately adjacent to the temple. Next slide. Temple also caught the attention of those catering to the tourist trade. This 1921 ad for the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad screams, quote, "Washington, the most magnificent capital in the world," unquote, over an image of not the Capitol, but the Temple. The text touts the railroad's, quote, "liberal stopover privilege," unquote, and Washington's, quote, "gleaming white buildings," unquote, presumably including the Temple among the referenced White House, Capitol, National Library, and other buildings. Next slide. You see here the 1903 based Square 192, where the Temple is located, is seen in the lower left. What's important here are all those pink buildings. Showing the extent of earlier development in the eastern part of the square and to the east along 14th and 15th Streets. This row house neighborhood developed largely as a result of the establishment of the streetcar along 14th Street in the early 1860s, long before the Temple was contemplated. The neighborhood's character and importance were recognized by the designation of the 14th Street Historic District. Again, this character and significance was and remained unrelated to the significance of the Temple. The neighborhood was historically and architecturally different from the development that occurred later on 16th Street, which was also recognized as significant by the designation of the 16th Street Historic District, separate and beyond the importance of the Temple. Next slide. This 1909 based shows Square 192 shortly before the Masons purchased their site, which is in the upper left corner. Construction in the square is largely the same as what was seen in the 1903 based, save the addition of an alley building on lot 27 and some changes to the collection of buildings now known as the garage on the alley behind the Temple. You can see vacant land along 16th Street, which again developed later and differently from the neighborhood to the east, and the single circa 1890 row house toward the west end of S Street that was standing on the land purchased by the Masons. Next slide. This 1919 based map shows the lots purchased by the Masons, which were lots 86 through 100, which were consolidated into A&T lot 800, outlined in red, and the completed Temple on that site, on that lot. A&T lot 800 was all the land owned by the Masons and associated with the Temple at its completion in 1915, which is the date at which the Temple achieved its architectural character for which it is important. Next slide. Again, this is the 1919 based. This red line shows the extent of lot 820, the lot the Superior Court determined to be the lot of the Temple landmark. This lot, created in 1976, includes land not fully acquired by the Masons until 1971, more than 50 years after the Temple was completed. Lot 820 includes the garage, which housed various businesses and activities separate and independent from the Masons until it was purchased by the Masons in 1969. It had nothing to do with the Temple until then. And even then, the garage contributed nothing to the characteristics for which the Temple is significant. Excuse me. Furthermore, the land in lot 820 beyond lot 800 contributed nothing to the design, construction, and architectural significance of the Temple and has no significance in its own right. That land includes no significant landscape, no important building, and no event occurred there related to the significance of the Temple. That the land was ultimately purchased by the Masons after the Temple was complete does not somehow make that land important. Ownership alone does not convey significance. Additionally, that lot 820 was the lot on which the Temple stood when the 16th Street Historic District was designated, is not relevant to the determination of the landmark boundary. The identification and the designation of landmarks and historic districts are two different things. The Temple landmark is about the architectural importance of this individual building, separate and apart from its surroundings. The 16th Street Historic District, a linear district intended to be made up of buildings fronting on 16th Street, is about the architectural and historic significance of an entire streetscape. It is about the collective importance of buildings and place rather than the importance of any one individual building. This district was designated because its whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The landmark temple was and must be recognized for its own individual significance. The staff report details the history of the boundary of the 16th Street Historic District, which went through some changes between the designation and mapping. Using that boundary is not an appropriate way to determine the boundary of the temple landmark, which again must be determined based on the individual history, significance, and historic land area of the resource. Next, please. This is an early picture of the completed temple before 1920 and before the Chastleton was constructed to the south. You can clearly see the dense row house development along S Street and the alley buildings immediately adjacent to the back of the temple. Again, this neighborhood was established long before the Masons' purchase of the temple property. Its history is separate and different from that of the temple, and does not somehow get commingled with the importance of the temple through subsequent purchase by the Masons. Next slide. This is a later aerial shot where you can see the row houses and the alley buildings coming right up to the rear of the temple property. You can also see that the architectural character of 16th Street is different from the row houses on S Street. And this reflects the hierarchical significance of 16th Street as a major element in the L'Enfant Plan. Next, please. This is a recent picture of the 19th century garage behind the temple, which was constructed in a series of building campaigns beginning in 1883 up through 1930. The history and utilitarian architecture of the garage had and continue to have nothing to do with the classical revival significance of the temple. It, like the row houses formerly lining 15th and S Streets, existed long before Pope ever contemplated the design of the temple, or at least its original pieces. They contribute nothing to the significance of this landmark. As the staff report set forth, and this board has recognized in the past, neither the history nor design of the garage or the land to the east of Lot 800 rise to the level of significance required to qualify for individual landmark designation. Next slide. Temple is a monumental classical revival building. It is distinctive and important in its own right and within the city's array of classical revival buildings. Temple was recognized by the architectural community for its exceptional design immediately upon its completion, and it established and cemented Pope's reputation as the preeminent practitioner of classical revival design in the early decades of the 20th century. It led to other major commissions, including the Jefferson Memorial, the Archives Building, and the National Gallery of Art. Temple has been a landmark listed in the DC inventory since 1964, when the Joint Committee on Landmarks included it on the first list of the city's landmarks for its aesthetic importance. It was listed only by address and not by lot number, as was the practice at the time. There was no hearing on the designation, there was no preservation law, and there were no implications of being on that list at that time. In 1964, the temple stood on lot 800. Had the Joint Committee been required to identify a lot associated with the landmark and to establish a boundary of the landmark, presumably it would have identified the lot on which the temple then stood and on which it had stood since its completion, which was lot 800. The temple meets DC designation criterion D for significance in architecture and urbanism, E for artistic significance, and F as the significant work of master architect John Russell Pope. Also meets National Register criterion C for essentially the same reasons. It is architecturally significant and a major work of John Russell Pope, whose buildings make a significant contribution to the city's architectural heritage and built environment. The proposed boundary, former lot A and T lot 800, and the 1915 period of significance are consistent with each other and with guidelines and instructions established by the National Register, which specifically note that landmark buildings should encompass but not exceed the extent of the significant resource, and that no buffer zones or land, quote, not directly contributing to the significance of the property, unquote, should be included. The only land that directly contributed to the significance of the temple is former Lot 800. Similarly, the National Register instructs that the period of significance be based on the date a building attains the characteristics of significance that qualify it for listing in the National Register. In the case of the temple, that date is 1915, when the building was completed. The period of significance and the area of the landmark are obviously linked. Both are consistent with the National Register instructions and guidelines, with your staff's report and recommendation, and with earlier determinations by this board. We respectfully request that you adopt the staff report and recommendation and determine that the area of the temple landmark is former A&T Lot 800 and that the period of significance is 1915. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude the applicant's presentation, or are there others?
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the applicant at this time? Any questions? I will just say thank you to Ms. Adams, because that was a very clear and concise presentation. So thank you for that. Questions? Gretchen, I see you've come on camera. Okay. All right. Then would staff like to make your presentation?
Yes,
Next.
thank you, Madam Chair. As you've heard, the application proposes to amend the landmark designation of the Scottish Rite Temple in two respects. It's proposed that the temple's period of significance be the date of the building's completion, 1915. National Register Bulletin 16A states that period of significance is the length of time when a property was associated with important events, activities, or persons, or attain the characteristics which could qualify it for National Register listing. Based upon the evidence that has been presented to date in not only one but two applications, and research by the act of the temple's creation by Masons and their project team is the singular event for which the property merit mark designation. The date is appropriate that the temple has been a little altered. The building and its landscape lack substantial, might have acquired their own historic significance over time. It's therefore, when considering alteration,
excuse me, you're breaking up. I don't know if others are hearing that too, but you're breaking up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yes, he is breaking up.
Gosh, sorry about that. I don't know why that is. Can you hear me?
Now we can, but just before you said, "Can you hear me?" It sounded really garbled.
Gosh.
But let's see.
I don't know. My computer has been freezing this morning. I don't know why. It's a brand new computer. It's supposed to be all terrific. But should I begin? Should I begin again, or I mean, I got a headset on with the mic right up to my mouth. So should I start again? Did you miss a lot of it?
If you could start again, that would be helpful.
Okay. All right. I
Because it was in and
apologize
out.
to everybody. Okay.
And this has been a lot better since you've been asking the questions, Tim. However you're sitting, don't move.
Okay. All right. So as you heard from the applicant, the application proposes to amend the landmark designation of the Scottish Rite Temple in two respects. It's proposed that the temple's period of significance be the date of the building's completion, 1915. National Register Bulletin 16A states that period of significance is the length of time when a property was associated with important events, activities, or persons, or attain the characteristics which qualify it for National Register listing. Based upon the, and of course, we apply the same kind of standards because our criteria are parallel, and most nominations are forwarded to the National Register. They're sort of widely adopted standards. Based on the upon the evidence that has been presented to date, the act of the temple's creation by the Masons and their project team is the singular event for which the property merits landmark designation. The date is also appropriate for the reason that the temple has been little altered since. The building and its landscape lack substantial alterations that might have acquired their own historic significance over time. And therefore, it's appropriate as a practical matter when considering alterations to the temple to refer to its original condition. The National Register bulletin defining boundaries for National Register properties advises that properties should encompass an appropriate setting, but should exclude peripheral areas that do not directly contribute to the property's significance. The boundary proposed captures all the original features of the temple itself and other site features extant from its time of construction. The Masons' gradual subsequent acquisition of additional lots behind the temple and the demolition of the buildings thereon does not rise of landmark significance. The gain of land is more a story of loss, the loss of earlier row houses, accessory buildings, and alleys that were related to the temple by proximity only. There's a relationship of these activities to the temple. Place these row houses was an ever-growing and ever-changing collection that never amounted to much in design or use in the historic, being neither important nor remote to us in time. A driveway and a parking lot were laid. Just cut out.
Yeah, you cut
trouble
out.
with my computer today.
It might.
Oh,
your
I did.
headset?
I don't know. I don't.
Or if your computer's freezing, then
yeah,
maybe
but
it's not your headset.
It was my computer. My screen just went blank.
Oh.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. There's something wrong with the connection, but I'll try to keep going. So a driveway and a parking lot were laid, visually separating the temple from an eventual backyard, nearly 4 decades after the building was completed, and only about a decade prior to its designation. These served the temple, but there's no indication that they add much to its historical or architectural significance, or that they merit an extension of the period of significance to the mid-1950s or beyond. We have photographic documentation of the parking lot and the properties beyond it up to the present time, which reveals little. The application proposes a boundary that is the same as that of former assessment and taxation lot 800, which overlay lots 886 through 100 in square 192 from at least 1915 until 1976. This boundary is depicted on the cover of the staff report and, of course, within the application itself. The DC Superior Court has declared that the landmark boundary is presently the same as that of the former assessment and taxation lot 820, shown in figure 10 at the end of the staff report. But the boundary proposed by this application is the more appropriate of the two for several reasons. It bounds the lots of record, upon which the building stood when constructed. In fact, these lots remained in 1964, in 1977, and until 2013, when the Masons properties were first combined by subdivision into a single lot of record. It is the site of the temple as property understood within an appropriate period of significance. The Masons did not begin to acquire additional land until the 1920s. It started slowly and accelerated in the 1960s and concluded in 2000. Former assessment and taxation lot 820 was established only in 1976, an instrument to combine for tax purposes most, but not all, Masons' properties. It appears to have originated to take advantage of a property tax abatement. For that purpose, it may have made sense to be rectangular. The shape and extent was arbitrary for historical purposes, as it excluded several other lots, even contiguous that the Masons then owned, and it drew in others that then recently a complex of stables and garages bought after the landmark designation as Ms. said earlier. What these lots beyond the temple had in common was that the buildings there were older and related to residential use and accessory uses to residential. They only incidentally stood next to the mostly open site that the Masons had purchased in 1911. The court based its boundary decision upon the fact that the eastern boundary of the 16th Street Historic District, designated in 1977, was finally drawn along the east side of A&T Lot 820. But the Joint Committee had identified 16th Street as an eligible historic district years before A&T Lot 820 even existed. And as the preparation of a nomination proceeded, draft boundaries captured properties fronting 16th Street as depicted on the city base maps available at the time. As with its landmark designations, the Joint Committee listed the historic district's properties by address and not by lot. There's no known record of the Joint Committee on Landmarks of the National Capital expressing an intent to set or extend a landmark boundary for the temple to correspond to A&T Lot 820. If there is any relationship between the temple designation and the historic district designation, then you can flip that argument on its head by asserting that the Joint Committee set the historic district boundary where it did because the designation of the temple protected nothing but the temple. To insist that the boundary must be that of A&T Lot 820 is to require that the historic significance extends throughout that area and that the period of significance extends up to the 1920s when the last property within that area was acquired, which would certainly be unprecedented for a period of significance to post-date the date of designation. Lot 820 makes little sense as a boundary considering that it serves primarily to include within the temple boundary the stables and garages and an alley acquired long after a reasonable period of significance and after the designation itself. Someone is going to claim that the adjoining property extends the resource across the new parcels. The burden is on them to persuasively show that additional land significantly participates in the importance of the original. In this case, that there are important objects or events that relate back to the temple. Here I will quote from DECA's amendment application, quote, the Garage Association, the Scottish Rite Temple, unquote, it, quote, could not have been considered a contributing resource within the individual site, which was designated 5 years prior in 1904. In summary, the presently proposed boundary contains the sole resource, the temple itself, and it is a recognized original boundary for the site. It's the sole resource that has been considered architecturally and historically important since its construction and since its designation. The boundary should be where the temple is and not where it is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim from the board? Any questions? Okay. If there are none at this time, we can certainly come back to the board for any questions later in the hearing, but we do have several people who have registered to testify this morning. I think we can begin with Mr. Ed Hanlon with the DuPont East Civic Action Association. If Mr. Hanlon is on the line.
Chair Heath, I have not yet seen Mr. Hanlon. I've been looking to unmute him.
Okay. Well, we'll give him some time. We can come back to him certainly. Then we'll take Michael Hayes next.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. In the brief time allotted, I'm sorry.
Are you representing yourself or a
Correct.
community organization? Okay.
I
The
represent
reason
myself.
I ask is because that determines the amount of time you'll get. So I'll keep time and I'll let you know when 3 minutes are up, but just keep in mind you have 3 minutes to make your statement.
Understood. In the brief time allotted, I would like to make 4 points. First, the current HPO report recommending changing the Temple landmark site to lot 800 should be given no credence. The HPO led this board into conduct that the Superior Court declared violated the constitutional rights of DC citizens. It led this board into its May 23rd, 2019 decision approving lot 800, which the Superior Court vacated, and it led this board into being enjoined. Why would this board trust anything the HPO may offer? Second, the current HPO report is making the same type of legal mistakes prompted by kowtowing to the developer that it did the last time around. It simply ignores the relevant binding regulation 10C DCMR section 221.6. That binding provision, which the HPO report does not even mention, provides, quote, properties may be removed from the DC inventory only if they no longer meet the criteria for designation. As of October 31st, 2022, and again as of January 10th, 2023, the court declared that lot 820 met the criteria for designation and is the Temple landmark site. That declaration binds this board. To comply with section 221.6, there must be a showing that something has changed that renders the property no longer the appropriate Temple landmark site. That showing is not made by contending that the Superior Court erred, because the Superior Court's conclusion is binding. So what is the evidence before this board of the required change? There is no such evidence. Third, the undisputed evidence establishes that the Superior Court was right. Lot Temple 820 is the Temple landmark site. There isn't time to review it here, but I refer this board to the synopsis of that evidence in my submission and the submitted summary judgment papers. The undisputed evidence consists principally of sworn testimony by HPO officials. That undisputed evidence shows, contrary to which the HPO told this board previously, that the reason the HPO improperly changed its finding from lot 820 to lot 800 was not because of some alleged additional research, but because Steve Colcott got a call from the developer demanding the change. Before this board goes down the rabbit hole of adopting the HPO's recommendation, it should read that testimony in my submission and the summary judgment papers. Fourth, given the legal peril that this board now faces in light of the declaratory judgment and injunction, what is the best course for this board? It is obviously to delay ruling until after the Court of Appeals resolves the appeal of the Superior Court's order. That case has been expedited and oral argument is set for less than 1 month from now. If the Court of Appeals upholds this board's May 23rd decision, then it is possible that the board need not further act at all. On the other hand, the HPO is inviting this board to violate the injunction. Indeed, the HPO offers up exactly the same reasons that the Superior Court has already rejected. That concludes my remarks.
That was right on time. Thank you. Let's see. Next, we have Iris McCollum Green, sorry. Is Iris McCollum Green on the line?
Moved Iris over. Iris, you should be able to unmute yourself, but I will unmute you. So now you should be able to speak.
Good morning. My name is Iris McCollum Green, and I reside in the same block as the Scottish Rite Masons and Precious Developers new apartment building, and I am opposed to their application to reduce the boundary of the Temple's landmark. When the Scottish Rite Temple landmark was entered into the DC inventory of historic sites in 1979, the boundary was identified as Lot 820. An order issued by the DC Superior Court on October 31st, 2022, reaffirmed that Lot 820 is the boundary of the Temple landmark. That decision cannot be arbitrarily changed by this body unless it can be shown pursuant to Section 221 of Title 10C that it no longer meets the criteria for designation as a historic landmark. There is no ambiguity in what the boundary of the Temple landmark is. It is Lot 820 as determined by the Joint Committee and reaffirmed by the Superior Court order, whose decision has not been overturned by the DC Court of Appeals. The Scottish Rite Masons and Perseus application does not even address any changes in the site that would support a reduction in the landmark boundary. They cannot use the fact that they may have already placed portions of the apartment building on the boundary to now justify its reduction. Nor can the HPRB or its staff allege that there was a professional error in the original designation of the landmark boundary. In its October 31st, 2022 court order, the Superior Court also found that the HPRB's original decision with respect to the DuPont East Community Action Association's original application to increase the landmark boundary violated due process when it ignored the boundary designation made by the Joint Committee and without application by anyone, reduced the Temple landmark boundary. I urge the HPRB not to repeat that constitutional violation in its eagerness to accommodate the developer. The Scottish Rite Masons apartment building that faces 15th Street Northwest appears to contain approximately 150 apartment units that have replaced approximately 7 or 8 single-family homes and has compromised the integrity of the historic streetscape, changed the character of the block, and will create a transportation nightmare. More importantly, the Scottish Rite Masons apartment building has totally obscured the Temple apse, which was, in my opinion, and in the opinion of some historians, the most significant historic feature of the John Russell Pope design building. Despite the 7 or 8 18th century row houses that once stood on 15th Street Northwest behind the temple before they were purchased and demolished by the Masons, the apse could be seen and enjoyed by the entire community and all who passed by. I also want to address the testimony and decision of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission, should they appear. The ANC's decision in this matter does not represent the sentiment of the community. That is a decision made entirely by the elected members of the commission, since during their meeting, the meeting held to discuss this application, only 3 members of the community were permitted to speak for no more than 2 minutes each. Despite the number of community members who tried but were not permitted to address Perseus' application that is before the board today. That in itself is a violation of due process. Finally, I urge you, the HPRB, to deny Perseus and the Scottish Rite Masons application to reduce the temple's landmark boundary. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding this most important issue.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Any questions for this witness from the board? Okay.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? This is Mr. Hanlon.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we can.
Oh, I wanted to make sure that you could hear me. I was
Yes.
trying to unmute myself when you initially called on me.
Okay, great. Are you ready to make your statement?
Yes, and I would ask the chair's indulgence. I've timed my statement and it's about 5.5 minutes instead of 5. I would ask the
Okay.
court's indulgence to let me read it at normal speed and
Sure, that's
that's the-
fine.
oh, I seem to have lost you now. Oh my God.
Here, we can hear you.
All right. Let me,
There you go.
all right, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Heath and members of the board. I'm speaking on behalf of the DuPont East Civic Action Association. We brought suit in the Superior Court against this board and prevailed. The court declared this board violated the constitutional rights of DECA and by extension, the constitutional rights of every citizen of the District of Columbia to equal protection under law. The court declared this board had violated the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. We obtained a declaratory judgment in court declaring Lot 820 is the temple landmark. We obtained an injunction that binds every member of this board. This board has no authority to dispute the court's ruling that the current boundaries of the temple landmark are Lot 820. If this board blatantly violates the court's injunction, DECA may move to hold this entire board in contempt of court. Why would you even listen to Dave Maloney and the HPO staff again on this Masons matter? Mr. Maloney is the one who gave you such bad advice in 2019 that the board got sued, subjected to a declaratory judgment and an injunction. And HPO is giving you equally bad advice today. Can you please put up the first slide of my PowerPoint? Thank you. This is a photo of Lot 820. I want the board to see what Lot 820 actually looks like. This is a photo of Lot 820 in Professor Striner's report, providing a beautiful open view of the rear of the temple. This photo is taken standing in Lot 820. I did not take this photo. The Masons published this photo in 2015 on the 100th anniversary of when their unfinished building was dedicated. If you go to Professor Striner's report and expands this photo, look at the ornate decorations along the roof line. Look at the decorations along the top of the colonnade, and look at the detailed columns along the apse. All that work that went into creating this ornated, decorated rear facade gives lie to the Masons and HPO's contention that Pope never intended the rear to be publicly viewed in this setting. Can we please go to my next slide? Thank you. This is the court's October 31st, 2002 order and injunction. Order. Declaratory relief is entered clarifying that the boundary of the Scottish Rite Temple historic landmark is equivalent to the boundary of Lot 820. The court has declared Lot 820 to be the landmark. I draw the board's attention to the word clarifying in the court's order, clarifying that the boundary is. The court has already clarified this boundary, and you don't have the right to do a do-over and try to clarify the boundaries your way. The hearing today is not a designation hearing. This is a reduction hearing, an amendment of boundaries in an existing landmark with known boundaries. Under section 221.6, titled Amendment of Revocation of Designation. This is not a hearing to argue whether the court was right or wrong like Mr. Dene did. If you please look at the lower half of this slide. I draw your attention to page 1 of the Masons application, in which the Masons say the purpose of this application is to clarify that the area of the landmark is. And then look again. They say in their application, the Superior Court erroneously conflated. They say this landmark application seeks to correctly identify the boundary that the Superior Court got wrong. The Masons say the purpose of the application is, quote unquote, to clarify the boundaries of the landmark. I tell you, the court has already clarified the boundaries, and you may not dispute that. The court even used the same word in its order that the Masons are using in their application, clarified. Look at another piece of the bottom application. It says the Superior Court erroneously conflated the boundary, and the purpose is to correctly identify the boundaries. You are legally obligated as government officials to obey the court. You do not have the right to correct, and you do not have the right to say the court acted erroneously. Can we please go to the next slide? This is section 221.6 of the Historic Preservation Regulations. This section is entitled Amendment or Revocation of Designation. And that's what we're here today talking about. Not a designation, but an amendment. And it says properties may be removed from the DC inventory only if they no longer meet the criteria for designation. There is only one legal basis to amend a current valid historic landmark, and that is section 221.6 of the regulations. The court issued its ruling on October 31st, 2022. It declared as of October 31st that Lot 820 is the temple landmark. You tell me, what has changed since October 31st of such material magnitude that any part of Lot 820 no longer meets the criteria under section 221? It met the criteria on October 31st because the court declared it to be so. Okay? Tell me, board members, tell me what has changed since October 31st, 2022. You're obligated to obey the court's order that as of October 31st, 2022, it did meet the criteria. I'll tell you, nothing has changed since October 31st. The Masons have argued that the court has set up a special process and they're only following the court's direction. That's complete fabrication. I ask you to read the order. There's no special procedure. In fact, page 16 of the court's October 31st order specifically refers to section 221 as the applicable reg for anyone wanting to apply to HPRB to amend or revoke. The court uses the title of section 221, amendment or revocation of a designation, in its order on page 16, and in its order refers specifically to 221. The Masons themselves, in a 2009 report called the House of the Temple Structure Report, filed as DECA Exhibit Number 3 in the appendix of documents. It's at page A-102 of the Masons report. They themselves say in 2009, quote, "The periodic significance for the House of the Temple has therefore been established as 1911 to 1929. They are telling you today something that's not true. They're telling you something today that they really don't believe. They're telling you something today that is different from what they said in a published report in 2009. I remind the board that many of the row houses on lot 820 were torn down by 1929. That vista was being opened up by 1929. And you can see from the first slide what a beautiful vista it is standing in lot 820 when viewing the rear of the building. I will say further that Mr. Denay's presentation was almost wholly improper. It was an argument with the court. It was an argument about the facts the court determined to be true. And Mr. Denay, as a government official, does not have the right to argue with the court and say the court did it wrong. I will say one last thing, Chair Heath. I am concerned about this situation with the board in the sense that on February 23, the board on remand allowed no one to speak, allowed no testimony, allowed no submissions, and allowed no attorney to address the board. And the board simply voted. It gives rise to a concern by me that the board may have violated the open meetings law in the February 23rd hearing. I'm equally concerned when listening today that the board is asking no questions of any of the witnesses. I'm concerned that the board may have violated the open meeting law by having met and discussed and decided this matter before coming into the room today. Lastly, the ANC resolution should be accorded no weight at all for the reasons given in DECA Exhibit Number 11. And in addition, on page 3 of that resolution, it does refer to the application 1906. And that application 1906, the court specifically enjoined any government official from relying upon. If this board relies upon the ANC resolution and gives it great weight, this board may be in fact in violation of the injunction. Lastly, the Masons application completely ignores the criteria of section 221.6. There is no way their application can meet the criteria of 221.6. This application must be rejected because it fails to meet the criteria of 221.6 to amend the designation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Let's see, we have Professor Richard Striner listed next as a witness. Before we take his testimony, Moira, you can get him set up, but before we take his testimony, are there any questions for Mr. Hanlon? Any questions from the board? Okay. The board is entitled to ask questions when we have them. When we don't, it is a sign that the board doesn't have any questions at this point. It in no way indicates that the board has made any sort of decision. And so there are cases all the time where the board has questions and where the board does not have questions. When we do, we will ask them. Is Mr. or Professor Striner on the line?
Professor
I'm here.
Striner
Can you
is
hear me?
on and unmuted. Yes.
Perfect. All right.
Good morning. I understand that I have 5 minutes. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Richard Striner. I was professor of history at Washington College from 1989 to 2019. I was president of the Art Deco Society of Washington and directed its preservation campaigns. I'm testifying as an expert witness for DuPont East Civic Action Association and the DuPont Circle Citizens Association. Last October, Judge Yvonne Williams of the D.C. Superior Court accused this board of demonstrating bad faith behavior and of violating the constitutional rights of citizens in the case of the Masonic Temple. Those are very serious charges. I do not know any of you, and I'm willing to guess that all or most of you are people of goodwill. If so, you have certainly gotten yourselves into quite a fix, and the question is whether you can ever get yourselves out again. I sincerely hope that I can help you. Your predicament is made more grave by an issue I present within the written report I have submitted. If you act favorably upon the applications before you, and more particularly if you forward the applicant's National Register nomination, you will be defying Judge Williams's order and thus very possibly stand guilty of contempt of court. That applies not only to the board as a whole, but to all of its individual members. I am not an attorney, but the legal counsel who are serving DECAA are prepared to explain the situation. In real-life terms, this case from the beginning has been centered on 3 issues. 1, the destruction of the open space that stood behind the temple at the time of its placement on the DC inventory. 2, the desire of the Masons in partnership with developer Perseus TDC to construct an apartment building on that space. And 3, the fact that this project would obscure from most angles the temple's eastern rear elevation. The staff of the HPO made a very bad mistake early on. They altered their professional analysis when the developer demanded it. How do we know this? We know because the DuPont East Civic Action Association went to court and their lawsuit elicited discovery which laid bare the improper interference in the normal workings of the HPO. This board made its very first mistake when you went along with all of this as if nothing in the world could be more natural. And then the Masons and Perseus made a big mistake. They began to construct their project in spite of litigation, and they lost. And Judge Williams issued an injunction against further construction. And now the Masons and Perseus have found themselves in quite a fix. Hence their desperate applications this morning that worsen your own situation, worsen it by prompting you to dig yourselves even deeper. In the interest of time, let me summarize my conclusions on the legal and scholarly issues. Under DC regulations, there can be only one legal basis for reducing the size of a landmark's boundaries. The binding section is 221, and that section, which the HPO report ignores, provides that properties may be removed from the DC inventory only if they no longer meet the criteria for designation. As of October 31, 2022, and again as of January 10, 2023, the court declared that Lot 820 is the temple landmark site. That declaration binds this board, and you cannot argue with the judge. To comply with Section 221, there must be a showing that something has changed that justifies withdrawal of a part of this property from designation. So what is the evidence before this board of the required change? And the answer is nothing has changed. The issue of the landmark's period of significance has nothing to do with this standard, but to demonstrate the fraudulence of the applicant's performance, as well as the performance of HPO staff whose training should surely have taught them not to go along with such shenanigans like sheep, lest their credibility suffer. I will address the Masons' assertion that the temple's period of significance is 1 year, 1915, when it was dedicated. We know, and the Masons know, that this argument is false, and they know it since in 2009 they commissioned a report that dated the period of significance as 1911 to 1929. This building was constructed through a long campaign, and the Masons' House of the Temple Structure Report made it clear that the building would not be preliminarily completed until 1929. This would also be the time that a vista was created by the Masons behind the temple. They began clearing the land that would eventually comprise Lot 820. The Masons are a secret order that refuses to open its archives. We infer they created a vista on purpose since they never proposed to construct a single thing upon this land until 2019. They constructed absolutely nothing upon this land for almost a century. Instead, they made it into a public garden. And your staff, in their pitiful report, would have us believe that this undisputable historical fact possesses no historic significance whatsoever. None. How did DECAA gain access to the House of the Temple report? Through discovery. Had it not been for the discovery of this suppressed report, The Masons would be able to stand before you today and contend with straight faces that their building was completed by 1915. They would swear to it. So help them God. And now, if I may, I have a question for the Masons. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? In closing, I also have a question for you. Will you go on digging yourselves ever deeper, or will you, for the sake of your reputations, take advantage of this new opportunity, take corrective action, reserve to yourselves the right to reconsider the issue, so in years to come, you can speak of these matters with honor when you reminisce with children and grandchildren? Remove yourselves from this awful situation. Put yourselves out of reach of the things that may be coming your way. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Professor Schreiner? Any questions? All right. And then the last person that I have registered to testify is Lance Salonia with DuPont Circle Citizens Association. Mr.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear?
Okay. We can, yes.
Great.
You can begin.
Yeah. I'm Lance Salonia, Chair of the Regulatory Committee of the DuPont Circle Citizens Association. We recently marked our 100th anniversary and are a registered nonprofit citizen association formed in 1922 to protect the interests of the residents of the DuPont Circle and across the district. We engage in charitable and educational activities, work for civic improvements in the DuPont Circle neighborhood, and present the association's views to elected officials, agencies, and boards. The application here proposes to establish by amendment the boundaries for the landmark and its period of significance. But as you've already heard, those are already very well established. And not by the judge, mind you, but by prior actions taken over the years by many parties, including first and foremost the applicant for this amendment, the Masons themselves. The boundary for the temple landmark is Lot 820, as established in 1979 when the Historic Preservation Act came into being, and the period of significance is 1911-1929 as defined in the House of the Temple Historic Structure Report, Part 1, prepared in April 2009 for the applicant by Robinson Associates in association with Hartman Cox Architects. The report listed a substantial amount of work that remained to be done when the temple was dedicated in 1915. The report then reached the following conclusion. The period of significance for the House of the Temple has therefore been established as 1911-1929, by which time all these features have been completed. Today could have been and should have been a boundary reduction hearing. Applications to reduce the area of historic landmarks are governed by a specific regulation, Section 221 of Title C of the District of Columbia Historic Preservation Regulations. This application obviously does not comply with Section 221. Instead of attempting to explain why the area to be reduced no longer meets the criteria for which it was designated, the applicant today is attempting to redefine the boundary to where they wish it was. Given the disputed area is the very viewshed of the rear apse from 100 feet back behind the temple that contributes to the landmark site, preserving that contributing element of the landmark site only requires maintaining an open and unobstructed view of that area. As long as the building itself is standing and the rear facade unaltered, it's not ever possible to find ourselves in a position where that 100 feet behind the temple no longer meets the criteria. This contributing element of the landmark site, a viewshed, isn't a structure that may have been altered so that it no longer meets the criteria for protection by historic preservation laws. In the same way the Masons raised the pre-existing houses there as part of their project completion efforts before the end of the period of significance in 1929, the judge can simply order the raising of that part of the new construction, obstructing the contributing viewshed. The judge can and should return the site to the extent determined by the Masons themselves during their period of project construction, which included raising houses behind the temple. Actually, in her order from January 10th, Judge Williams says as much. Nonetheless, construction must still be halted on the temple landmark to avoid further harm to the site and prevent any further barriers to demolition which may become necessary based on the outcome of related litigation now pending before the Court of Appeals. Excuse me, I've got allergies. It's really bad right now. Okay. Several years back, when our neighbors of DECA went to the Court of Appeals to request a stay for the construction, the judge in that case denied that stay, explaining that Unlike a structure, the land in those 100 feet can always be returned to its pre-construction condition, i.e. it is the view shed itself that is the contributing part of the landmark site and worth preserving. And as you've seen and pictured in both what I provided and what Ed Hanlon had shown there. The DuPont Circle Citizens Association, an association in existence for almost as long as the landmark temple and its site, is saying, yes, tear it down. Build elsewhere on the current legal lot, but tear down that part of the new construction encroaching on the contributing view shed. Give us back that 100 feet behind the temple and the spectacular rear facade view of the temple and its defining rear apse. It is supposed to be protected by our historic preservation regulations. I will say the neighborhood and neighbors, et cetera, are getting a little disappointed that the organization created to do this protection is actually working to destroy these historic landmarks. So in any case, that's all I have to say today. I'll be glad to take any questions. I assume there'll be some questions since, I mean, this isn't just a, let's hear it and check the box. I hope this is really being given some good consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this witness?
Chair Heath, just a quick comment since it seems to be a repetitive request from everybody speaking, but we did receive a substantial amount of information. I myself have had several pots of coffee reading into the night the materials. And so I think because what's being presented is reflective of the materials that have been already shared with us, the understanding is that we've read the material and don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, although I did introduce quite a few new things today, so obviously it didn't lead to any questions about whether the neighbors are happy with this, et cetera.
No.
Okay.
Certainly.
So it's a done deal, in other words. Thank you.
That was not my statement.
It's what you're showing, though.
All right. Any other?
Well, hold on,
questions?
ma'am. This is not a court of law, and that statement is not appropriate. We have not made decisions, and your assertion is completely inappropriate. Thank you.
Can I ask if you discussed this and you did your closed session? Were any of these things discussed? The laws require related to this? Because you know that's
We make no decisions and discuss a case prior to hearing the case or in anything other than an open meeting.
okay. So it's just administrative things that were discussed in your.
That is correct.
May I? This is David Lieb, counsel. Would this be a good point for me to chime in?
Sure. Go ahead, David.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everybody. I'm David Lieb. I'm counsel for the board. The board is entitled to receive confidential legal advice and is not required to answer questions about what it's been advised by counsel. So that's one issue. Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I want to perhaps try to clarify my understanding of a few legal issues that have been raised. Is this an
Sure,
appropriate
David.
time for that?
You can do that now. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, there's been a lot of reference to the litigation in this case, which has a long history to it, but there's been a lot of reference to Superior Court injunction that was issued in October of last year and clarified in January of this year. I want to clarify that it is my understanding that the board is counter to some of the characterizations I think I heard in some of the testimony. I do not understand that the board is being asked to ignore the Superior Court's declaration that Lot 820 is the current boundary of the landmark. I think, in fact, that is the starting point for the application that is before the board. And I think the board has acknowledged that that is the lot boundary in the last proceeding in HPA 1906. and is acknowledging that again today. What the board is being asked is to amend that boundary from 820 to 800, which the board has authority to do. The injunction does not prohibit the board from considering an application to amend the boundary. What the courts, and I'm going to just try to read here from the court's order for the record. Bear with me here while I scroll through my screen. The court stated that the district and its agents and officers are enjoined from taking any action pursuant to the HPRB's May 23rd, 2019 decision, which was a decision that had set the boundary at lot 800. Again, this application is revisiting the question based on a new application of whether the boundary should be set at lot 800. Toggling back through my screen. Finally, contrary to a couple of characterizations that I think I heard, and I just want to clarify that because this is a legal issue or a reading of the court's order. The Superior Court's order did not find that lot 820 meets the criteria for designation in the sense that the question is being posed to the board today. The court found rather that the boundary had been set at lot 820 in the late 1970s. So again, my understanding of what the court did was not that the court reviewed the facts about the landmark, about the temple landmark and the surrounding property's history, and evaluated the applicability of the designation criteria to those, and decided to set the boundary. The court decided to set the boundary itself. That was very much not what happened in my reading. Again, the court found that the boundary had been set at lot 820 in the late 1970s and issued a declaratory order to that effect. That is it. And I finally want to say, again, there have been a lot of legal issues raised, and if the board does have legal questions, it can vote to go back into closed session if it thinks it would be helpful to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for our counsel?
Would you like a response to Mr. Lieb's?
Not at this time. I've asked the board for
not correct.
Not at this time. You're out of line, and I will come back to you if the board chooses. But I've asked the board if they have any questions for our counsel. Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Hanlon. I really think Mr. Hayes should be given a brief opportunity to address, because Mr. Lee's comments we don't believe are correct. And I think we should have a couple of minutes to address his legal comments.
Yeah, I never said that you wouldn't. There's just an order to our procedures.
I appreciate that.
So I'm fine to hear from, it's Mr. Hayes.
On the line?
Yeah, you are.
Fine. So a couple of points. First of all, Mr. Lieb has not disputed that 221.6 is the binding regulation. That regulation, which is on the screen right now, provides a standard which has not even been addressed by this board. Second of all, Mr. Lieb did not accurately portray what the court's decision was. The court had the summary judgment papers in front of it, which reviewed all of the issues that have been presented here, including testimony by Mr. Maloney, testimony from Ms. Williams, and all the other testimony. And the court concluded, in light of all of that testimony, that lot 820 was the correct lot. So it wasn't just based upon the Joint Committee's determination. And in fact, the court's opinion specifically addresses a number of other aspects of that testimony, including Mr. Maloney's testimony. So he's not accurately reflecting to this board what the decision was. I don't know if Minister Hanlon has anything else to add, but my final point would be in terms of the scope of the injunction, the notion that this board could hear exactly the same evidence, essentially, that it heard back on May 23rd, 2019, and then reach a decision based on exactly that same evidence, in my view, it violates the injunction. You can't base a new decision on exactly the same facts and attempt to avoid the injunction on that basis. So I think this board faces legal peril. And as I said earlier, I don't know why this board would rule on this at this point and not wait for the Court of Appeals to determine it. It doesn't make any sense. I would not, if you were my client, I would not advise you to act at this point in time.
Is it Mr. Hayes who was just speaking?
Yes.
I think it was in your testimony earlier, you cited that the determination from the court is anticipated within a month's time. Was that your statement?
No, here's what I see. The case has been expedited. There was a joint motion by the district and that we agreed with to expedite the consideration. The oral argument is set for April 26th, which is less than a month away. And then I think the court will act with alacrity since it's expedited the decision of the court. So expedited the hearing. So it may be, I can't predict, but the court has acted pretty quickly on this. Or I should say very quickly on this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone have any questions? Follow-up questions for Mr. Hayes? Okay. All right. Then,
Madam Chair, is this the proper time for me to make an additional comment?
we wouldn't normally, but I'll give you the opportunity to make a final comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Hayes's comments. I mean, it seems extraordinarily strange to me that with the hearing set in the Court of Appeals less than 4 weeks from now, for which quickly thereafter, probably, or even at the hearing, great clarity may be brought to all of these legal issues. Why the board would choose to act before the Court of Appeals hears the case in late April is beyond me. As Mr. Hayes and I say, we think Mr. Lee's legal comments are not correct, but we're likely all to find out the end of April. And again, properties can be removed from this DC inventory only if they no longer meet the criteria. The court has put it in the inventory and said it's in the inventory. And by doing so, you cannot withdraw this property except under 221.6. Now, if Mr. Dene and HPO and the applicant all think the court got it wrong, we might well find out in 4 weeks. And so I understand the board can defer or can make a decision. I agree with Mr. Hayes. If you were my client, I would tell you it would be smarter to wait and see what the Court of Appeals says with respect to these legal issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. If there are no other questions from the board, I will turn back to the applicant to respond to any other testimony that you heard.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And so we would just like to say that there's nothing in the Superior Court order that suggests that the landmark boundary is established in perpetuity and may never be amended. And to the contrary, the court order itself specifically states that an application may be filed to amend the landmark boundary. And that's precisely what you have today. And I'll quote from the order. And it says, quote, "To amend or revoke a designation, the HPRB must receive an application from the public or from the HPO and follow the same procedures required for designating historical landmarks and districts in the first instance." That's precisely what we're doing today. It's at the court's direction to correct what they perceived as a procedural error that we are going through this process right now. And they keep referring to section 221.6, but they overlook the court's reference that this is an amendment. The court references both amendments and revocations. They overlook section 221.3. And again, this is an amendment, and that section in the HPRB regulation says that an application to amend a designation shall include the same information required for a new designation, except that the description of the property and statement of significance may address only the features and characteristics that are the subject of the amendment. We have done that. To the extent that the board considers this a partial revocation, and I'll say the regs don't really provide for a partial revocation, they provide for a full revocation. 221.5. That section says an application to revoke a designation shall include the same information required for a new designation, except that the application shall state the reasons that the property does not possess significance or meet the criteria for designation. You have heard testimony today from both our expert as well as from the HPO, and you've seen our submissions as well. That demonstrates how the property outside of the area of lot 800 does not possess significance or meet the criteria for designation. You have heard no evidence to the contrary. There's been nothing presented to demonstrate how any of that property has any significance to the designation of the landmark or to the temple itself. And you have heard some testimony today with respect to 1929. And I'll say that's a misnomer. In 1929, the temple still stood on lot 800, first off, and most of the land that comprises lot 820 hadn't been acquired at that point. But that was in reference to the interior designation. We're not amending the application for an interior designation. So we still stand and would affirm that 1915 is the appropriate period of significance for the board to consider and to approve. So we would ask the board to approve the application, the amendment that is being proposed to the board today. And we would encourage the board to act today because there are real repercussions to delay. As you've heard from many people that had brought it up, that the building is under construction. And so there is real repercussions if this is delayed any further. And while oral arguments before the Court of Appeals are in April, there is no way to know when any decision would come out of the Court of Appeals. So it could be months to a year further delay there. So we would encourage the court or the board to undertake this decision today. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you. Any final questions from the board before we deliberate?
Chair Heath, I have a question for the applicant. Just you mentioned that there are real repercussions because the building is currently under construction. Could you discuss that a little further? Are you talking about financial consequences from potential delays? Is that the extent of it?
Well, there's currently a portion of the building that has a stop work order on it. And so that there are repercussions, and yes, there are obviously financial repercussions, but you also have a building that's partially complete on a portion of property that is going to stand there and remain partially incomplete. So that the sooner that can be completed and enveloped, then I think that the better off the community would be, as well as obviously Perseus as well.
May I add something?
I understand.
Additionally, I would say is that, I'm sorry, Ms. Chairman.
What I'll say to that though is, I certainly understand that a delay would be of concern to the developer, but that is not of concern to the board. And it's not the issue of this board in the determination of a designation. So any building on the site or delay of any building on the site should not be a part of this board's determination.
Thank you, Chair Heath. That's what I was trying to get at. If they were talking about something additional, thank you for that.
That is not a part of the designation hearing criteria that we should be evaluating.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Then then the board is ready to deliberate. And as we deliberate, this is just a discussion of the board. And so we won't take further comments from anyone else. So if I could get all board members to turn on their cameras.
Chair Heath, before we begin deliberation, I would just ask if, as our council had offered, if there's any interest in a brief executive administrative session before we begin deliberation in the public meeting.
I would like that.
Thank you, Gretchen. I'd be interested in that as well, if other folks are.
Okay.
There just needs to be a motion and a vote to go into closed session.
Okay.
To receive legal advice.
Thanks, David. I would move that we have a brief session, executive session for some legal advice before we begin deliberation in the public meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay. Then, did you abstain, Andrew? I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I was voting present, sorry.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, all right. Then, I think we can use the call-in number.
The phone number.
Right, so, we will return in just a few moments.
Steve, could you send that around again? Because my email may have put it somewhere irretrievable. Appreciate it.
Sure, will do.
Thank you.
So, good morning. The board is returning to open session, but we are going to like to take just a 5-minute bio break before we resume our deliberation. And we'll continue it's now 11:34, so 5 minutes, 11:39. We'll come back. the board is back and ready to deliberate. Are board members ready for deliberation? If so, I'll ask that you turn on your cameras. I think we're still missing Carissa. Oh, there she is. I see her. Just get her to turn on her camera. But is there anyone who wants to? Oh,
I'm here, sorry.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
It took me a little longer, I'm here.
Okay, want to make sure we weren't missing you. Okay. Would anyone like to start? Okay.
I'll jump up at once, right?
Right. I kind of figured that might be the case. I'll just, this is certainly an atypical, I'll say, while this application for designation is a typical type of application that the board would review and opine on, the issues associated with this site make this an atypical case. This has come before the board several times in several different formats. And in May of 2019, the board had before us an application for expansion of the site boundary. And the board found that lot 800 was the appropriate boundary based on all of the facts presented. I haven't seen any facts that would change the board's original determination. There's been, certainly others have other opinions, but I have not been dissuaded that lot 800 is still not the appropriate boundary. I will say, though, that given the other circumstances surrounding this case, I am considering the idea of delaying or deferring a decision on this until the court has an opportunity to weigh in on the case that is outstanding regarding their determination of the boundary as being 820 versus 800. Very unusual that we would be in this circumstance, but because of that, I'm curious to know what other board members feel, but there are other matters that would weigh in on this case. It's been made apparent to the board that oral arguments are imminent within a month. And so there's the potential, we don't know when this case will be decided, but there's certainly the potential that we could have some better understanding of direction if we were to wait even 2 to 3 months to make a determination here.
Chair Heath, if it would be amenable to you, I might add that we consider deferring a decision on this, irrespective of any position that might be in decision in the courts. So clearly, we're not deciding in support of one side or the other in this, but because our decision and action on the designation of sites, whether they're landmarks, historic districts, or properties or sites, is different than the advisory action that we take on other projects within historic districts and sites. There is a legal process that's set up within the structure of the DCMR. And because that is being undertaken with in contest with the courts, it might be beneficial to let that be completed and then have us review an action based on that, based on the application that we have before us, but allow that process to follow its completion, and then take our action on the submission that's before us. And we would just simply defer our vote today.
So that would mean, just a question for you, Gretchen, are you suggesting that until the entire court decision is made and a ruling is issued, or?
Yeah, yes, because there is an opportunity because our action for designation is legal action. It goes before the court and not necessarily the mayor's agent, where it would with the advisory actions that we take on other projects. And Tim, correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but you have the opportunity, applicants have the opportunity to appeal in court, which is what's going on now, that we should allow that process to follow through. By allowing that process to follow through, though, its natural course of resolution, we are not supporting one side or the other and allowing that to happen. We're just allowing for the legal process that's stipulated in the DCMR to follow its course.
Other thoughts?
Well, I guess I think that's an interesting thought, an interesting way of putting it. My thoughts, Chair Heath, are aligned with yours. I haven't seen any evidence that suggests to me that 800 is not the correct boundary for the site as analyzed by the Office of Planning's preservation staff. I think they make a pretty thorough and compelling argument for the evolution of the site and how to understand that. But I can understand, and I'm sympathetic to what Gretchen's put forward in terms of how we move forward procedurally.
I would agree with that, Chair Heath. My thoughts were in line with yours, that I didn't see anything that would have changed my mind from the original ruling. So it would have either been to concur with the original ruling, or to defer for some reason that was more appropriate than making a decision right now.
Okay. Andrew?
I think I'm in the Chair Heath camp in terms of not having heard anything that dissuades the decision.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable moving forward.
Okay. Well, Gretchen, I'll circle back to you because I think there are two parts to this, right? I think, as I've said, I don't see any substantive changes since our original determination from any of the information that's been presented to the board, both today and in our filing, which includes a lot of documents. However, we do have the ability to defer. And would you be in support of approving this without a deferral, or do you still support the idea of deferring? Just circling back.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to make a motion yet.
No.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I you can tell by stuttering, I guess. I would feel that it's more appropriate for us to allow this due process to follow its course.
Okay.
And then act, and then certainly I could opine on what I think about the application today and lot 800. I made a comment at the previous case when we heard it at our most recent hearing about whether I thought the lot was there should be any changes, and I don't feel should be any changes. I do feel that based on DCMR chapter 31, 218.4 allows us to approve a lesser area, not a greater area without notice. And clearly, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an architect, and I'm not a land use attorney. And so this is not my, I don't have the same level of expertise, and I'm not a part of the deliberations that's happening. So I feel like this should really follow its course for the decision through the courts. And then we could offer our opinion on the request before us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is that a motion?
I just feel like because we're not all in agreement on this, that we should make a motion.
Fine.
To defer, to allow due process to occur, and then have this application come back to us.
Are we setting a time frame?
I do think a time frame is appropriate, because while it's our understanding that there's action happening next month and that this matter has been expedited, there's no guarantee that there's any immediate decision. So I would recommend that we give this 3 months, and have it come back to us to see if there's been a decision or any substantive information that would allow us to be better prepared to move forward. Does 3 months sound appropriate? Would you all be in support of 3 months? Those who are in support of deferring?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. All right.
I would just say that maybe it's not that we would be better prepared, but that the due process that's set forth in the law for the district has been allowed to take its course.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, I think that makes sense. All right. So I'll make a motion that we defer a decision on this application for a period of 3 months to allow due process to occur.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you to everyone who's participated in this morning. We're now ready to proceed with our next application, which is a concept that's coming back to the board at the Brookland Bowling Alley. Staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, good morning. This is Steve Colcott.
Good morning.
You will remember this case from June of 2022, when you all looked at a project that involved new construction that incorporated the Brookland Bowling Alley, an individual landmark. I'm showing the slide here, which shows sort of where you all last saw it on the top and where it currently is today. You'll note that there's been a significant time lag between the last time this was presented to you, and I think that that is a testament to the design team's desire to really listen and take seriously the comments that the board had at the last meeting, and to work with both the ANC and the community to revise the proposal in response to the board's concerns. If you'll remember, in looking at the project at the top, some of the concerns that you all had were related to how the landmark felt just sort of engulfed by the new construction. And you encouraged a little bit more of an organic approach, something that differentiated maybe smaller component parts and pieces to the new construction, and looked at the scale of elements, but particularly the scale of the first floor of the retail on the left-hand side portion of the site, looking at the treatment of the pool area that was on top of the landmark, asking that that be pulled further back. As you see in the image on the lower image, this is the revised proposal, although there are better illustrations of it later on in the presentation. The applicants have designed the project now to be really to read as two separate buildings flanking the landmark, with a small portion above, but set very, very far back behind, just a glass corridor behind at the rear roof of the landmark, so that it really reads as two related but separate buildings with different color palette, different fenestration, different bay configurations, different base conditions, so that it feels a little bit more organic, as you all asked it to. As you see the building on the left, and again, as you'll see in the illustrations, has a stronger relationship to the view of the property from Michigan Avenue. One of the way that many people will experience this when driving by. The retail base has been lowered and designed to be a much smaller scale. As I said, the new construction atop the historic building has been largely eliminated, and the sort of edges of the building have been eroded away and stepped down to the historic building, so that it doesn't feel overwhelming. What you'll see in plan is that there are courtyards on either side of the landmark building to allow for open spaces in which that common area will flow out into the exterior. On the building on the right-hand side, it's got a different bay configuration. It has been lowered by a floor on that side, so that again, it creates a different sort of condition than the building on the left. The large areaways that were proposed have been reduced in size so that the building doesn't feel like it's sitting in a moat, and it's got discrete areaways that are pulled away from the landmark and from the corners of the building. So on the roof, and again, it's hard to see in this image, but you'll see later on when the applicants walk you through, the rooftop terrace has been pulled a little bit further back. It still will be somewhat visible from long views, and we're recommending that the applicant, rather than necessarily making it absolutely invisible, designing it so that it maybe is a little bit more in accord with the character of the building, with horizontal railings as opposed to vertical railings, which would be very much in character with this sort of streamlined, horizontally oriented building. We're also asking that the applicants look at the design and coloration of the penthouse of the building on the right, so that it reads as a little bit more in the same color palette as the underlying building, since that will really read as an additional floor rather than a penthouse. Just asking that be fully integrated into the design of the building. But those are relatively minor revisions. Otherwise, we think this is a very positive step forward and is compatible with the landmark. We're asking for the board to approve the revised concept and delegate final construction approval to staff.
Thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay. You can walk us through the changes you've made.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Grooms. I am with UIP, the developers of the proposed Brookland Lanes project. And joining me today is other members of the UIP team, members of KTGY, the architects of the project, as well as Jonathan Mellon, our architectural historian. Thank you, members of the board, for joining us today. Your comments from our initial hearing back in June of 2022 were very well received by our team, and we believe that it has resulted in a much stronger project and a much more cohesive and integrated design. Before I turn over the project to Ben Caston, our architect, to walk us through the design package, I would just like to offer a brief overview of the project's evolution and the steps involved in progressing the project in progressing the design. After our initial meeting back in June, our team reapproached the project with a fresh perspective to not only incorporate comments from HPRB staff, but how we approached and engaged the community as well. We continue to work closely with ANC 5B Commissioner Colleen Costello to better understand the community's perspective. And have held several meetings with residents, including neighbors immediately adjacent to the site, as well as Commissioner Costello's single membership district. We've also had meetings with members of the Brookland Neighborhood Civic Association, as well as the Michigan Park Citizens Association. In addition to community outreach, we've also continued our discussion with the DC Preservation League and the Art Deco Society of Washington to ensure that the revised design acknowledges the landmark building in a way that's more compatible and complementary. As you'll see in a moment, we believe that the end result of the project is a building that is more contextual in its form and sensitive in its architectural expression as it relates to the landmark building. So thank you again to the board for your time and your comments, as well as a special thank you to Steve Calcott for your continued guidance. And at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Ben, who will walk you all through the design in more detail.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you to the board. It's nice to be back here, and I would like to reiterate Robert's thanks to Steve Calcott and the staff at the HPRB for your guidance through this process. We've had several meetings together, and we really have taken all that input to heart. I hope that's apparent through these design updates, and we were actually really excited about where this project is going. I believe there's a few more slides. Mr. Calcott did a great job of kind of laying the groundwork and describing some of the changes, but going through here, I think this exhibit really shows the differences. Obviously the left is from last summer, the right is where we're at now. So at a large scale, kind of philosophical level, previously we had one building that kind of wrapped around the historic element, and largely based upon your comments from last summer, we reimagined how this community could work together, and it's now two buildings. And we sort of synthesized some of your comments with some comments that we received at the various ANC meetings, and we stepped down the north building, so the building that's on the right on this exhibit, to better relate to the existing townhomes nearby. And as a result, we made the building on the south, which is on the left here, a story taller. So what that does is a couple of different things that we actually really like. The first is it makes this feel like not one big monolithic building, but a series of three. So the south building being the tallest one, the middle being the historic resource, and the north being the smallest. And it gives each building its own character. It feels more organic in terms of how it relates to the street frontage and creates a more dynamic street scene along the sidewalk for the pedestrian experience. And then it also offers an opportunity to change up the materiality and the textures and the colors of the two buildings flanking the historic resource, which again was a comment that we heard from you all last summer. The rhythm is a little bit different, as Mr. Calcott mentioned, in terms of the bays. And at a high level, the south building, which has the retail space, which has been kind of imagined in its height, so that the height of the retail relates to the first floor of the historic resource, not the height of the whole resource. That has a cooler tone in colors, and then the north building has a warmer tone in colors, again relating to the adjacent existing residential townhomes. You can go to the next slide actually from here. Thank you. So the site plan at a high level, the footprint is quite a bit different than it was before. The south building's a U, the north building's a U, the south building's an O, with a connector piece in the middle. We're still following the idea of activating the roof of the historic resource as a recreational area. It provides a new experience for how to relate to and experience this historic building, which was historically a recreational building. So adding a new recreational use on top is in our feeling consistent with that initial intent in the new modern way. And then that connector piece allows for residents to go from one side of the project to the other and connect to the amenity space within the historic resource. You can also see that there are courtyards rather than at the corner of Michigan Avenue, Bunker Hill Road, and 10th Street. In the previous iteration, those courtyards have been moved to give a little bit of elbow room on either side of the historic resource. So the way that the site plan is organized is hopefully a little bit more pedestrian friendly. It accentuates and emphasizes the historic resource. It reinforces that relationship of the historic building to the existing Turkey Thicket Park and the recreation center across the street. It kind of acknowledges the relationship that was there before, and it does it in a really positive way. And Robert has done a really good job of kind of describing how we envision that happening with families from the Brooklyn community going to the park or the recreation center for an afternoon on the weekend, or a baseball game or a soccer game, and then coming across the street for some local retail like ice cream or coffee, and that connection between the two is just much stronger now, placing those courtyards adjacent to the historic resource. You can go to the next slide. And this is just an enlargement of what we're proposing now. You can see kind of the pieces and parts a little bit better. The lighter blue color showing the penthouse, as well as the bays that are encroaching into public space. It's more of a DDOT thing than maybe what you all are looking at in terms of the relationship of the historic resource to the new, but gives you a sense of what the massing will feel like as we're envisioning it now. You can go to the next one. And then I'm not going to read all this, but it just talks about how the massing of the building is relating to, but not mimicking. So that hinge that's at the corner of kind of the oblique angle, there's some reference to the way that the massing of the historic resource exists today, but it's not a mimicking is what we're going for. You can go to the next one. We have some sketches on how we kind of reimagined, and so we're showing some process here. So the step down, and there's a few more views of this coming up as well, but the step down on either side of the historic resource with those courtyards is doing so in a way that's consistent with Art Deco principles. Again, that was a comment we received from you all previously. And then on the image on the right, you can start to see how stepping down the north building by a floor as a whole, and then stepping down kind of systematically as we get closer to that north edge, you can see that the building is effectively the same height as that existing townhome on the end there across the alley from this site. And the owners of that unit have been involved in many of the community buildings, and I think we won them over eventually. I think they kind of like it finally, and they appreciate that they're actually getting a little bit more breathing room in that alley. Right now it's really tight, and now there's going to be a landscape buffer and a sidewalk and a much more pedestrian friendly environment there. You can go to the next slide. This is a rendering from Michigan Avenue. I'm really trying to show what this building will feel like from a community kind of scale, commuting across the bridge to the metro station, and you really get to see the breadth of the promenade that's created now with the retail space at the base of the south building, and then you can see the color differentiation between the south and the north, and the stepping down, and the historic resource is really featured in the middle. You can go to the next one to show that a little bit more clearly. So this is the sidewalk view from across 10th Street, and the type of pedestrian experience that we hope to create, and you can see how it relates in scale and proportion between the two buildings and the historic resource. You can go to the next one as well. And then looking from the north side, this is a feature, and you can see sort of a little bit more playfulness in the organization of the bays. This building is breaking down the scale. It's a little bit more playful and residential in character, while the other building's a little bit more rhythmic in its expression of the bays. You can go to the next one. This is the view that is really kind of accentuating that alignment, that it does exist now, but it's almost lost with the existing context, and our kind of reorganization of the site plan, putting the courtyards on either side, and really featuring the historic resource, restoring it to kind of undo some of the more recent updates with the canopy and some other things, maybe incorporating some period era graphics in terms of signage that we all think is a little bit more in keeping with the original intent and the recreation aspect of it. Just a clarification, while there is an intent to maybe have a duck pin bowling lane or two as an amenity for the resources, I know there's been some chatter of like, oh, this is going to be a bowling. It's not a public bowling alley. It's a residential community, and the bowling alley historic use of that building is sort of the catalyst or the inspiration or the muse for the project in terms of its theme and its character. But it's a residential community, and this building will serve as the main amenity space, as well as the community center and the leasing office and all those things. You can go to the next slide, which starts to step back a little bit further. This shows the stepping, again, reminiscent of the way the existing historic resource steps down on the sides, really kind of giving presence and honor to the existing building. You can go to the next one as well. And then this is stepping back a little bit farther, and you can see that on the north side, again, the scale kind of relationship of the historic building, or the existing residential building to the new north building. You can go to the next one as well. This exhibit is really showing the materiality and the rhythm of the bays on the south building. And we heard the staff's comments about the penthouse and trying to make it relate more closely to the rest of the building. Totally on board for that. We've begun studying what that might look and feel like, and are looking forward to working with staff on finalizing those details. You can go to the next one. And then, the equivalent materiality exhibit about the north building, much more masonry in both of these, which again is a comment that we received from you all last summer. You can go to the next one. And this is a more of a 2D representation. It'll be hard to really experience the building this way, but the section shows how this building kind of works, and the 2D elevations are showing kind of that relationship of all the pieces and parts together. You can go to the next one. Starting to get a little bit more specific about what we're proposing in terms of restoration and the historic preservation of this building. Similar concept as before, not similar, the same concept as before. Really the only piece of the existing building that is intended to be demolished is that back corner in orange on the bottom right. And upon further investigation, it seems that was an addition later anyway, but that's really the only piece that is going away. The majority of the building is to be renovated and restored, and the front is going to be preserved. And what that means is we're going to replace the signage to be a little bit more in keeping with the period in which this building was originally built, replacing the canopy to be a little bit more reminiscent of that time. It appears as though the upper story windows are original, and so they'll be either maintained or restored. And then we'll look at the other windows, again, either replacing in the historic style that's appropriate, or repairing, restoring, all those things, and then really just repairing for the most part the rest. And then because we are creating courtyards on the side of this building, we're looking for an opportunity to create potential new openings from the sides to activate those courtyards. Right now it's kind of just a red brick wall, utilitarian, and so we might want to re-engage the pedestrian experience through the sides of that building. You can go to the next one. This is the basement cellar plan. So all of the parking exists underneath the south building. A little bit of a change since when you saw it last in just the organization of how it all works. But all of the traffic comes from the south, and actually it's a little bit more clear to see in the next slide. But the loading and the service will all happen on that alley side, and really that's why that little piece of the existing building would be demolished in order to provide access there. Retail's in that coral pink color. The blue is the amenity space, and there's two loading zones. One is sort of on the way down the ramp on the south building, and then next to the historic resource on the backside for the north building. You can go forward to the next slide. Getting to the second level, the thought would be to create a bridging element through the historic resource, connecting the two sides of the project to that space. Maybe there's a connection down to ground level. You can go to the next slide. This is level 3. So this is where we engage with that rooftop space. The blue is that connector piece. There's probably some service functions to support the pool, like pool restrooms and equipment, but largely it's a recreational space that's set back, hopefully really minimal impact from the view of the historic resource from the sidewalk. And then you can go to the next one. The typical level, as well as the penthouse treatments on the upper levels of both buildings. So you can sort of see how the stepping is happening. You can go to the next one. I think we're almost done. Yep, I think that was the last one. So thank you again for your attention to this project and for the input throughout the last year. Happy to answer any questions you may have, and really thank you for helping us to make this project even better.
Thank you for your presentation and for all of your thoughtful consideration of the board's and the staff's feedback. We do have a request from Rebecca Miller with DCPL to testify this morning, and so I think we'd like to hear from Rebecca, understand DCPL's comments, and then we can take questions from the board.
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, good. Are you ready?
I am ready. Sorry,
Okay.
the vacuum cleaner went off right when I was about to start. Close the
course.
door. So
Right.
thank you all. Good to see you all today. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. We reviewed this project back in last June, I believe, and the applicant came back again to see us. I unfortunately missed this meeting. I was in Maui, not to make anybody jealous, but I'm back and I read the comments and I went through the proposal, and it's much improved, and I agree with our committee on that. So in general, the current design emphasizes the Brookland Bowling structure and enhances the site, providing a strong focal point at the busy intersection of Michigan Avenue and 10th Street, while simultaneously creating a more graceful transition to the single-family homes on Perry Place Northeast. The materials chosen are appropriate, and borrowing the historic light pattern in the new windows is a thoughtful way to connect the three visually distinct structures. The committee's comments are as follows. The proposed pool and rooftop amenities should be only minimally visible and clearly designed as a backdrop element. The current design is quite schematic. The committee would be happy to review these items as they are developed in the future as well. Understanding that the structural design of the pool is still preliminary and will be a challenge, the pool deck should be held as close as possible to the height of the original roof. Any rooftop furniture should be designed in conjunction with the design elements of the pool to ensure that there's not going to be freestanding elements don't over time become visually prominent and obtrusive from the street. We would like to see the restoration of the historic steel windows that exist. New windows should match the light pattern of the historic windows. And on the north and south side of Brookland Bowling, there should be no penetrations in the easternmost bay of the structure to protect the coining and to maintain the feeling of mass and weight at the corners. Further west along these facades, openings should be designed as discrete elements, single or paired doors. The sense of the wall should not be undermined by new openings. That's all of our comments for this, and thank you very much. And we appreciate the applicant responding to our previous comments, and hopefully they will respond to these as well. Thank you.
Perfect. I will ask the board first if they have any questions, and then we can turn to the applicant for a response. Any questions from the board? For Ms. Miller? Any questions about Maui?
No.
No sympathy, certainly.
I know, I've received no sympathy at all. So.
I'm sure you were there on a preservation trip.
Madam Chair,
Preserving your sanity, right?
I traveled with a 3-year-old, so
Oh, yeah, then, yeah, right.
Actually, I did have one question for the applicant, if we could squeeze it in. That comes to mind.
Sure. If there are no questions for Ms. Miller.
I did, Madam Chair, if it's okay. I had a question for Ms. Miller.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask her thoughts about, I like, in general, my thoughts about this project are favorable. I was one of the board members that was very vocal because this is actually in my neighborhood. So I agree with you that it's much improved, but I just wanted your thoughts about the playfulness of the step down of the one building, I guess that's to the, I get my orientations wrong, but where they chose to do the playfulness with the step down. Did you have any thoughts about perhaps applying something like that on the Michigan Avenue side, or were you sort of content with where they did the playfulness of the step down?
We were content with the step down that is proposed. Michigan Avenue obviously is a much busier, wider street,
yes.
which allows for higher density.
Yeah.
There. And the committee felt that stepping down towards Perry Place was more appropriate. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, Matt, your question for the applicant, and then we can take other questions for the applicant.
Yeah, so you're showing retail at the ground floor of this building. Is that, I mean, are you pretty sure you're gonna fill that up with retail? It just seems, maybe. And if it's not retail, do you all have a contingency plan to populate it with something that's gonna activate the street?
We're still very early in that process. We do have the veterinarian that actually is currently at the shopping center. We have them committed to return, so they're going to take up a 4,500 square feet of retail space. We're in talks with Petite Scholars, which is also a retail tenant that is existing at the shopping center. And our talks with them have been very favorable, and we're hopeful and anticipating that they will make a return as well, because it's also something that the community strongly desires. As far as the other retail tenants are concerned, we have not yet chased those opportunities at the moment. We've been in talks with the community and just really getting their desire, and it's our desire as well to have a community serving retail spaces that been alluded to, such as an ice cream shop, coffee shop. The community also been very favorable to have a grocery store of some sorts to be able to provide fresh fruit options. So that's something that we are strongly going to chase after as well as a potential opportunity.
So a well-rehearsed, ambiguous answer. Thank you, Robert. I mean, you're working on it. That's good. That's what you should be doing.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah. Could you talk a little bit about how you're heating and ventilating and cooling this? Is the ventilation for each of the units, fresh air happening through the windows? Are you running stacks for bathrooms up through the roof, or are you going to go through the outside wall?
So it's a little early, and so we don't know yet what HVAC system will be, but most buildings like this have a combination of things, and it's probably a vertical stack, I would guess. Now, if I am inferring what your question is, Commissioner Failer, I think you're talking about avoiding vents on the exterior. That will be our goal as well. We'll just have to work with Robert and the GC team. We're just not quite there yet to know exactly, but other buildings nearby are probably a good example. We were the designer and architect of record of the Hanover 8th Street project, which is a very similar typology, and that was a PUD project. The similar goal of avoiding a bunch of vents, and that one looks pretty clean the way it turned out. So I would guess that will be a similar analog to this one.
Thanks. I asked the question because I know you're shifting a lot to brick, and it gets to be a little more difficult to vent through brick than it does through a metal panel or some kind of Nichiha panel or something like that too. So
understood. We do have the balconies that are able to conceal some of those things in some cases, so they happen kind of perpendicular to the view. But again, it's a little bit too early to commit to anything. We just don't know what system they'll use. Yeah.
Other questions?
Yeah, I just have one other question, Martin. The bridge that was mentioned, I'm assuming, and you may have said it and I just missed it. I'm assuming that's all interior, that's inside the historic building, but none of that is visible from the outside. All of that is enclosed inside of the historic building.
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely correct. And right now there is a second story that office and plumbing supply equipment, electrical supply equipment. And so the idea is to sort of get rid of all the interventions that happened. There was a fire 50 years ago, and see what we got once the current users is done. And the front facade will not be impacted even a little bit. So that's our idea of kind of insetting it and kind of using the volume that used to be there and kind of capturing that space for the experience of our residents and their guests.
Okay. DCPL made some comments on the design. Most were favorable, but there were a few things that they asked that you consider as you move forward. Do you have any response you'd like to make to their comments or testimony?
I think all of their comments were aligned with our goals as well.
Was it your intention to restore the historic windows? That was the one I wasn't sure of.
Within reason, yes. The goal is to restore the facade, and there's some energy code issues with committing to something like that we'll have to work through, but the intent is to restore the facade to its original glory.
Chair Heath, this is Jonathan Mellon. I'll just chime in and reiterate what Ben was saying, that we are going to be working closely with Mr. Colcott on the proposed restoration of the historic landmark. And we will be looking at, if we can keep the windows, that would be our goal.
Okay, all right, that's great. Other questions from the board?
I guess could you talk a little bit about your preservation plan for the historic building? We talked about the windows, but could you talk about the masonry and some of the other work that you're looking at? And I would just add, considering the overall percentage of the wall that's glass versus historic masonry, I would assume that there would be a lighter lift on the windows than the existing masonry walls in terms of energy compliance.
That's exactly right. You know, the majority of the facade that is in the historic registry is brick masonry, and upon visual inspection, most of it looks like it's in pretty good shape. Fortunately, it appears as though the second story windows are original. We've not confirmed that, and it appears that the ground level windows are replaced at some point in history. And so the thought is to really just repair, restore the masonry, and again, we're going to consider the windows, and if possible to restore them to the historic window on the ground level as well as the second story. There's a little bit of a question mark on the side on the north because there's an existing retail center. We don't exactly know what we have. We assume that it's like the side on the south, which is exposed now to a surface parking lot, but we won't really know what we have until that retail center is vacated and demolished.
So you haven't had the chance with the developer to do any kind of forensic looking at the building other than walking by the outside of the building?
That's right. I mean, the user is still there, so we can't do much destructive testing as of yet.
Did you have a follow-up?
Destructive testing. You may want to find a slightly different phrase.
That's a bad word that I should.
Maybe forensic.
Intrusive.
Forensic.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I.
Yes. Forensic knowledge of the building.
Correct.
Better.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Great. Then are we ready to deliberate?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think, as has been stated previously by DCPL and HPO, that there have been significant improvements made to this concept. I think, the stepping that is here, the setbacks at the terraces, the setback of the addition to the historic building all really helps to make this building be a centerpiece and no longer makes it appear to be swallowed up by this larger building, which I think was what we found in the previous concept. I think this is a much more elegant solution, and I would make a motion to approve the concept and ask that the applicant continue to work with DCPL and the staff as you move forward.
Yeah, I'm supportive of your summary in the staff report. I think DCPL's comments are quite useful here and could make the project better. But for me, it's gone from being a big mega thing to being something that has a more incremental scale that is sympathetic to both the landmark and the reading of the city as an urban city rather than a city with big mega complexes spawned by a tiny bowling alley. And I think that's an important distinction.
Yeah, I think that's very well stated.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to go on record because, like I said, I think I was pretty vocal during the first presentation. Just obviously as a board member and a neighbor and a Brooklyn resident, Because Turkey Thicket is such a treasured location, I mean, that's the park that I take my son to. I am pleased to see this redesign. I also find it to be very successful. I agree with you that it celebrates the historic building in a way that it didn't before. It's no longer sort of ominous and overwhelming. And so I appreciate the developer and the attention that they paid to the commentary from the board and from DCPL. I agree, and the only last concern I have is just about the roof and the treatment of the roof, and making sure that whatever amenities are put up there, that it's as sort of tucked away and is done as respectful as the rest of the redesign has been done. And I'm sure staff will see to that. But this is very successful, and I'm pleased to see this design. So
I would ask if everybody's amenable to it, that a preservation plan be developed for the bowling alley itself, in particular considering the location where the HVAC unit is, right up where Perry Street intersects the parking lot. There's an HVAC unit, so there's probably some masonry repairs that need to be done. Those need to be identified. And in the center bay where the Atlantic sign is, there appears like there's some waterproofing that's been applied or some kind of mastic that's been applied as a continuation of the flashing for the roof treatment on the lower level. That probably should be removed from the brick and just have that all cleaned up. And that even the leaders and the downspouts should be something that's considered to be more appropriate with the simplicity of the design of the building rather than what's there now, which is a modern aluminum system. And that they put together a plan that staff reviews and approves for both cleaning of the brick, repointing of the brick, both the decorative dark brick and the light cream brick, as well as treatment of the cap, which I think is a precast element on top of the brick, should be considered. This is not all inclusive. Probably these windows, given the age of the building, are not thermally broken. So they'll have to think about how to put an interior storm in and insulate the interior wall and make that work with the dew point thresholds in the perimeter wall. But all of that should be thought about in advance. Additionally, I haven't been inside of this building, but I'm assuming there's some structure that allows for a clear span because it's a bowling alley, that should be considered and retained if possible for the use of the space as well. But in large part, I don't mean that to be comprehensive of a preservation plan, but those are the things that I initially think about as important character defining elements for this building.
Okay, I'm certainly amenable to adding that to the motion. With that addition, is there a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? And the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Great. We're ready for our next case, which is 2352 High Street, Southeast. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
I am.
Perfect.
Afternoon, all. Let them pull it up. So, hi, my name is Imania Price. I am the staff reviewer for the Anacostia Historic District, and the property is 2352 High Street Southeast. High Street Southeast was developed, the High Street plan was developed by Torrey Gallis Partners, and it's returning to the board with a revised concept for the construction of a 22-unit residential project on a vacant lot. The project is located at the top corner of Mapleview Place and High Street. The site was occupied by an apartment complex in 2014 that was demolished and has been vacant since. The property is bordered by contributing single-family homes along each side with residential properties at the rear. The grade gradually slopes down towards the southwest to an alley. When the board reviewed the project in December, it found the general plans of the two roads to be compatible. However, that further design work was needed for the project to be seen as viable in the historic district. The areas that were cited by the board included exploring the two rows of houses, if they should be detached within units, converting the end units from frame to brick, studying the south wall, incorporating porches, and providing greater detail and material, and then showing some additional mechanical locations. The High Street and alley elevations have been revised to include front porches on all but 3 of the front facades. The porches that are not included are due to a heritage tree root zone. The design has also further been revised to include mansard roofs with double gang dormers. The first and second floors will have 2/2 windows with brackets and dentils, and we clad in fiber cement. The end units were previously clad in brick. The entrances will be set in from the facade to create a vestibule. And the plan also notes now that there will be solar panels on the roof to be set back and not visible from the street. The proposal has been revised significantly since its submission, and in response to HPRB and community comments. The revised site plan aligns the rows of houses to be more compatible, and implements the porches and ornamentation and detailing to be more specific to the character of the neighborhood. The mansard roof design is consistent with both the historic and recently approved new construction in the historic district. And in general, the resulting project with the mansard roof is consistent with frame top brick braces, Italian style detailing, which steps down to follow the site's topography, which relates well to the site and to the historic district. As the design continues to be refined, details such as connecting the connection between the mansard roof and the cornice and how the roof will be broken between the houses should be refined and highlighted. The absence of the porches on the High Street elevation on the end front 3 facades creates an unbalanced elevation and warrants maybe a different use or a different pattern to follow to balance the overall composition of the row. And the plan should also show those mechanical and units and meters and where they will be placed. Overall, HPO is recommending support of the revised concept with further refinement outlined and delegated to staff. And I will turn it over to the applicant to walk through the plans and give you some more context.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, Chairperson Heath, members of the Historic Preservation Review Board, and HPO staff. My name is Adrian Washington, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Neighborhood Development Company, a district-based real estate development company. We're 23 years old. We're community focused. We're an affordable housing developer. Our small team is composed of diverse and highly talented professionals with a passion for and a mission to provide high-quality, affordable homes for district residents. One such example is our recent Park 27 project located in Ward 7. Here we delivered 26 all-affordable 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom townhomes. Some of our homeowners there who are very happy to have that opportunity have submitted testimonials on behalf of us for your consideration. High Street is particularly important to me on a personal note. My mother raised me a few blocks away in the Frederick Douglass Apartments, and I spent my entire childhood in Ward 8. Delivering affordable homeownership opportunities for the next generation in Ward 8 is a small way for me to give back. As you may know, the district competitively awarded this project to NDC in 2017. At the time, it was designated as a by right development. The site originally had 3 apartment buildings, but has remained vacant for the last 10 years. The district chose NDC's plan to develop a 60-unit rental apartment building. NDC revised that design considerably after listening on many occasions to the needs and desires of the community. In 2019, the ANC supported a 28 townhome ownership plan, which we have further reduced to 22 units to preserve the heritage trees on the site. COVID paused the project for nearly 2 years. When we re-engaged, our ANC commissioner informed us the parcel was designated historic. In the last year, our staff, as well as our design team, have worked closely with HPO, HAPS, the Historic Anacostia Preservation Society, and the ANC to incorporate important and substantial changes reflecting historic Anacostia design standards. Ahead of our presentation to you in December 2022, the ANC voted 5-1 to support these revisions. Your recommendations in December further enhanced the project context, resulting in a second and stronger vote, 6-1 this time, from the ANC in support of our project early this month. Some neighbors also provided written testimonial in support of the project, which we hope that you will consider. Now we'll turn it over to the design team to walk you through the revisions reflecting your recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. I'm Murphy Antoine, with a principal and architect and planner with Torty Gallison Partners. Can everybody hear me? So thank you, Chair Heath and the board for allowing us to present this afternoon. I'll go through the slide deck that Amanya started. Here you see the site plan that illustrates the 22 stacked townhouses and a courtyard configuration with one stick or one row of the townhomes facing High Street at the head of Maple View and another on the low side of the site facing Banger Street and the existing alley infrastructure. If you, one of the comments that we heard and heard in Amanya's report as well was illustrating some of the services and infrastructure pieces. So you can actually see condenser units for upper units on the terrace, the light terrace in this site plan, and for the lower units more in the courtyard on the backside. We've also illustrated the renewable energy photovoltaic solar panels on the roofs that we'll see a little bit in more detail in section, and also the trash pickup in the parking court. If we go to the next slide, you can see another version of the site plan. Perhaps the solar panels and condensers jump out at you a little bit more with the lighter footprint, but this really illustrates the condition of the heritage trees, both in their drip line and in their critical root zone. Those are the radii that you see in the circles, and the massing and placement of both the townhomes and some of their contributing elements, pulling back and staying out of those critical drip lines and root zones with a plan to root prune in the places that we're impacting. And one of the comments about the porches, which have been added as something we acknowledge and recognize as a contributing feature of the historic district, that the porches have been added. As Amanya mentioned, there are 3 units on the High Street Maple View where they are not placed, and you will see that in the elevation. You can also see that in this plan footprint. That is in direct response to the critical root zone and the trees and pulling away from those trees a bit. However, I think there are ways that we could respond with perhaps smaller stoops with shallower footings, perhaps more covered porch, and not the 2/3 length of the full facade. You can also see in this plan that the end units at the parking court side have been pulled back to be more in line with the front of their adjacent townhomes versus the more enclosed end of the courtyard that we had in an earlier version. We'll also see that in some of the massing and other moves later in the deck. If we go to the next slide, you can start to see some of the analysis that we have looked at, the contributing elements, both immediately adjacent to the project on High Street and Maple View, but also with the guidance of Amanya and others at the Office of Planning, some around the corner, call it, and the sort of the middle bottom image on W Street in the 1400 block of W Street southeast, which is close by to us, was a particular example that we had paid attention to and tried to incorporate into the design. Also, there's been a lot of discussion about the compatibility of attached units and perhaps mansard roof massing with the project. And you can see in the lower left a duplex set of homes immediately across High Street at the corner of High and Maple that are attached with a mansard roof form. If you go to the next slide, we can also see some other inspirations that we looked at in terms of precedents and context. And then we'll continue to the next slide, to how that has been applied to some of the things that we heard. So some of the comments we heard were porches are the prominent feature. We'll see in the elevations, and hopefully you started to see in the site plan that the porches have been added in every place where we didn't deem them impactful on the heritage trees. We saw bay windows in December and heard comments about some of the fenestration and that element. Those have been removed. We heard in December that some of the brick work that was used to distinguish one townhome set from another seemed inconsistent with the neighborhood context. All of the brick has been removed as a primary facade element. Brick only occurs at a water table base where the porches and the townhomes meet the ground. The end unit rhythm, this was in the site plan commentary I was making, that when they were close together at the parking court side, they seemed too far removed, too far set back from their neighbors, and so they had been pulled back. The question about the services, the HVAC units, the trash locations, and the solar panels, again, are now shown on the plan. I heard the comment about meters. So that is something that we will, as we work with our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineers and the utility systems, we will locate those meters as well. The porch elements will help us hide those if the service needs to come into the front. And if it's from the courtyard, we have decks and porches back there that could also help us shield some of that. The side elevation detailing that we saw in December was a little bit different from the front and from some of the other details. So we've responded to that. We'll see that in some of the elevations. And again, this 1400 block of W Street Southeast as a precedent was something we looked at very carefully, both in mass and detailing and materials and color selection, including adding details at the soffit, at the porches, at the window surrounds. So that's what we heard and how we have responded. I'd like to show you the visuals of that now. If we could just click through some of the sections and massing and elevation. So here's a site section through the courtyard. You're looking at High Street on the left side, the low end to Bangor on the right side. You can actually also see the solar panels up on top of that roof. That mansard roof form has been pulled to the front of both elevations. You can also see the porches and decks through that section, and the significant topography that we are accommodating both through the up and down units and the courtyards. We go to the next slide, you'll see a section of street view through section. So you can see the individuals and kind of a sight line up to the top of the mansards, illustrating that those photovoltaic panels and any of the roof structure are really not visible from the public right away. Continue on, start to see some of the massing. So here's an aerial context photo which shows the High Street site in the upper left of the image, and also the relative heights of the neighboring structures as they march up Mapleview. We go to the next slide. You just see some of the units, the down unit with the ground floor as a living level, with the primary or secondary bedrooms rather in the lower level. Stacked above that on the next slide is a similar unit with living level on what would be the second floor from the street, raised in an almost English basement kind of fashion, and then the upper secondary bedroom level tucked into the mansard roofs with a terrace that faces to the back to that private courtyard, private and shared by the 22 townhomes. On the next slide and in the next series, you'll start to see some of the more illustrative rendering perspectives. This is looking up Maple View to the series of the 6 stacked townhomes that you see here, and how they start to respond to grade both left to right in the image and down the hill as it tapers that way. You all can also see the additions of the porches on the left, and as was observed in the staff commentary, not included on the right side because of that large heritage tree. We continue through this series. You'll start to see looking down High Street towards the left. So this would be sort of at a right angle to what we were just looking at, and the series of townhomes marching down that base. You also start to see the brick base with the frame siding material above and color distinctions townhome to townhome. On the next slide, you start to see what that looks like on the back side, the Bangor side. So the Bangor Street side, again, similar strategy of distinguishing individual stacks of townhomes, but also distinguishing them from each other with the color strategy and the separations as grade marches up the hill. You also see the brick base and how that gets a little taller in certain places depending on the grade as support for the porch. On the next slide, maybe we'll just swing through these. You start to see some of the massing. In this slide, I think you really see how those end unit townhomes, which are on the left side, sort of in the forefront of the picture, facing the parking court, have been pulled to be better in alignment with their neighbors next door. And then that hyphen connection in between the white frame piece that is the amenity for the project and framing that courtyard. If you go to the next slide, I believe it looks at this massing from the high side of the courtyard, just sort of 180 degrees different, or maybe 135 degrees different from the view we were looking at. You can also see those photovoltaic panels up on the roof and the terraces facing the shared courtyard in the back. The next slide. Here's massing more from ground level, a street view at the parking court, and you start to see the end unit elevations and how those really distinguished from the December submission, the December discussion, really mimic and carry on the detail, both of the mansard massing and the eaves and the window detailing around that occurs on the front. So it's really much more consistent, and you can see that brick base again. The next slide, a view down into that shared courtyard that is closed on the high side by the retaining wall of the accommodates the grade, and on the low side with the back of the amenity. The next, more straight on elevations. This is the High Street elevation, where you get a more facade and elevational look of those individual pairs of stacked townhomes marching down High Street. Porches to the left, stoops to the right. And this is the alley elevation facing closer to Bangor. And then we got a couple of elevations from the end. It's facing the parking court. Go to the next one. This is the, again, the high side of the court side elevations of the ends. And on the next elevation section through the courtyard, you can see the amenity space to the left. This is going left to right up from the parking court through the shared private court to the high end, looking back towards High Street. And then on the next slide, it is the opposite section, looking towards the townhomes facing Bangor. If we'll go to the next. These are more detailed elevations of the front that start to speak to some of the eave and soffit and porch detailing, the brick base, and some of the material selections and call outs, including standing seam metal roof at the porch. I believe the next slide is getting close to the end with actual kind of photos of the material selections, both the brick base, color selections of the fiber cement frame siding, and some of the rubberized synthetic slate material that would be the roofing of the mansard, and then the cast stone details in the brick base. I think that might be the last one, but I'm not, yes. Thank you for your time, and I hope that answered a lot of the discussion that we had in December, and looking forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
I have one question for Murphy. Hi, Murphy. Any way to make that stair on that one end unit not as tall? Just seems like it's a lot of stair there on the alley side. Is it building's kind of like it's hard to vary the levels of the building to do that, but you can't come in the building and then go up, right?
Right. I think maybe one of these views, right? So I think that's something we should look at, Matt. That's a great comment. Is there a way to turn the stair even? I'm not sure that we can get it shorter, but is there
I'm
even...
a little confused though. I mean, is it the Alley View High Street? The PDF I'm looking at has a stair that comes down and then turns. Is that inside the courtyard?
That is probably inside the courtyard, so I don't know.
So this is what you'd see from the street, what you just showed me, right?
I think what we were just looking at is from the Bangor side, and then back one would be that's the Bangor side, and then maybe back another one that's inside the courtyard. Right, but they are where we're really tall. We really do need to get up those grades. But are there?
Yeah, no, I understand. It's a challenge with the building type and how it's been arranged. It's just that's the only comment I have. If there was a way to make some of those stairs somewhat shorter, I'm sure it would be useful. It's certainly not a deal breaker, but it would make it easier for the homeowners to navigate and things.
Sure.
Steve, I think it's page 8 of the PDF. Alley Street View High Street.
Yeah, there's a big stair that turns turns. Yeah. Seems to have gone away. See, I don't have the same PDF you do.
No, me either. Mine's a little different.
I don't know which PDF this one's dated February 9th.
I have updated February 16th, but ours don't have the PV on the roof either.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are dated March. These are the March 14th, which was an updated submission.
Okay, then I made some changes.
Wait a minute, hold on. March. Okay. Totally confused. Sorry. All right. Well, it seems to have gone away. It seems to have gone away from the one Murphy has. He magically made it go away. I don't know.
Yeah, it's previous edition. They did have it turning.
Yeah. It's in our package.
Well, if it's gone away, it's gone away.
Yeah.
Seems like it was there somewhere.
Is this the elevation you were looking at? The High Street courtyard?
No.
No.
In our package, it's page 11, 10 and 11 shows it, I think. What you're talking about, where the stair was an L.
10 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask what those sheets are labeled? Is it the courtyard elevation?
One says site aerial High Street, and the other one that's 10 and 9 says High Street. Well, no, it's
Bangor Street View.
It's 11. Yeah, it's 10 and 11, right? Bangor Street View. It's the only one where the stair comes out and turns, because there's so many risers there.
But it looks like they've resolved it.
Yeah, I mean, if you've resolved it, then the point is moot.
Well, if
it's gone, it's
well
gone.
taken though. Long
If it's
runs,
gone, that's great.
beds and risers.
Fine, but the issue's gone then. I was looking at something, it's confused because the PDF you were showing is different than the one we have in the file. So
But and I'm sorry, the photovoltaics, that was the most material change in the March 14th. And we wanted to make sure to illustrate those as a possibility. So we can make sure that that package gets distributed, but hopefully you got a sense of what the strategy is.
The only other comment I had was, and this is an extremely minor comment, is about choosing the colors carefully. That's all. It's always a tricky thing. They seem they seem a little tropical to me, but you know, whatever.
Maybe we were too literal in looking at our 1400 block of W Street around the corner, but I hear you.
It also looks like the windows on the dormers in the mansard are different.
They should be the same size.
It looks like some are double hung and some aren't.
They should all be 2/2 double hung.
Well, what you're, if
This
I
is
might,
the-
Mark
This is
Bombell,
the
what
rear
we're doing is-
elevation.
Oh, okay, so maybe that's the different. Oh, yeah. I think that's the difference.
On the rear elevation, one of the openings is a door to a terrace. On the front elevation, they're all double hung.
Okay, got it.
And any of the windows to a bedroom, the intent would be that they're similarly sized. They're a little taller on the ground floor to get a hierarchy there, but they should be the same.
Got it. Okay, yep, now I see that. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, we do have a number of people who have registered to testify. Several ANC commissioners. So Jamila White, I believe she's on.
I am. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Thursday. Was that my cue to go ahead and testify, or are you still calling
That
people?
is. Nope, yep, you're on.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, everyone, for having this hearing. I am Jamila White. I am the single member district commissioner for 8A05, in which this new development is located, and I'm also the chair of ANC 8A. The ANC has presented another letter of support for the revised drawings for this development. We just want to appreciate NDC continuous engagement with the community and continuously updating the drawings based on a lot of community feedback. And we believe that the drawings were strong in December and these ones look even better. We received a lot of feedback from various members of the community, some that are going to be residing directly adjacent to this property, some that are not some that are not residing directly adjacent, but within the vicinity, showing support. There has been some concerns, especially regarding transportation and traffic safety, very serious concerns that have been raised by several residents along Mountain View, 14th Street, Bangor Street, and those residing at Frederick Douglass Apartments, which was mentioned earlier, that we brought to the attention of the developer. One of the most concerning transportation and kind of traffic issues coming up is the alley at Bangor Street, where folks will be able to actually enter the property, and what additional traffic and safety concerns it's going to cause for already congested and semi-dangerous alley. And then also parking along 14th Street, Maple View. And it's already a kind of a dangerous intersection right there, and adding more residents and presumably vehicles will make that intersection more complicated. And so these are very real concerns that we do support and we are addressing with DDOT. We actually finally just got a date for another meeting with DDOT in the community to talk about what measures can be put in place for DDOT to make these two intersections more safe. And we appreciate the developers' willingness to work with DDOT in the community to make these safer. One of the things we did ask of this NDC was if they could create some type of cul-de-sac or turn or cut out so vehicles coming up and down Mapleview can come and turn and go back down the street. And that was something that has been requested. Many of the other concerns that were raised to us, some were around the architect, mainly the roof and what the roof looks like and why the buildings could not be separated. We understand that if they're detached houses, there won't be as many that will fit in that space, and understand why that's not possible for that site. And the other concerns that were raised to us were more around objecting to the project because of its affordability. However, that is not within the Historic Preservation Review Board protocols to determine whether a development should be affordable or not. And we do not believe that this determination should be made off whether the development is affordable or market rate, but whether it meets the merits of the Preservation Review Board. The ANC is very happy to support this development. We are looking forward to welcoming in new neighbors that have opportunities for wealth building, and we hope that you all will support this project as well. We believe that developer has done a lot and gone back and forth a lot and has tried as best as they can to accommodate all of the different requests. We do know that traffic and transportation safety is something that's still not resolved, but a lot of that is under the purview of DDOT and not the developer, that will be advocating and lobbying DDOT to ensure that the situation is improved and not create more harm with this development coming on. So we appreciate the board's time. We hope that you take our great weight seriously, and we are the voice of the community, the elected voice of the community. And just to remind everyone of that, ANC 8A has almost 17,000 residents in it. And so we are very much welcome to having a few more dozen join us. And I will finish my testimony. And I sent in another letter from the ANC yesterday to Imania. Imania, I'm so sorry. I thought I sent it last week, but it was sitting in my outbox. So I had to resend that to you yesterday. But ANC 8A has supported this development from the start. And I think we've submitted 3 or 4 letters altogether over the last 4 years.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see the newest letter. I trust you sent it to Amania, and it's
I'll re-forward it now. I'm on my email. I'll resend it now.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Commissioner White? All right. Just want to note for the board that the March 14th set of drawings has been added to Box. So the drawings that Steve has up on the screen right now, it shows up as a PowerPoint, but that will allow us to see exactly what's on screen. All right, so the next person that I have registered to speak is Commissioner Robin McKinney. Is Commissioner McKinney on? Or Commissioner Holly Muhammad?
I'm present.
Okay, all right. You can make your statement as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for having this hearing, although I think this format needs to change drastically. But I would like to say that I have been on ANC 8A for over 10 years. I'm now representing 8A03, and we have been supporting this project since they came to us. Before the historic Anacostia footprint was expanded, I did not support this expansion, and this is primarily why. Because it holds up development, which is highly needed in Ward 8. So these developers have been back and forth, back and forth. They've been over backwards, trying to please this handful of people that live over here and this handful of people that live over there to try to get this development approved. It's unfair to the community that needs new housing It's unfair to the developers. So I understand that the historic district wants things to look a certain way, but what I'm hearing with, can you remove a couple steps? Can you change the colors? That nitpicking has to stop because you're holding up development. And that's the same thing that's happening in the community in these historic areas when these developers go to this 4 and 5 people and this 4 and 5 people, when they should only have to come to the ANC that was elected to represent the community. They shouldn't have to be meeting with all these little small groups that say they have this power or that power. It's unfair to them. It holds the project up. And then you got all these people out here that need housing. It goes against just what the mayor is trying to do. So if you're in place to help the city get housing, then let's do that. There's other projects that right now are being held up by this Historic Preservation Review Board because of one thing or another. So I fully support this project. I have supported it. They've made 100 changes. Let's get this housing built so we can get some of these people in the housing that need to either get off the street or come back home. People are having to leave this city because there is no housing. And when it comes to transportation and, we're going to have more people, well, yes. If you increase density, which is part of the plan from Office of Planning, you're going to have more people. Which means what? You're going to have less parking. You're going to have more parking. You're going to have less parking space. So if you increase density, you should expect more people. If you're trying to build more housing, you should expect more people. And that is what we need in Ward 8. We need housing. So let's stop putting these developers on hold, sending them back and forth to get this change and that change. Let's look at their designs, be reasonable, and get this housing built. I support this project. I voted in support of it with my commissioners, and that is all I would like to say. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Does any board members have questions for Commissioner Mohammed?
No.
All right, okay. Did Commissioner McKinney join? Right, if not, then are Camille and Greta from HAPS on the line? Do you see them?
Greta and Camille are both on. I'm unmuting them. And I don't see the other commissioner yet, but I'm keeping an eye out.
Okay. All right. So Greta or Camille, you can decide who presents first.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't find my WebEx. It was something odd opened. Okay. Thank you for the meeting today. Thank you for hearing the testimony of Historic Anacostia Preservation Society. We write regarding the 2352 High Street revised concept design for construction of the 22-unit residential project on the vacant lot in Historic Anacostia. The staff report states an apartment complex occupied the site until 2014 when it was demolished. The staff report, however, failed to report that the apartment complex was a non-contributing structure. And from a community standpoint, when it was occupied and unoccupied, it was drug infested, crime-ridden, and the cause of community unrest. The latter part of my statement having nothing to do with historic preservation, but merely providing a history of what went on at the site. HAPS does not agree with portions of the staff report or the design presented by the developer. The main concern with the design are the massing, height, mansard roofs, the inability to create porches on each resident, unidentified solar panel placement on a high-profile site, and density in an area that would be better suited with Queen Anne-style houses with porches, home ownership, and yards that would create generational home ownership and wealth and symmetry with the surrounding streetscape. This section of the Griswold neighborhood mostly supports single-family detached homes, which are present both on High and Maple View Place with A-framed roofs and gables, not oversized row houses with mansard roofs that lack porches. HAPS also does not support the double gang dormers on the front of the properties on Maple View and High Street and the height of the structure. The dormers are oversized and out of sync with the dormers that you usually see on the historic homes in the historic district. The dormers and design of these structures appear to be mocking the non-contributing and oversized structures located at 2324 Shannon Place Southeast and 2413 Shannon Place Southeast that are out of place and overshadow the contributing structures on Shannon Place. If the height of the building is permitted as proposed today, it will bring the same discourse to High Street and Maple View as is brought to Shannon Place Southeast. And I ask that if you have a phone, that you go and you look at the building at 2324 Shannon Place and see the oversized dormers and the height of that building at the corner next to the two-story original existing townhomes on Shannon Place. The staff report also mentions the first and second floors will have Italianate style 2/2 windows, brackets and dentils, porches, and be clad in fiber cement siding, including the end units that were previously to be clad in brick. HAPS would prefer to see the continuation of detached single-family homes as mentioned before. However, if that is at all not possible, we might be in support of two-story Italianate style homes with 2/2 windows with the removal of the mansard roof and with wood siding on the facade. If the board does not agree with our suggestion of detached home ownership with Queen Anne style homes, which would keep with the characteristic and the landscape of the community on Maple View and High Street. The site is located on Maple View, a premier street in Anacostia. Front porches, side yards, set back along the street. Creating this development with the height and the mansard roof would disrupt the flow, the character, and the continuity of the streetscape in the Anacostia Historic District. It seems the developer is trying to push something that can't be achieved on the site. And the reason why I say this is because they've taken off the porches where they can't put the porches. So if you can't create a continual and a drawing that, a design that is compatible, then you might be out of scope of what you're trying to build. The same way that they built on another site in Ward 8. This same developer built 2620 Bowen Road Southeast, also known as Bowen Flats. It was a design that was squeezed into an unconventional shaped lot that was awkwardly designed and is unpleasant to look at. Approving this project would be the same disruption that was caused on Bowen Road. HAPS has not seen any revised plans of the solar panels on the roof and do not believe that the developer can achieve what they're trying to build. The board has several letters from the community, especially from Mapleview Place, opposing the design of the project with the mansard roofs. Camille is set to speak today, but we would ask that Camille step down and yield to Charles Wilson, who would like to speak for the residents of Mapleview and High Street, of which we've had many meetings. HAPS would also like to acknowledge the ANC's letter in support of the project, in which one of the commissioners who was against the project and who voted is a commissioner who represents most of historic Anacostia and understands the guidelines. Also, the ANC did not take a lot of time in the meeting to discuss or address the mansard roofs that we disagreed with or the height of the building. And as a member of HAPS, a resident on Mapleview, and a former single-member district commissioner where the site resides, I have firsthand knowledge of the buildings that were on that site before they were raised and before they were condemned. It took me 10 years to get them torn down and raised and to get rid of the crime that was on that site. Since that site has been empty, it's been a quiet, quaint street and changed the whole street, the two streets, High and Mapleview, how they operate, how the people interact on the street, the families that have moved in, the elders that have come outside, the children that now play in the street. I am not saying that building a new development on this site will disrupt that, but overbuilding or building without the characteristics of the historic district will surely disrupt the nature and the feel of the community. And that's why I have asked the board to deny the application with the mansard roofs. Consider Queen Anne detached homes or two-story Italian H-style homes with porches along every building on the front of Mapleview and High Street, and to make the dormers, well, the dormers wouldn't be there and wouldn't be as large. Thank you for your time and your attention and listening to HAPS. And I hope that you would allow Charles Wilson again to take the place of Camille Bergeon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Greta. Is Charles Wilson on the line and ready to make a statement?
Mr. Wilson, I moved you over. Yeah.
Yep. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For an
Good
opportunity
afternoon.
to speak on behalf of myself, my family who lives on Mapleview, and my neighbors. First, I do want to acknowledge the work that the developer has put into this project. Since we've had conversations, we have noticed some improvement. But there was a comment towards the end of the last hearing. One of the board members said this has an opportunity to be a home run of a project. And I totally agree with that. And in my opinion, it's just not there yet. And so I have some suggestions on how it can be a home run of a project. And many of them Greta has already articulated. So one, the homes on Mapleview and High Street, especially in this particular area, all have their own unique character. There are no cookie cutter houses there. They're all, for the most part, they're all single family detached homes with a front and side yard. And what the developer is proposing is very inconsistent with the Griswold addition of style houses on this side of the neighborhood. It's more in unison with the Uniontown portion of the neighborhood. And even the developer mentioned the houses on W Street, and these almost kind of mirror the houses on the 1600 block of U Street. The houses on this side of the neighborhood should be more Queen Anne style, as Greta mentioned. And of course, mansard roofs are not a prominent feature on this side of the neighborhood as well. And so I do believe like making these improvements will get us closer to a home run of a project. I do want, and I thank God that we expanded the district because it allows for a conversation on what is appropriate for this site. Without that, and we've seen it over and over again, prior to the expansion, neighbors didn't really have a voice. And so I appreciate the time of the board, the developer, and the neighbors and commissioners as well. So hopefully we can get closer to that home run of a project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions for perhaps either Ms. Fuller or Mr. Wilson? Okay. That's it for those who have registered to testify on this case. We have received the ANC's resolution that was discussed by Commissioner White. And we also received letters from Dave Johnson, Crystal Sebron, Terrence Hansford, and Sade Dunn. All of those are in the file, and the board has reviewed them. Great. I will turn back to the applicant for anything you'd like to add before the board deliberates. You're going to respond to testimony that you heard today, or make a closing.
We don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
I think if you wouldn't mind, it would be helpful. There are some very specific things that the historic Capitol Hill, the CHAPS group had listed, and it would be helpful to know if you looked at them, and in some of them it looks like you decided to adopt them and some of them you didn't. But if you could help us understand how that dialogue went and the interaction that you had with them, that would be helpful to us.
We've had several meetings with HAPS and also the ANC and the community to address both their comments made in the first hearing, as well as comments made in the first hearing from board members. We feel that the current design addresses most of their comments, with the exception of what we understand is an objection to the mansard roof, as well as the fact that it is not a detached housing. And we have been in contact with the HPO staff, and we understand that the mansard roof is in line with the design guidelines so far.
Okay. And if I could just add one thing, I don't know if it's like a clarification. I mean, this is a home ownership project. I think one of the HAPS members, I don't know, perhaps there's some ambiguity. We wanted to make sure this is a project for affordable home ownership.
And I'd just add that we have taken a historic district-wide look at the precedents and taken that response, and also taken that through conversation with staff, as opposed to an immediately across the street kind of look. And I would also point out, back in an earlier part of the presentation, immediately across the street is attached housing with mansard roof and dormers, and so it is not a there was a comment that it's not cookie cutter on Mapleview, but it's also not the same massing, distinction, and style. So we've done that as a district-wide look, as I said, historic district-wide look versus the immediate context, and we're really trying to balance the imperatives of the historic district with the need for affordable housing, with the need for home ownership, particularly in Ward 8, and with sustainability, I would say, in terms of the tree saves, which we do think of as a contributing legacy tree, as a historically contributing, which impacted the porches, and also the sustainability imperatives and the renewable energy represented by the photovoltaic panel. So we're really trying to balance all of these things. I know you have a specific purview, but that is our task in the design effort.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, then is the board ready to deliberate?
Yep.
So I'll ask you to turn on your cameras. All right. I think this concept has improved significantly with input from the board and community and staff. And I think it's really close. I think there are certainly some details that can continue to be refined. I'm not convinced that these need to be detached houses. Seeing in the package, and the applicant has cited the attached homes that are in close proximity to here. I also appreciate the fact that this allows for more housing, which is needed. I don't know if others have thoughts on the mansard roofs. Those don't bother me. I think they're nicely done. As are the windows, and I know Hap cited the Shannon Place. I was looking at that, and that is much more extreme. I think the dormers here are a better example of how to add windows into a mansard roof successfully. So I'm generally in support of this as it stands.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with you. I'm strongly in support of the project. I think it's very well designed. I didn't see it the first time around, so I'm sort of coming into it a little bit here. But I think for what it is, it has captured some of the essence of the neighborhood, I think, well, although it's obviously not a single family detached, but I think it will be very compatible with the neighborhood in terms of scale and how you approach it, and also, you know, the articulations they've made on the exterior. And I think in certain ways it's clever in that it is going to be both part of the neighborhood, but introduce something a little bit different. So it provides us both continuity and also something a little different. And I think that's a big plus. I do think, though, I feel somewhat compelled to respond to the ANC members' comments that we hold things up and we shouldn't get in the way of these projects. It is my feeling on the HPRB that everybody deserves good design, whether it's a modest neighborhood or not. And I think one of our roles is to make sure that everybody gets good design. And I think oftentimes, just for the ANC members' knowledge, we recommend projects for approval, but for further discussion with the Office of Planning on detailed things. We frequently take that as a position, because what we want to do is not hold things up for what I think were referred to as minuscule little details, but point them out so that they could work on final approval with staff. And I think that's part of our role here. And I think the board does a good job with that. But I think this project is ready. I think the things that have been talked about, they can work them out with staff. But it is something that I think is very strongly compatible with the area around it. It'll be a nice addition.
Madam Chair, may I just ask to see the view, not with this singular house, but the view with the entire project? I think there was.
Sure. There's an aerial.
Yeah.
Like slide 14, maybe. It's nice.
Yeah, that one is, yeah. Any of these are fine.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Yeah. I am torn. I'm torn. Gretchen, you should go.
You think that I'm not torn too?
Yeah.
I so there's an easy question that I have to ask of my colleagues here, and it shows in this elevation, but the entrance to the community center that's in the middle of the buildings, I wonder if that shouldn't be some kind of masonry or something that's part of so it reads like a garden wall or something, and not this white.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
I'd say that was probably the one piece that I didn't mention that stood out as not fitting
Yeah, it
well.
looks like it got kind of dropped in there, but Yeah, I
Even
think
if-
that would be.
Though it is an entrance to a public building, so it should have some demarcation.
Yeah, so finishing my thought, if maybe the piers were masonry and the window framing was white, something like that, just to make it feel like it's an opening in a garden wall or something like that. And I think they'll have a little bit better experience with durability if they use brick down at the grade rather than whatever the material. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head that's down there, but giving it a little more solidity. But you could have the white for the windows framing in there to give it an entrance feel, as Andrew was starting to say. For me, I don't know, maybe I don't know, it's really tricky with these mansards, and maybe it's just because of the color of them. But maybe if they were not dark black color in contrast with, because everything else is sort of this light sort of floral palette, or tropical, as Matt said, it has this sort of lighter feel to it that I understand the need for the mansard and how it works with the flow of the house. And there are a number of buildings within the historic district, although I think there's only one or two immediately adjacent that have this as an addition. It is something that has happened through time to these buildings. And I don't think pulling them back towards the courtyard would help. I think that would look more odd. I think where they are is probably appropriate, but maybe they need to be like, I don't know, not as strongly in contrast to the rest of the buildings in color. I don't know.
Do you think, Gretchen, part of it is when you look at these things from down on them, from isometric, they seem more prominent? I mean, I'm looking at a ground level view here on my screen, and I don't have the same, I can see where you're coming from. I just don't have the same reaction to the heaviness of them. I think that when there's more contrast between the color of the siding and the color of the
Like slide
mansard,
16,
right,
slide 16,
right, you
Steve.
tend to notice it more when there's more contrast.
Mhm.
So maybe that's something the architects could work out color palette wise and work with staff on. I'm looking at page.
I'm also putting up the synthetic slate, which I think is
which is a little softer.
It's a different color.
Yeah.
It has a very different effect than the dark black that you're seeing in the renderings.
Right. It's a lighter gray. I'm very familiar with that synthetic slate tile, and it definitely presents a lot lighter than what the renderings on the left are showing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, Gretchen. I think my issue with this is I actually don't like the design. I actually don't like it. And I'm struggling because I don't like it. Perhaps if this weren't in this color palette, I wouldn't feel so strongly. To be honest, just since we are in deliberation amongst board members, I don't know that I feel strongly enough about it to vote against it, but I don't like the design. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Martin.
I'm sorry, finish.
No.
I was going to ask you a question.
No, you go ahead.
Because
One of the probably focus me.
Yeah, one of the things I want to be careful about is to make sure we understand the context of your comment is what about this do you find incompatible?
Yeah,
that's where we want to focus.
Yeah.
Our comments.
I am swayed, and I'll be careful and deliberate about what I say. I find myself in agreement with the commentary from HAPS about the Queen Anne style. I don't want to use the term cookie cutter because I don't know that that's appropriate. But I feel like, or I think there is a better design for this that would be more compatible with the neighborhood, notwithstanding the fact that it was brought up that there is something similar across the street. I think there is a more compatible design. How was that? Yeah.
As a 3-story building on top of or because I agree this Italianate style is difficult to make 3 stories without starting to feel like a commercial building, right?
Yeah, it just,
Tricky with proportion.
you know what it is, Gretchen? It just, it doesn't seem thoughtful. It doesn't seem thoughtful.
Do you feel
Well-
that, because this view, you have, it's, I mean, it's still 3 stories, but there's
Yeah.
another view where the basement level reads even taller and
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if one is really pushing you over the top, or if even this view from High Street.
Yeah. I'll
Just
say,
move
I'll
off.
say this. Yeah, this view I don't think helps, and definitely to Matt's point, the aerial view definitely, it really doesn't help. Yeah, I like I said, it sounds like there's a consensus. I don't think my vote one way or the other is gonna be the determining vote here. I just don't find this thoughtful. That's all. I just don't find it thoughtful.
Could you put up,
In terms of compatibility.
could you put up slide 16, I think, on the latest package, Steve?
Yes, hold on.
It's a corner view from Banger Street. I think.
Yep.
You know, I think some of the one of the tricks in looking at works of architecture is not letting the drawings deceive you. And I think what you're never going to see the whole thing all at once. You're going to see it in snippets like this, which
Yeah.
I think is really important to understand with this project.
Yeah.
I also think they've done a nice job. Adding the porches helps a lot. But one thing on here that I think hasn't been talked about that I think is really praiseworthy is this really elaborate or very robust cornice there that gives detail of the building. And I think your eye's going to go to that cornice more than it goes to that mansard. I think that's how I read this building. You know, and I think that's why they've made it so deep, is because what they really want is that deep cornice so that it reads like a 2.5-story building. And the mansard is there, you know, it's going to be less of a big street wall and things. So I think there has been thought and thoughtful things. They're just kind of a little bit subtle here, I would argue. The porch, you know, adding porches is an expense, but it's also good for the street. You know, people can stay out on the porch and wave to their neighbors and things. And my understanding was that they didn't have that previously. In the places where they don't have porches, they have some issues with drip lines. And I think the comment that was made earlier about, well, why don't they have them on everything? Well, I think they explained that rather well. I think the materials they're using are quality materials in terms of, if I understand it correctly, the siding and the roof material and things like that. And also adding brick, these brick bases will give the buildings a very nice grounding to the sites.
Yeah.
You know, we shouldn't deceive ourselves into thinking that you're going to see all of these buildings all at once. I think they're composed reasonably well. I think they are compatible. I'm not going to get into whether I like it or not. You know, that's not the issue for me. The issue for me is whether or not I think it's compatible with what we understand the Anacostia Historic District to be. You know, points have been raised about the density of it and things, and then other points have been raised about needing housing. I think this project does a very good job of walking the line between an architectural character that's compatible, but bringing something new, which is perhaps a little bit more density to this particular site so we can have more housing in areas. It's not like building a 10-story building or even a 6 or 7-story building here. It's building a series of row houses, which you do find in Anacostia are interspersed with single family houses. You know, so I think there's been a lot of thoughtful work here. I think the simplicity of the design masks that a little bit, I would argue. You
Yeah.
know, there's things here that they have, I think, carefully thought about that are working in my view.
Yeah, I think the addition of the porches where they've been added and the cornice line, as you pointed out, Matt, make a big difference here for me. And go a long way toward making this compatible in my mind.
Yeah, I think, my sense is, I think it's ready for approval, and the things that can be worked out with staff can be worked out with staff. You know, I think this is gonna add a lot to that area of town.
Right.
I mean, I think the colors are problematic, by the way, but they can work, they can work that out, you know.
Yeah, that's easy.
That's the least of a problem there.
Yeah. Do you want to make a motion, Matt?
Yeah, I would motion to support the staff report and approve it.
All right,
Delegate it to staff for further development.
all right. I'll second it.
Do you think there's any other, I guess just going back to the comments that have been had about the Mansard, do you think there's any value to exploring even having them just be a little bit shorter? Because proportionately, when you look at them, even in this corner, they're equal to the first and second floor. Well, the second and third floor in the case of this blue building, but to make that feel more like an addition, because I'm kind of going around my head, like what if they were smaller and not visible? But I think given the topography of the site, it's impossible to have a third, an addition atop these buildings that's not visible. But maybe even just like 1 foot lower or something that lowers it just a little bit proportionately, so it feels like an attic addition. I was just looking at the section. We don't have any dimensions on the section.
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
But what if in the section it was, I guess it's 9'8" to the top of the structure from the floor. Each of the other floors is 10'8", so it's 1 foot lower. But maybe I don't know.
I could support that.
I think it would be an investigation worth doing.
Yeah, if staff could look at that maybe with them.
Staff could look at that with them, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be worth doing, I think.
Any further discussion? All right, then all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone oppose? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you to everyone for your participation on this.
Thank you.
We are well beyond the timing initially proposed for our lunch break, but we have reached the point at which we would take a break. Are you all okay with just taking a quick 15 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. All right.
I don't want to speak for everybody, but I am.
Okay. Hopefully you all snuck some food in or some snacks or something before now. So, all right, we'll be back. Thanks. Since we just took a quick 15-minute break, we should be ready to resume with the rest of our hearings this afternoon. Our next case is still in the Anacostia Historic District, now at 2420 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast. Is Amania on and ready to make your presentation?
I am.
Right, great.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone again. Imania Price with the Anacostia Historic District. This project address is 2420 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast. The owner, with plans by Square 134 Architects, seeks a concept review for an addition on a one-story contributing building along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, and the new construction and a new construction project on the adjacent parking lot. The property is located on the southern portion of Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, adjacent to an existing row of two-story contributing buildings and a six-story mixed-use property. This built in 2019. The mixed-use property was built before the historic Anacostia expansion district, which was finalized in 2021. The existing building was originally constructed in 1910 as a two-story building on two separate lots. The lots and buildings were later combined, and a two-story addition was constructed at the rear. The plans call for the construction of a four-story addition on the existing one-story building and a new five-story with a cellar on the vacant lot. This proposal calls for the demolition of 70 feet of the rear of the building, with the front 41 feet to remain. The ground floor entry and the ground floor retail entrance and the facade will remain with limited alteration. And the second and third story of the addition will be clad in brick and set back 18 feet from the front facade. The fourth floor will be clad in metal seam and with an additional setback of 7 feet. And then there will be a penthouse, which will be set back 50 feet from the front facade and clad in a lap siding. The new construction property will be set in around 6 feet from the property line with a raised landscaping planter along the front. The width of the front facade will be divided into two planes. And so the first plane is a four-story brick facade recessed from the street with the retail entry. And then the second is a three-story brick facade where the window above the raised planters. The windows in each of the components are varied, with casements in the recessed facade and double hungs in the other. The composition of the height and massing is successful in breaking down the new construction and balancing it with the five-story height between the historic one- and two-story buildings on one side and the large six-story building on the other side. The addition on the contributing building is set back from the front facade and is designed to relate to the pattern and scale of the neighboring historic brick structures. The massing of the four stories pulls away from the street and steps up at the rear, following the topography of the landscape, following Martin Luther King Avenue, which has a grade that goes up towards Talbot. The 2 to 3 bay design relates back to the historic two-building arrangement. In the front and the storefront openings will be retained with compatible alterations. The board has supported visible additions on small-scale commercial buildings in Anacostia where they provide a substantial setback, and the context supports the proposed height, as in the case here. The proposed concept additionally sets back the fourth floor, and the penthouse is proposed to be set back to be not visible from street view. However, as the design continues to be developed, HBO recommends lowering the height of the fourth floor and exploring an alternate material for the lap siding that is less graphic and smaller in scale. The proposed 5-story portion of the building has a composition that successfully layers the facade and stacks the 3- and 4-story facades on top of each other. The 3-story brick corner breaks away from the 1-story historic building with a recessed entryway, which is typical of historic Anacostia. The breakaway allows for the new construction to read as a separate and independent building, and the landscaping separates the pedestrian from the alley corner and screens the large areaways that are proposed. The use of masonry is appropriate and compatible and is a common material in the district. The use of panel and lap siding for the additional 4th and 5th and penthouse floor, excuse me, particularly for the size of the proposed of the mass proposed, raises greater compatibility concerns, and consideration should be given that the panels don't appear metallic or reflective in finish. And we propose maybe an alternate finish might be worthwhile. As the project continues to develop, HBO is recommending that the extent of the demolition to the historic building along its roof framing is identified and how the structure of the new construction will intersect with that building. The plan should also be developed to indicate how the structure of the additional floors will be worked into the existing buildings. And then the storefront restoration work and materials should be further detailed, including the storefront units and the awning. The awning is the one that's over top of the recessed entryway. Also, HPO is recognizing the community significance of the mural that is alongside of the side elevation of 2420. The mural has been featured on the wall since 2008, highlighting music, people, and culture of Anacostia, and we recommend the applicant work with Anacostia BID with their Anacostia Arts and Cultural District to develop a plan to incorporate this element into their project. HPO recommends the board support the general design of with the recommendations noted to be revised. And so I'll let the applicant walk through the project and still be available for comments and questions.
Thanks, Amadia. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, we are. Cesar Layden, the owner of the project, he was going to open up for us with just some brief notes.
Okay.
I am trying to start my video and hopefully it's working. Thank you very much for this opportunity and our time today. The purpose of the project, as Amania alluded to, is to adapt and reuse the contributing structure and the accompanying parking lot for 45 units of market rate apartments and inclusionary zone apartments, including as well as a 1,500 square foot retail area, which will be prioritized for Ward 8 residents or organizations. Our company is called Fate Ventures. We've been working in the district since 2011. This is our first project in historical Anacostia, but we have other projects in the district, including Brentwood and Petworth. We're very concerned and we have been very dedicated to engaging with the community since we purchased the property, since basically April 2022, almost a year, including Anacostia BID around the retail area, as well as the Talbot Community Association, which is supportive of this project, and obviously HAPS as well. This accumulated in a unanimous approval from the ANC, which I believe the Preservation Board has their letter of support, which we received in February. Again, thank you for this time, and I'll turn it over to Christine.
Great, thank you so much, Cesar, for that introduction. My name is Christine Proudfoot. I'm the project manager for 2420 MLK Junior Avenue Southeast, and I am with Spur 134 Architects. Thank you, members of the board and everybody else who's on here today. We are so excited to present this project to you and can't wait to get on with questions for the dialogue after my presentation. So again, just quickly, we're asking for conceptual approval today, and we look forward to your thoughts at the end of this. Next slide, please. So to take you to our immediate vicinity and where we are in terms of the Anacostia Historic District, as you can see on the left, the red dot is where our project site is. We are, as Amanya mentioned, we are within the expanded area of the historic district in 2021. So we're just on the southwestern side, and we're approximately, we're less than half a mile from the Anacostia Metro on the south side of the MLK corridor. If you look adjacent to that on the existing site aerial, our site is outlined in the orange, and number 1 is where we are. And you can see this, Google Earth photo predates today. We've got the construction of the bridge at number 7, the 6-story building adjacent to our property on the south side that Amanda mentioned. And also there's an existing contributing single story on the opposite side. And then numbers 8 and 3 are 2 DCPS properties. Number 3 is the Thurgood Marshall Academy. It is a really beautiful old neoclassical building, 50 feet tall to the top of the ridge of the portico, and it has a large, substantial renovation in the back. Number 8, directly across from our property, is the DCPS pre-K through 6 Savoy Elementary School, which is 2 stories on MLK at the street, but it bumps up to 3 stories at the rear of the property. And behind us, there is a 15-foot public alley, but I'll touch on that at the site plan. Next slide, please. So to bring you to our immediate context and what the existing building looks like, if you look at number 1, the 2 doors in the storefront is the existing single-story contributing building that is the one in question on our site, and there's an empty parking lot that separates where that building ends to the new facade of the bridge. And you can see in slide 2, the mural wall that staff had mentioned. I'll note on that later once we get through the plans and talk to you about how we're thinking of engaging and making that an opportunity area for the project. Next slide, please. And then just some other context views to locate us in the space. You'll see some of those existing contributing buildings on picture 4. They're 2-story. They've got dormers, gables. They've got really great parapet gables that suggest this really interesting rhythm that the street begins to, the block specifically, it begins to have. And then you can sort of see the tip of the bridge on that street view as well. And then moving to picture 2, there's a more recent capturing of where we are on the corner looking north towards the bridge. The intersection that's just beyond that it's a busy, very active site. There's 2 DCPS properties, there's a metro, it's at the corner of 5 streets. So we foresee a lot of motion, a lot of activity, and that's something that we were trying to optimize when we were thinking about site planning. Next slide. And here you see the Thurgood Marshall Academy and some of the other existing Georgian neoclassical sort of Art Deco buildings that exist along MLK. So there are 1- and 2-story contributing buildings, but there's definitely a vast array of building styles that were added in a later area that contribute to how we were thinking about materializing our project. Next slide. And specifically, this is the Gateway project at the corner of MLK and Good Hope. The lower, the 2 pictures on the left side, the top and the bottom, you can see the view that I have on the bottom is facing Good Hope. And this was an example that OP pointed to as having an addition on an existing small scale single-story structure that proposed to breaking down the mass subtly, using regular openings, punch windows, masonry, etc. So we were looking at that as we were developing. Okay, sure. Next slide, please. And I won't touch on this. We just put this in the presentation just so that we are clear on the narrative and where we are in the communication timeline. As Caesar said earlier, we have been involved with OP and staff since August of 2022, and we've had several iterations. You can see some of the earlier massive studies that we had done with OP in terms of the best way to make the most compatible addition for both the neighborhood and the streetscape. Next slide. So this is our existing site plan. I'm not turned it, so we've got page north now and south. And now you can see on the, and like Amanda said, there were two lots that were now, there were two lots within the existing contributing structure that were turned into one. And you'll see the existing contributing structure, there's a front portion that is 1 story. There's another addition that was added at a later date, and then a third addition that was added after that, that is 2 stories at the rear of the site. And I think you can see that better axiometrically as you move from the front at MLK to the rear, it does slope up. However, the existing contributing structure we felt is really that single portion that has the same dimensions from as the smaller contributing building adjacent to it at 2418. The site itself is 150 feet long. It abuts a public alley directly behind it. And the grade change is very significant from front to back. I'll talk about that when we get to the section. And the existing contributing building is around 40 feet. The width of the site is about 93.2 inches. Next slide, please. And this is our current plan for selective demolition. What we're trying to do is to keep as much of the significant streetscape elements that we can along MLK and also retain the existing extents of the original contributing structure and building back and up. Next slide, please. And this is our current plan, which I'll talk to you in stages. And then as we go through the other plans, it might become more clear. So you can see almost immediately that it's bifurcated by the setbacks that are occurring on the original existing structure. And then on the other side, the new addition is the mass is still projecting forward, but still, taking a subsidiary to the existing contributing building that's there. In terms of site access, we have got our residential entry and the tenant entry all coming directly off the center on MLK. There was some earlier conversations about where to position the entry relative to, are we going to separate residential or tenants? We decided to co-locate them together on MLK. And then you'll see we have parking at the back of the site that is within compliance with the number of units and the proximity to the metro. One thing you'll note is, Amanya touched on this, we have a couple of reasons why we decided to create a side yard for us along the page north and south of the property that's 8'6" wide. It allows us to get a lot of light and air into those units that are flanking that site, but also it does create a strong and deliberate break from the 6-story building at the bridge that we think was the right move in order to make a very clear distinction that, we're going to come down in scale, we're going to literally separate from it and then stagger and layer the massing as you experience the site. Next slide, please. And then just quickly walking through the plans, we have a good unit mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms. It is only 1 and 2 bedrooms, mostly 1 bedrooms, a few 2s on each floor. That are larger and more substantial. And you'll see on the first floor plan, the existing contributing building will become future tenant space at about 1,500 square feet. And going back to the mural wall that we saw earlier, that's something that was something that OP mentioned as being an opportunity area for the project. And we were hoping to engage the Anacostia Bid or Anacostia Community of the Arts, whomever, to keep that wall so that, maybe there's an opportunity for it to become a future wall in the lobby or have, also simultaneously be part of the future tenant space so that we have that access in a public way within the future tenant space, but also privatized within the lobby. There's also, you'll note at the first floor, our residential entry, like Amanya mentioned, is we are setting back from the original contributing structure. So there's also an opportunity for that mural space to become activated just outside of the residential entry as well. Next slide, please. And we have more, you'll see here at the second story, you can see the setback called out here on the drawings. We are 22 feet 11 on top of the existing building from the property line, and we're approximately 17 foot 8 from the front face of the facade. And that allows us to have a very significant setback, but the majority of the mass on the new construction side is pushed forward. Next slide, please. And then we further have our setbacks at the fourth story. We're coming back an additional 7 foot, approximately 7 foot, I think it's 7'6". I have it somewhere. I think it's on the section. It's 7'6" from the outside face of the third floor and the second floor on the contributing structure. And then the penthouse shrinks accordingly due to setbacks and requirements. Next slide, please. So this is a great diagrammatic section showing through the existing portion of the contributing structure that shows you exactly we're within the zoning regulations for building height. Our setbacks are quite, I would argue, quite substantial on the existing, structure. This is something that we worked with OP on. What is the right setback off of the contributing structure, and this is the number we arrived at, and then further setback at the fourth story on the existing contributing structure to really have a 2-story reading. Another thing to note here is that I've drawn the line of the existing grade just so that it's very clear that their site from front to back is almost 15 feet grade differential. So I think actually in some ways this does help us out because directly behind the site are the RF1 zones. It's a smaller, quieter neighborhood directly behind us. And this works to our advantage because the perspective you'll see is a 2-story structure. So this actually works well in our favor, and I think it helps our argument why we're proposing this height. Next slide, please. And zoomed out, a very diagrammatic section showing our building relative to the property lines, parking at the second floor of the alley, and the Savoy Elementary campus directly across from our site. Next slide, please. And this is the street elevation. Some things, obviously being within a historic district, we wanted to make sure that we were doing a good job documenting all of the original details and keeping within, so that we can keep within the rhythms and the, datums that are on the site. You'll see the bridge is on the page right, and the smaller single-story existing contributing structure is on real adjacent to us at 2418, and then it starts the 2-story contributing buildings. I also will note there is I called out at 2408. There's the addition that was proposed by Ryan McGee and his firm not so long ago that was granted concept approval. Is only 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks away from our property. Next slide, please. So delving deeper into the primary facade, this was an ongoing conversation with OP, and we were keen to use all the materials that we found on the block in the theme corridor, including brick, metal panel, and using double hung windows and using appropriate cornice detailing, appropriate header and sill detailing that was found. So the composition itself, I think, is simple in its detailing, but it's very complex in its massing. And I think it hopefully successfully layers both halves or more or less of the site. On the left-hand side of the project, you can see that very clear 2-bay rhythm in the original existing contributing building that we're scaling up and translating into 2 bays within the second and third story. And we're breaking that at the fourth to keep the rhythm very clear and differentiate between 3-story and the metal behind it. On the opposite side, we have these 2 planes splitting up the majority of the new construction. One takes on a really regular 3-story double hung windows, appropriate detailing that's similar to some of the other existing contributing buildings on the street. And then the plane behind it, where the residential entry is below it, is more casement windows, brick detailing. This has an emphasis on verticality. And we were thinking about that in context of some of the earlier Art Deco elements that are present further along down the corridor. So we were thinking it could be really interesting to use that as a language to further break up the site. Next slide, please. And then as we turn the corner, this facade is along the side yard. And so it's very active. It's where the majority of the units have their window wall. And we're going to continue the brick all the way to about, it looks like a little bit more than a third. And that line is not quite ambiguous, but we're bringing it to the existing courtyard of the bridge so that we're acknowledging, the courtyard space. And we're continuing the masonry far enough along down that side yard so that it would be, you wouldn't see the fiber cement panel from the street. And the fiber cement panel that would continue to the right of that line in a horizontal pattern as it goes around the site. And you'll see the lap siding of the penthouse at number 6. Next slide, please. And this is the opposite elevation. Again, we'd be continuing the brick, number 2, the brick masonry, all the way into the interior courtyard that we've created, and continuing the standing seam to the middle of the site, just for continuity. Next slide, please. And this is the section on, the elevation detail on the left is through the existing, the portion of the building that is on top of the existing contributing structure. And the portion on the right is through the new construction portion of the project. And you'll see, I don't have to go through all of these. We're trying to use the materials that are already present along MLK, precast banding, double hung windows, soldier force details, and keep their proportions of the fenestration so that it is compatible with the rest of the streetscape at MLK. On the right, the more contemporary portion, we anticipate having a larger metal storefront for the residential entry, a metal canopy. However, we were okay with using a solution like that because the plane itself is so far recessed from the existing building that we thought it was appropriate. Next slide. And the kind of zoomed out bird's eye aerial of the site showing really the emphasis on the setbacks coming back from the street. You'll see the planter, and it's not in public space, but a planter that is actually part of our property as it wraps around relative to the other buildings around it. Next slide, please. And these next few slides are to visualize the experience of the pedestrian on MLK, because I think that's very important. It's something that was emphasized through, via HAPS, the ANC. This street is, people are very reticent to, have a very tall street wall. I think that having it, single story, 2 or 3 story street wall is important to a lot of the stakeholders on the street so as to not create a tunnel effect. So I think by pushing the setbacks out so much, you've got a really dynamic facade, especially at the pedestrian level as you're coming around and experiencing the site itself. And you'll see we have Thurgood Marshall Academy that you can see on the right, and then a portion of the Savoy Elementary School directly across the street. Next slide. And I think the next 2 or 3 slides, I believe, are just different viewpoints of how you would experience the building from eye level as you're walking around. So just highlighting the dynamism of the composition, and it's very, we think it's simple and rational, but it's not the case. And I think the last one right there, and you can just keep buzzing through. Next slide. Is there not a next slide? Oh, thank you. So we just we had these in mind when we were thinking about elevated contemporary brick detailing, not something the strategies that we would use to make a deeper facade with interesting, simple, interesting rhythms that could be compatible as a whole across the entire structure. And then last slide, I believe. Thank you. A rendering. So we are right now. We are still sussing out the colors and ideas about the material palette and where we're going to go in terms of the color. I believe that there's going to be, there's going to be a lot of red clay brick. There might be some gray, tan, beige brick in our future. OP has suggested, this is something that we are excited to talk to the staff about and deliberate about, because I think that the nuance in the color selection will really affect how we tie the building together, if we're going to differentiate those 4 sections or if we're going to treat them as a whole. And then another thing that OPM product is, maybe the metal seaming is not too reflective. And so to be careful about the materiality choice for that was something we were working on doing. Anyway, thank you all for your time. This concludes my presentation. We look forward to hearing from those people, those community members, stakeholders, and members of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. A couple of questions. You, as you said, the massing of this concept is pretty complicated. Can you just talk about how you came to this massing? Can you just talk about that in a little bit more detail?
Sure. Yeah. So I think it was really it was a conversation with those in our office, and then those on the project and those at OP, and really it was difficult to not think of the site as very bifurcated, having an empty lot and then an existing over and addition building. And I think what guided the massing initially was how far we were going to set back from the existing contributing building, because there were iterations where we set back 12 feet, but it was the entirety of the site. And what would that look like? What would that feel like at the streetscape? And so we decided, what, we're going to lean into this a little bit and let there be an interesting, I guess, dichotomy between the existing portion and then the new portion, but front load as much of the new portion as we could while still being respectful to the first plane, the existing contributing building. That answers your question.
Okay, and then you showed some brick detailing in, maybe it was the previous slide or just 2 slides before this. Right, so how are you incorporating some of this richness in the detailing of your masonry? Is there anything, because a lot of these are really beautifully executed, but it's hard to see. I know you're still very early in design, but it's hard to see how this carries into or influences what you've proposed.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, like you said, we're really early in the design right now. We're at the concept stage. These are right now, I would say that we are mindful of some of these details, especially when we were putting together the conceptual set. We haven't incorporated any of these yet necessarily, but we will be mindful of them as we move forward in the design. Especially, I really I love some of the detailing in the bottom right, where you have the metal panel and then you have that recessed every other solder coursing with a large precast header. It's really subtle, but we were thinking about, while we were gathering precedents, we were thinking about some of these as we were moving forward.
Questions from board members? Any questions?
So could you just go back through that last rendering you showed and just tell us what the materials are in the rendering?
Yep.
I'm mistaken, it's the slide after this one.
Yep. Yeah, you're correct. The primary, I'll wait until it's up, but the primary facade.
Which is the primary facade?
MLK. MLK is the primary facade.
MLK, but there's 3 facades on MLK.
Right, but the entirety of the let me see.
Steve, is it Steve or Moira who's driving now?
Sorry, that was me. I was on the phone.
Oh, got it. Okay.
What was the question?
Can you advance to the
Advance
last?
it one, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the one that's rendered, yeah, that one. Yeah.
Sure. So everything that you see, with the exception of the metal paneling over the 2-story addition The grayish color is a little bit muddy. That's metal paneling. And then if you're moving from the back of the building up to all the rest of it is brick, with the exception of the small dark gray piece above the metal canopy, that would be stone.
Right. And is there some larger principle of facades in this area that's driving this composition? I guess I'm asking a similar thing to what Marnique was sort of asking, but in a different way, I guess. Is there, I mean, I know you all talked internally and thought it looked right, but is there something else about the context that's driving this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was important to, to hold that 3-story on the right-hand side, the light brick color. I think it was really important to hold the proportions of that 3-story portion of the facade, rather, because that was something that was seen in the 3-story contributing buildings of the block. And then to have another piece that kind of knitted between that portion and the existing, the addition over the existing contributing building to yeah.
No, sorry, Christine. The 3-story piece, you could also have made that 4-story piece come out to where the 3-story piece is and then set back the 3rd floor too, 4th floor, right?
Sure. Yeah, we're under FAR and under lot occupancy. We could have brought it forward, but I do think that because they're, like some of the earlier homes along the historic district, there's varying roof lines, there's really interesting parapet details that I know that doesn't necessarily translate into the massing per se, but there seems to be this pull of different types of, different styles. And we thought that we could manifest that by having a very layered facade and then further break down, the reading of the street wall to keep it 2 stories, 3 stories.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Matt, just also chiming in on the OP side, we were also looking a lot at trying to ensure that there was verticality to some of these pieces, that they didn't end up looking too squat. Just given the proportions of that vacant site, we were concerned that something that was only 3 stories, given the width, would look kind of squat. So that was part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, I guess one of my concerns is it looks like there's a lot of different facade ideas in one place.
Yeah.
There. And it just seems like, somebody started collecting facades and stacking them up there, and I'm wondering if there's a way, well, maybe we'll get into this in deliberation, but did you look at a way that the one behind the 1-story piece is perhaps less of an issue because you're trying to give space to that. But did you all look at ways to integrate the 3-story piece and the 4-story piece? Because the window proportions are different. The idea of the surface is different. The 3-story piece is largely one material, whereas you have a balance of the piece behind that. It has a certain thickness to it, which is different than the piece behind it. I mean, was there ever a sort of version of this where those things perhaps were more of one family? Because they look like neighbors that aren't related, but they're not of the same family. Did you ever look at that?
Yeah, I think that we, there were several iterations months ago, but I'm sure that we did think about that and were mindful of that as we were coming up with the idea. I do, I do think that there's perhaps one material more than there should be. But that is something that we are eager to talk to staff about and deliberate with. I think part of the problem too is that the rendering itself is making the boxes or the volumes or whatever you want to call them that much more pronounced. Whereas if it was all rendered in the same color, I think that the richness and the depth of the facade would be easier to read, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Other questions from board members? All right. We do have HAPS registered to speak on this application, as well as members of the ANC. So is Commissioner White still with us? See if she's on.
I know she had to jump off a bit ago, so I'm not sure she's
Okay.
gonna be
I
available.
re-added Commissioner White. She's sending a chat saying, can she have 5 minutes? Could we come back to her?
Sure. Yep, we can definitely come back to her. So that's a good opportunity, assuming Commissioner McKinney is not on. Is that right?
Still have not seen them.
Okay, so then let's hear from HAPS. Greta, and is it Charles Wilson again?
No, Camille.
Camille. Oh, Camille's on. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, this is Greta speaking for Historic Anacostia Preservation Society. I'll try not to take up a lot of your time. This has been a long day for all of us. But we do want to get this developer in to see what they've come up, what they proposed. First of all, we'd like to thank the developer for coming to the community and speaking to HAPS about this project. And we do support new construction and revision and rehabilitation of existing historic buildings in Anacostia to support housing and mixed use, retail, etc. As Amania said in her statement, the property is adjacent to an existing row of two-story contributing buildings and a 6-story non-contributing structure built in 2019 before the expansion of Anacostia's historic district. HAPS has reviewed the application and design submitted by the developer and disagrees with the plan for the construction of a 4-story addition on the existing 1-story building and a new 5-story with a cellular building on the vacant lot. Furthermore, HAPS does not support the findings and recommendations of some of the items in the staff report. HAPS agrees with the description as stated in the staff report, a 1-story structure, and I'll take that back. I'll take that one back. HAPS disagrees with the staff report in the evaluation section that states the composition of height and massing is successful in breaking down the new construction and balancing its 5-story height between the historic 1- to 2-story buildings and one side with the large 6-story building on the, wait a minute, sorry. With the large, my computer just messed up. Okay, with the large 6-story building on the other side. And I won't read the rest of what the evaluation section said from the staff report. But first, I'd like to say, HAP does not agree that the design of 2420 MLK should consider a non-contributing 6-story structure outside of the historic district and guidelines for massing. If this site had been the 6-story site had been a part of Anacostia's historic district, the height and massing that you see today would probably not be as you see it. So we should not be balancing 2420 with a 6-story non-contributing structure that actually overshadows and dwarfs the true historic Thurgood Marshall Charter School at the corner of Howard Road and MLK, directly across the street from the property called the Bridge. And the Thurgood Marshall School is actually a contributing structure. HAPS also believes if we are to look at balancing the street massing, we should instead look at Thurgood Marshall, Savoy Elementary, and even the contributing structure at the corner next to the 6-story building that was once known as the Dr. Calvin W. Rolark Building is located at 2500 MLK. Even the developer, when he developed the 6-story building, he owns that site as well, did not destroy the 2-story contributing structure, but left it in its place and simply rehabbed the facade with windows and made the entrance to that structure ADA compliant. So there is a 2-story structure on the opposite side of this newly built 6-story building, which means that something compatible could be built in the historic district on the opposite side, on where 2420 is. It also seems to Hamps that the Office of Planning is losing sight for what Anacastia's historic district is what it really means, and that is really a bedroom community. It mainly consists of low-scale buildings and narrow streets and narrow sidewalks. This is the charm of the neighborhood and what makes it unique. It simply was not meant to support the large-scale buildings that we're getting proposed today, visually or physically. HAPS does not agree with the evaluation section of the staff report that also addresses the setback of the 4th and 5th floors. The Anacostia guidelines state contributing commercial buildings in the historic district are rarely more than 1 or 2 stories in height, and new construction should generally be no more than 1 story shorter or taller than buildings in the existing streetscape. Therefore, the massing on the contributing structure and the addition on the new building should be compatible and complement the historic structures that exist in the vicinity, like Thurgood Marshall, Savoy Elementary, the Dr. Calvin W. Rolark, or 2500 MLK, and actually the historic structures from the corner of Talbot Street, which is the 2400 block. HAPS agrees, however, with the evaluation section of the staff report that addresses the materials, specifically the clapboard siding. And we request that clapboard siding be denied and avoided altogether. Furthermore, the number of materials proposed give the feeling of a hodgepodge or patch quilt design that distracts from defining the character of the structure and what they're actually trying to do here. The structure should gently become a part and enhance the historic district rather than create a look that expresses a structure in a newly created neighborhood. We don't support not knowing what they are trying to design. The facade is just not articulating or speaking in a comprehensive manner. We also believe that it's not clear what materials and the patterns that they're going to use on front. And as Mr. Bell said, because I kind of wrote the same thing, I'm not quite sure what design they want for the facade. None of us are quite sure what they want. And to close with my statement, I went back to a book that I found called The Old Anacostia, Washington, D.C., a study of community preservation resources that was done by the University of Maryland back in 1975, with funds, by the way, provided by a grant from the District of Columbia to support the old Anacostia and why it should be preserved and granted historic status. And I also went back to the Urban Land Trust study provided in 2010, of which I was a part of in partnership with the Department of Housing and Community Development. And both of these projects, both of these studies, some 35 years apart, make it very clear, and I quote from the old Anacostia book, that old Anacostia has a positive and readily identifiable character. This cohesive quality is apparent in the extant physical evidence of a pleasant and remarkably intact, low density, late 19th century architectural type community. It is also reflected in the general attitude of the people who live in the community that have the same feeling that this is a low density community with shops and buildings of housing to support the needs of the residents within the community. And I quote from the ULI study in their market potential section of the report. The rents that could be achieved in the area simply do not support higher cost concrete high-rise construction. So buildings would be of a wood frame construction building, over ground floor retail and parking with low density. The buildings could be broken up to look like a series of smaller buildings in order to match the scale of the neighborhood. And if you would like to see those studies, I do have them. Overall, the reports say over and over, this is a low density community, and has asked that you deny these fourth and fifth stories that are taken away from the character of the neighborhood. However, we do support new construction growth in our community. Thank you for your time and your listening.
Thank you. And Camille?
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Yes, so I will be very brief. I think Greta has been very comprehensive. I think, we have concern, of course, with the massing, and I think Greta has been very, clear. I think I just want to, on the material, I think, one thing we're very happy is the use of bricks. I think for buildings, in this area, and typically, that would be even a compatible building and may end up being 2-3 stories, we'll see, but brick is really appropriate. We have precedent with Gateway 1 and now Gateway 2, so I think we really like that. And more concern again is the use of lap siding, which is going to be visible on the side and on the 5th floor. So, so as we proceed, I think we would very much to reach an agreement that for a construction here, it should be brick, an addition brick, and anything that would be compatible with that type of materials. So please no fiber cement, please no lap siding. It doesn't look good on big buildings. We have seen that in the historic district. So thank you very much. I think Greta has already said a lot. So thanks.
Okay. Any questions for HAPS from the board? I have a question for the applicant. What we see here is masonry brick, primarily with metal panel. Where is the shiplap siding? Is that still a part of the concept? Is it at the rear?
Sure. So we have lap siding that is occurring at the penthouse story. And then we also have it, if you go back to the east elevation and the west elevation. So along the side yard, the intention is to have fiber cement panel approximately 50 feet back from the front of the property line. And then on the opposite side, on the east elevation, it would be brick to the courtyard, and then we would transition into a lap siding on the side, on the party wall.
Okay, so hearing staff's comments about materials and HAPS's comments about materials, how would you respond with how you'd how you'd propose to move forward? Are you open to eliminating those materials they've asked?
Of course. Absolutely. I think that is something that we are still reconciling as we move forward on these iterations. It was a primary concern to establish a material palette, establish the massing and the setbacks, and then, have 3 materials that we were going to work with. I think that we'd be totally open to changing some of the materiality that isn't brick, especially the metal panel. I'm not quite sure if that works very well. And then, coming to something that's more compatible with what HAPS is saying and what, the members of the board have questioned and made clear. Absolutely.
And I'm sure you had conversations with HAPS during your meetings about the height.
Right. Yeah, and I would just like to clarify, the height, we're building a 4-story plus penthouse structure. And then also, if the DC zoning 3D map was correct, and by my best guess, the top ridge of the portico at Thurgood Marshall Academy is indeed 50 feet tall. And that is opposite left of our property. So I do think that there's an argument for that density, notwithstanding the bridge.
Okay. Great. Is Commissioner White ready to speak? I want to make sure we don't miss her.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us again. Thanks to Greta and Camille for their advocacy, continuous advocacy on behalf of the community. ANC 8A in February also voted to support this mixed-use development. With the understanding that the developer will be dedicating the retail space for local retail opportunities and participating in the inclusionary zoning program. The ANC would like to see many of the recommendations that HAPS has suggested regarding material use to be taken into consideration by the developer, and look forward to seeing updated design with that additional material use and other changes that the HAPS and the board has recommended. We do believe that this development can be approved, and you all will be able to successfully work with the developer to make these changes so that there is not a delay or a large delay in this process. And that is it on behalf of the ANC. Thank you very much. Let me know if you have any questions.
I do have a question for you, because one of the things that we have struggled with a number of projects that have come to us recently in this historic district is the proposed density, and particularly the height. And we've heard from Greta and Camille on this, but I'd like to hear your perspective on how much density and height there is specific to this concept, and whether you feel it's, and how the ANC felt generally, not just you, but how the ANC felt about this being compatible.
Yeah, the vote was a 6-1 vote for this site. And the ANC has not, this current ANC, we are a new commission. We had a new term that started over in 2023 with 2 new commissioners. So since we have a new commission, we have not had a conversation specifically on density within the business district. However, that is something we are planning to have, and hoping to invite our council member, the Anacostia bid, and some other planning department folks to have a more holistic conversation. So I can only speak, to very personally. I believe in a mixed use community, wanting to see Anacostia as the heart of Ward 8. It is our big business district. I'm not sure if you all know, but Anacostia Business District is the highest concentration of Black businesses in DC. So we are very much vested and interested in nurturing this business district, growing this business district, and keeping it inclusive, and seeing a very healthy use of local small businesses along with some external businesses that will come in and support. And so we know that in order to get more opportunities for businesses, not just to come in entrepreneurs that exist to have opportunities, because we don't just want, we want a healthy mix with lots of local ownership and not everything coming in and leaving, extracting. But we realize that in order for businesses to stay, they're going to need customers and they're going to need other resources. And we just saw one of our long-term Black businesses leave our historic district, one of the businesses that had been here for 10 years. And so personally, I believe that we can develop this business district equitably and inclusively to have a mixture of density that's appropriate, and looking at the block, kind of block by block. I know that we will never be, and we don't want to be, a Navy Yard. It won't get to anything like that, but we will have to have some density in areas where there's not now, in order to accommodate the space requirements that we have and that we quite frankly need, and also the opportunity to mix residential with retail. And that's something that we're committed to, one, to address the housing crisis, but also public safety. Quite frankly, we need a business district that has people that live there at night and not just people there during the day. And so we are, Commissioner McKinney and myself, as the main kind of commissioners with the business district, with the rest of the ANC, will be having those conversations over this next year to really look at it equitably and understand like what that means for everyone, including the folks that live adjacent on Good Hope Road, MLK, and then also the greater Ward 8, because we know that this is the gateway, MLK gateway, right, into the rest of Ward 8. And so it's going to be a big question, because there's so many more developments that's going to be happening on Good Hope Road over the next year, that are going to be coming to you all. And I can list those off if you don't even have a list of them now. So we know that there's going to need to be a healthy balance and looking at it kind of block by block. There is a development, that for the laundry, not the laundromat, that we did not approve as a commission. We were not in support of a 7-story building at that corner. So like I said, it needs to be more of a holistic conversation and something that includes many different sectors of the community. And I know that we can reach a happy medium where people feel comfortable. We're not going to all get what we want, but something that we know will allow our community to grow internally and also welcome external investment, so that we can have some type of economy and not just a social services kind of poverty driven economy that we have now.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's helpful.
Yeah,
Any
very.
other
Yeah, I have a question of
Sure.
the architect. The new building next door to the bridge, what's going on at the ground level of that building? Are they having retail there?
Yeah, I believe the plan is for retail right now. It's a big long storefront, and then adjacent to our property is the ramp down to parking. So it's parking
Down to
and
parking.
storefront. Mhm.
Does that explain why you put the planter there and no retail in that location? Because
Yeah,
of the
I think we wanted to keep the retail to, 1,500 square feet within the existing contributing building, and then the planter is a great buffer. It keeps people out of the side yard that we've proposed, and it also screens them. It adds a little bit of privacy, and I think it would be a great venue, or avenue rather, for activating the street at the pedestrian scale.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, there was no one else registered to speak on this application, so does the applicant have anything you'd like to add before the board deliberates?
No, I don't believe I have anything to add. Thank you guys again for this time, and we look forward to your deliberation.
Okay. Great.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Is the board ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask board members to turn on their cameras. Would anyone like to start?
I'm happy to start. I think there's a lot of rationality in the moves that are being proposed here. for me though, it's a pretty small building, and I find that there's like, you know, a facade too far. You know, there's like this 3-story piece and the 4-story piece behind. I don't have a problem with the height. I could imagine that. I don't know. The bridge next door is quite large. Maybe that piece, for my purposes, I'm not sure I would think a 4-story piece is so inappropriate there. But the fact that they're so conceptually different, the 3-story piece and the 4-story piece, it really doesn't add up for me yet. You know, I think I understand what you're trying to do. I think you need to find a way to do it that integrates, in particular, the 3 and the 4-story piece up front a little bit more, or even that the language of the whole thing ought to be maybe one language that somehow gets articulated. Right now, it's, you know, it's a lot of moves per square inch, and it's a lot packed in there, and I think it looks a little bit like the little 3-story piece is velcroed onto the 4-story piece, and I don't think that's a happy situation. But I think I understand what they're trying to do. It's rational, but I think what I'm looking for is a little bit more unity in the whole thing.
Mm. Yeah, I would agree with that. The 3-story piece continues to bother me. It feels like it's trying to be a bay, but it's not.
Yes.
And yeah, and it is probably the one move that could simplify this whole massing concept. If it were just a part of the 4-story, even if it's stepped, but still making it 4 stories.
I'd rather, you know, Marnique, I think it would be useful to them. I would have a problem with the whole thing being 4 stories where the 3-story building piece is.
Right, yeah,
You
that's
know,
what I was saying.
and have the vertical stripes there, and that's okay, and you're done with it. You know, I think a 4-story transition from the bridge building next door down to 3 stories and 1 story, to me, makes some sense. You know, the planter, again, it's rational. You know, I worry a little bit that it's a little bit out of character with the you know, the ANC member was just articulating what they're trying to do in Anacostia and attract businesses and things. And I just wonder if there isn't a better solution for a small storefront for a business in there that you just, the planters, you know, it's a very different read here. And this area does have some vibrancy relative to commercial enterprises.
I'd add the comp plan. This is a tricky spot because the comp plan shows this side of the street of MLK between Suitland and Talbert is very high density commercial and very high density residential. And then as soon as you cross Talbert, it goes down to medium.
Sure.
So there's this big transition that happens when you cross Talbert. So, and it's responding, I think, to the bridge and its presence there too. But I agree with Matt and your comments, Marnique, that I think just overall, there's a building that could go here. It needs to be a calmer backdrop building to these little boutique 1-story buildings. It just needs to simplify and calm down in terms of design and number of planes and detail and materials. Just needs to simplify itself.
And that said, I think I agree with you, Gretchen. That said, I like the building with the stripes.
Yeah.
It's got some character there. I mean, I think that you could really build upon that.
I actually like the 2-story facade above the historic buildings. I think it has the appropriate level of detail. It's just that combined with the stripes next to it and then the 3-story that is just all too much as a composition. So there's some nice things here. I just think you're trying to do all the things. So
like when you go to the buffet and you try a little bit of everything that looks good. more than you
Yeah,
physically manage.
it's like you're trying to pack the suitcase with too much stuff.
Yeah,
And
just needs to calm down.
if it calms down, and I think it becomes simpler, easier to detail and things. The language of the buildings, those two taller pieces, I think are kind of nice and potentially nice.
Yeah, so I think we're saying very similar things. What I would say is that we ask the applicant to come back to us addressing the comments that they've heard today. And, you know, I think the board has been shifting more in the direction that's in keeping with the intentions of the comp plan with regard to density. Thank you, Gretchen, for addressing that specifically, but I do think that this is one of the things that we need to keep in mind as we look at new proposals in certain parts of Anacostia and the Historic District. There will be more height, there will be more density, and how can we do it or help it happen in a way that still maintains the historic character of the district. So I say all of that to say I'm in support of the height. I think the massing needs a little bit more cleanup or simplicity, and certainly the materials do as well. But yeah, I'd ask that the applicant come back to us.
I also wanted to mention that I really liked hearing the ANC talk about needing the community to get together to talk about this. It seems to me that you know, it's where these things, where the comp plan transitions from high density to mid density or residential to commercial. Those kind of things need to be talked through. And there are things I think that could help be improved in the guidelines through that dialogue, right? There'll be some give and take that'll settle out. But approach so little boutique buildings like these single story ones are not sort of lost in the shuffle in the importance that they have for historic Anacostia. And then also working to provide a variety of types and environments for retail spaces to encourage local businesses and Black businesses and residents to be able to live and continue to live in this neighborhood, so that there's not an outflux of people as there's an influx of new people who live here and do business, but there's a continuity to the community. So I appreciate that the ANC brought that up, and I would be excited to hear more about the planning for that kind of dialogue.
You know, one other point, if I could add, Chair Heath, you know, Anacostia, we've seen several projects from Anacostia. We see more and more of them all the time. You know, I think there is perhaps on the part of the historic Annapolis or Anacostia folks, a kind of automatic setting that if it's not like what's existing there, we can't have it. And I would encourage those folks to really sort of look at ways in which buildings that might be a little bit bigger and offered more residential opportunities could be compatible to the neighborhood. I think this is a case where this building is, you know, it's big at one level compared to some of the things that are there. But I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues, and certainly I believe it myself, there are ways to make this compatible with what's there. And I would encourage, you know, our folks in historic Anacostia to have those conversations as well. What does it mean when things are a little bit bigger, but we want them still to be compatible?
Great. All right. Any other comments from the board? Okay, then thank you for your presentation today, and we look forward to seeing this come back to us.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
All right. Shifting to Georgetown Historic District, our next application is at 3321 to 3323 Q Street Northwest. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Great.
I hope you can hear me. I apologize again for my technical difficulties this morning. I'm proud to say that things only got much, much worse, so now I'm on a different computer. The applicant represents a property owner who would like to build a in-ground pool in the rear yard, which on the face of it seems like a simple thing. In-ground pool on a property surrounded by fences and buildings, typically no problem. There are two problems, however, here. One is that at least the property owner feels that the proposed pool will not fit comfortably within the rear yard that now exists, given the size of the yard and the size of the pool. So the idea is to use a portion of the neighbor's rear yard, which is quite large, for this pool. And in fact, to place it, the initial idea is to place it entirely in the rear yard of 3323. And typically it requires some kind of accommodation. In this case, the proposal is for a subdivision to remove a portion of the rear yard and to join it to that of 3321. Of course, the Commission of Fine Arts has not reviewed the project because it's not visible from public space, public thoroughfare, and of course the issue of subdivision is reserved to the review of this board, and the Commission does not have jurisdiction over subdivisions. So that's why it's before you. Let me go a little bit farther into the subdivision. We identified a problem in terms of the size of the area to be taken from 3323, that if that size piece were taken out of it, it would leave a lot that is non-compliant with zoning in terms of minimum lot size. So what you have before you is a proposed plat in concept, but we feel that the final version of whatever the subdivision is going to necessarily be a smaller piece taken from the rear of the of 3323. But while ideally we'd want to have the sort of final solution established at this point, we thought it important to get before you for another reason, which is the second issue. The excavation of the pool would take place on a block that is known to have human remains from a defunct cemetery. And so, even if staff cleared at a permit for a pool, thinking that there's nothing incompatible about that, the applicant and the owner would likely end up in a situation where human remains may be uncovered. I am going to turn the discussion of that issue over to the city archaeologist, my colleague, Dr. Ruth Tricoli. But I want to sort of finish setting up the subdivision issue. We believe that, as I said, that the actual plat is going to change and the amount going to be diminished and possibly even handled in a way that avoids subdivision entirely, perhaps with an easement or something like that. I've told you the reasons why we want to get it in front of you. But what I'm asking for in regard to the subdivision is that the board support up to or less than the amount of area shown on the plat you have. And with that said, I will turn it over to Dr. Tricoli if she's available.
Everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you. This is an unusual and sensitive project. Both addresses span an identified 19th century cemetery designated archaeological site 51 Northwest 272. The owners are aware of the situation and we did speak to them about it. Over the last 60 years, nearly 30 burials were discovered during construction activities along the 3300 block of Q Street. Archaeologically speaking, the extant houses were built over this former cemetery. The houses all date from 1869 and later, and the last information we have on the cemetery dates from the 1830s. The cemetery is poorly documented in the historical record. It is a formal cemetery. It's a formal burial ground with orderly rows of coffins with an east-west orientation. That is, the heads were to the west and the feet were to the east. This is an eligible archaeological site. There is potential, I should also say that some of the recovered individuals are of African descent, and that's based on physical anthropological examination, and some of that is still ongoing. We also know that this cemetery was already present and pressed into use for victims of the 1832 cholera pandemic, and we know that from contemporary newspaper accounts. There is potential for intact and even disturbed burials and funerary objects on these lots. The rear yards, however, across the block have been graded by several feet to create level backyards because it was a fairly sloped property to begin with, the whole square. Therefore, it is unclear whether intact burials are still present on this particular property, and regardless, phased archaeological investigations are warranted before any ground disturbing activities occur. We are recommending a full suite of remote sensing, and their non-destructive techniques, including ground penetrating radar, electrical conductivity, and magnetometer survey. And then that would be followed by ground truthing the results, either manually or mechanically. This would provide information to the property owners and allow them to determine if they can avoid sensitive areas. And then if disinterment is considered necessary, we would work with them again to develop a work plan for that operation. As I said, it's sensitive, but we would work with them closely and their archaeological consultants, and all the work would follow district guidelines, and we would work with other involved district agencies as necessary. We are committed to working with the applicant for this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant ready to make your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Hi, thank you to the board and to the staff for holding in there with us today. My name is Colleen Healy. I have a firm in Washington, D.C. called Colleen Healy Architecture. I'm here representing the owners of 3321 who are looking to purchase the lot at 3323 and do a subdivision, which, as Tim mentioned, may end up more of an easement situation as we've gotten sort of further into the zoning regulations for both properties. We are working with Cass and David Landsman on that process currently. And so we've had some really great conversations with Ruth to really understand what we're getting into here. I mean, obviously, we are very, very open to working with her on this project. The homeowners have lived at this house for over a decade at 3321, and so they are aware of what has been found on their neighbors' sites and kind of what they're getting into, and they are committed financially to working through that. To just talk a little bit more about the pool itself. So you are on Q Street here. We're across from Volta Park. Wisconsin Avenue, obviously, along the side to the east As Ruth mentioned, the lot used to slope pretty heavily from Dent Place behind all the way down to Volta Park, and some of those lots have been leveled off over time. So there is the thought that if anything is found, at least on the southern side of that block, that it would be fairly close to the surface. And obviously, we're not talking about a basement or anything like that. We are talking about a pool which probably has a maximum of 6 to 7 feet, even all the way down to the bottom. So if we can go to the next slide. Yep. So 3323, you can see here, does have an addition on the back of it. Or sorry, 3321 does have an addition on the back of it currently. Again, that is my client's house. And then the lot to the left is the 3323 house, which has been fairly untouched over a very long time. My clients are actually very helpful to their neighbor in terms of helping to clean up debris and trash and sort of help maintain that site, yard work and things like that when needed. And so they are in negotiations with their neighbor to purchase the full lot. At this point, there are not any plans for development of the 3323 lot, besides probably bringing it up to it's in a little bit of disrepair. So sort of bringing it up in terms of its curb appeal and other things, and debris. And so their plan is to, on the lot of 3323, put in a at-grade pool. We have had talks about whether or not, if anything was found, would it be better to do than an above grade pool. But at this point, we are planning to do at grade. So if you look through, I guess, can you go to the next slide? We have a few views just. So obviously the spacing is fairly tight here on this block in Georgetown. There are a few view corridors through the buildings. And you can sort of see we've labeled here view A, B, C, and D. You really have very little visibility back to this pool. There will probably need to be a fence constructed around the pool. Right now, you actually can't get through because there's a fence. I think there is not a fence, I think, currently on view A between 3323 and the building to the left of that. So there may need to be a fence sort of in the backyard there. But again, we're just trying to get to the point where the subdivision is approved and the pool is approved so that my clients can really feel comfortable purchasing the lot. Let's see if you go to the next slide. Yeah. And so then these are some of the views from inside of the 3321 house, looking towards the backyard of the 3323 lot. And then looking at the sort of developed backyard of 3321. Obviously the fence would come down in between the 2 yards, and in the future there, we may discuss these 2 sheds that are on the back of the property and whether those could be turned into an exercise room or a sort of pool storage shed or something like that. But that's not something that we've developed. Again, they do not own the property yet. So that may be something that we would come back to you for at another time. And then there was the question of whether or not you could see anything from Dent Place, because there is a gap in between some of the buildings off of Dent Place. And so we also provided that view. You can see the back of the homeowner's house just at the very top, but over top of the fence, but nothing at grade. Because again, everything sort of slopes back to the south towards Volta Park. And then this shows our initial proposal. So this was really before we met with zoning. In the time since this was submitted, which was about 2.5 months ago, we have met with Mamadou over at zoning. We have a letter sort of saying that we could do the subdivision and then create an easement to start to accommodate the pool, and that pending a full survey, which after this meeting we may release, but the full survey, topographic survey, has not been done yet. So this is just based off of records and an initial observation. So so that's kind of where we are right now. But you can see the 3323 lot. We would propose creating a little bit more breathing room for the 3321 house. Their entrance is actually on the side. So as you come down this sort of narrow alley right now, sort of parting between the two buildings, their entrance is, their door is in the side facing east. And so it would be nice for them to be able to welcome people sort of back into the backyard without going through the house. And so this little jog is sort of for that proposal. Again, we're not at this time proposing anything for the two sheds that are in the back currently. So, and I think that's it. And then there's just sort of showing the two. This is actually an older slide. We took off the renovation of the existing structures for this proposal. So.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members?
Yeah, I just have a basic one, Ms. Healy, just so I'm understanding this. It relates to preservation, but 3321 is owned by your clients, right?
Correct. Yeah, they've lived there for, I think, 12 years. They lived there for a long time and have made, yeah, they did not make the addition on the back of it. That was done before they purchased it. They've made some interior renovations, but yeah.
Okay. And so when you're talking about yet to buy the lot, you're talking about the subdivided part that would join to their lot?
No, I'm talking about all of 3323.
Oh, so they're buying the entire neighboring lot?
Yes, yes.
And so they would own both properties and both lots. And did you look at an easement of any kind? So
we have, yeah, we have, and that may be where we end up. That may be where we end up based on what we found in zoning. So, but I think, we went for the subdivision because this was submitted sort of 2 rounds ago. And so at that point, we were definitely thinking of a subdivision. It may be that it works out best to do an easement, but they may still do a subdivision and then an easement. Like, I think what might be proposed right now with David from Cass is actually to do both. So to do the subdivision and then have the pool be over a portion of the easement, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, one of the ideas that staff had thrown out there was possibly turning the pool 90 degrees so that it's in the rear yard of both properties, and then then 3323 might have more of a rear yard. It could even involve, pushing it farther north, even if that means demolition of the sheds, which date to the 1940s. It's a thought. And I apologize if this is not sort of fully baked, but we wanted to, if this ended up being merely an easement, then it would be an issue that might not come before the board, and we wanted to get on the record the issue of the possible human remains.
Mm-hmm.
So we do want the board to express whatever level of support it feels for the idea of subdivision. I think as we've heard, it's going to be 3323 is going to end up with a larger lot than is shown here, because it just can't be reduced under the subdivision regulations. It has to conform with zoning, and that would leave it too short of minimum lot area.
Yeah, because it's semi-detached.
But and one other issue, Ms. Healy mentioned that of course pools have fences, so that even if a subdivision or an easement are in one sense merely imaginary lines, they have consequences on the ground. And having to fence the pool means that in whatever sense, 3323 is going to have a barrier between it and at least a portion of its former rear yard. So that's something to take into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think that was the only sort of question that's ever been expressed about this project was whether or not there was sort of enough lot left for this building anymore. And it is one of the wider lots already on, you know, not the widest, obviously, but it's almost twice the size of the one that the homeowners have currently. So I think just in terms of sort of the way that the lots in Georgetown go, you know, we sort of still felt that, I mean, that it was still a fairly viable lot. Obviously, but zoning wise, we would have to conform to that. And given that it's not like we're cutting off alley access because it already didn't have it, that was one of the things that I think, you know, propelled zoning to not really see an issue with it too, so.
One detail I think that we would prefer, I think is more compatible from a subdivision point of view is if you look at the L shape of kind of both buildings, but the addition added to 3321 some years ago extends from side lot line to side lot line. A choice, I guess, of enclosing more space versus being able to easily walk around the house on your own property. And so this subdivision sort of anticipates extending the lot westward so that one could still have circulation around them, or could regain circulation around the building. You know, I think it would be more compatible if we could avoid that jog that comes behind 3323. And I think actually the fact that any subdivision is probably going to be for a diminished area, I think that might just achieve it. I think that access might have to be gained to the pool area from the back of 3321.
Okay.
Any other questions from board members?
It's kind of a zoning question, so Tim, you can tell me, not in our purview, but I'm wondering, with the size of the lot that's proposed for 3323, will they have too much, is there room for them to do any kind of modification to their home or their property or is it already at that scale? Will they be exceeding FAR? I was just going to the zoning map to see what it was zoned there.
They're okay with rear yard, but I think they would be, but I think the first problem is that you just can't create I mean, not in a straightforward record lot subdivision, a lot that small in this zone. Okay, so it would be deficient, I don't know, probably by at least 1,000 square feet.
Right.
It depends on how zoning decides to treat this as a wholly detached house or as a partially attached house or whatever. They get into some you know.
Right.
But I think you may be, but I think that if you treat it as a detached house, I think they're sort of out of lot occupancy that's available to them for
Yeah, so right now, Tim, I'm just going through. So David, it's a semi-detached because the property line is along the east side. So so they have to revise it to be 3,000 square feet minimum, and that's what it would need to go to. And so it does make it a little bit larger than the footprint that we've shown. Yeah.
Because it's R20 there, and in R20 it says the minimum lot area is 4,000 square feet. So that's interesting. Huh.
But I think this is semi-detached.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. This is something that I rely on my consultants for.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so
I think that answers all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so he does say the subject property is in the R20 zone. And then the other thing is obviously we need to maintain the 25-foot rear yard setback on the 3323 lot. So that's one of the factors.
Any other questions? Okay, we don't have anybody registered to speak on this application, so if there aren't any questions, is the board ready to deliberate? Right.
I'll start.
Go ahead, Gretchen.
You might have more zoning depth than I do, Marnique, from BZA experience. But to me, it seems sort of unusual to have this conversation in Georgetown, the neighborhood of irregular lots. You know, we've got so many cases where suddenly we find a lot that's like gridlocked amongst lots and within an alley or something like that to do that. In this area, there's so many, the lots are so regular. The issue that and the reason I was asking about the easement is I was wondering if that would be a feasible way to go, because I think that it provides this creates an unusual constraint or a unique constraint on this 3323 property, because I know the minimum lot area would have to be 3,000 square feet, but we're also talking about lot occupancy and opportunity for development and growth that they might have. And I wonder if there is no way to either split the lots more equally in the back once you pass the building on 3321. There's not another way to do that that doesn't create what might be considered a hardship on 3323. But from a preservation perspective, I think if you look at the block, the lots are all these long, narrow lots of varying thicknesses, but having this configuration would be unique and I think not compatible with the historic district.
I'm struggling with this one too. Anyone else have any? If an easement were possible, then we'd just,
we wouldn't be here.
Right.
But even like, let's say they would go 5 feet off the back of 3321 and jog the line over to make the lot work so they could have the pool behind the 3321 house. The rear yard would change. There'd be some kind of easement for the existing shed, probably, or since it sounds like they're likely to consider demolishing or changing that, maybe maybe there's something else that could work without compromising the homes that are fronting Q Street, right? Because I think this shaped lot really puts a constraint on any kind of addition or future developability of Q Street because of the 40% lot area coverage. And if they're already at the minimum lot area, it really sets, the house is the house is the house. Well, they can't go up.
Right.
They can't go forward.
I don't know if I would have to give it.
This is our deliberation.
Oh, sorry.
Your opportunity to speak, unfortunately.
Sorry, Ms. Healy, we didn't tell you that.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think I tend to agree with you, Gretchen. It's just a weird issue, right? It's a weird issue, and it's well, maybe I shouldn't say that. It's a weird issue. It's an even more interesting solution, because the thing is, these houses, the owners stay with them for some period of time, but certainly not forever. And so at some point this will change hands, and then you have this interesting situation that 2 new homeowners are buying into. And I just, I don't know that this is the appropriate solution. So I tend to, for multiple different reasons, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, then guess we could just deny this. I can make a motion to deny this application. The applicant certainly can come back with another proposal. But it sounds like that's the direction that we're, at least the majority of us right now are leaning towards. So I will make a motion that we deny the concept.
I'd second that.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, the motion carries. All right, thank you all. Out of animation from the applicant.
No, am I allowed to ask anything?
You can talk to staff. Great.
But there was no.
All right, so the next application is in the Shaw Historic District, 1515 9th Street Northwest. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Just rearranging some of my windows on my tiny screen. Okay, here we go. My name is Brendan Meyer, the Historic Preservation Specialist and Staff Reviewer for the Shaw Historic District for the Historic Preservation Office. This case is case number 23-215 for the property address of 1515 9th Street Northwest. The applicant is the owner, Blue Ridge 1515 9th Street LLC, and the owner seeks concept approval to demolish a non-contributing building and construct a new 6-story plus penthouse building at 1515 9th Street. Plans were prepared by Monarch Urban. The current property is a wide lot which hosts a low non-contributing building that has a side parking lot with a curb cut to the street. The site straddles really 2 areas of distinctly different buildings in terms of height and date of construction. To the south, below P Street, is a series of recent contemporary 8 and 9-story buildings along 9th Street, along this side of 9th Street, the east side of 9th Street, and also over 1 block down 8th Street is another spine, so to speak, of tall contemporary buildings. Together, this group of buildings, many of which the board has reviewed, some of which the board has not reviewed because we're really in an area where the historic district, we're at the historic district border. The buildings together create a distinct sense of scale and place with the tall modern buildings. North of the site, and a little cluster just south of the site, but primarily north of this site is a solid context of low, small historic buildings that contribute and make up the character of the historic district, of the Shaw Historic District. Amongst these historic buildings, there's no one uniform style. Styles, materials, even row house types are substantially varied. But they're generally low, 2-story and 3-story, and have a very small scale to them. To be brief, I'm going to skip summarizing the concept design and leave that for the applicant to present, and we'll jump ahead my staff report to our evaluation and recommendation as an office. The concept generally succeeds at a difficult task of bridging 2 different contexts. Both the context of the tall modern buildings and the low historic buildings. But some aspects of the front facade need further attention. concept would introduce a large building among smaller historic buildings. That's true. While recent new construction in this vicinity has created a nearby context of large buildings, the site is nestled amongst smaller historic buildings as well. The front facade proposed is broken down into sections that can be read as individual quote unquote buildings, which relate to the height of the immediate neighbors. By breaking down the large building into these smaller components, you kind of break down the scale of the facade. The effect is tested to its limit by making these quote unquote building sections 5 stories instead of a more compatible 4 stories tall, since the purpose of doing this would be to fit in with the 2- and 3-story context of the historic buildings. Breaking them down to 5 stories is close and almost not enough. But in a final assessment, the office thought that the dimensions of these building sections match the scale of the historic historic neighbors. And that was mostly because if you did lower these sections, these quote unquote building sections, if you lowered it from 5 stories to 4 stories in order to get them closer to the height of the historic buildings, what would happen is you would conversely increase the prominence of the main block of the building, which backdrops the facade. And that would expose that part of the building to more prominence within the historic district. Whereas right now, the main block of the proposal kind of sits back and behind and is secondary to the frontage created by the building sections of the front elevation. The concept uses fenestration successfully to bridge the small scale of the historic buildings and the large scale of the new building itself. Rough openings in the masonry are sized proportionally to the overall building that they'd be part of, while the individual windows and panels within the openings are proportional to the smaller windows of the historic buildings next to the property. Where the concept is least successful and incompatible is at the street level, specifically. While the modern buildings to the south and the historic buildings on either side of this site are different in height, the one feature these 2 building types hold in common is the rhythm of doors, storefronts, and entrances which engage the street. Rather than replicating this rhythm, this concept instead would erect a barrier of raised areaways that disengage from the street. The areaways and first floor street frontage of the concept should be revised to match the pedestrian scale and rhythm of openings, which has been established by the historic buildings and also continued by the large modern buildings that also adapt to this rhythm, which the board has approved previously. Final note is that the quality and clarity of the concept drawings is commendable, but the choice of perspective views is telling somewhat. All views presented tilt to look southwards so that the proposed building compares with the other large buildings in that direction. That's quite a favorable view. I don't blame them for rendering it that way. However, absent is any view northwards, which would show the board how this concept will compare with the lower roof lines of the historic buildings to the north. This relationship is important. The board's deliberation may not be complete until the applicant develops and shares with the board views of the proposed building looking north along 9th Street, showing how it compares to the historic buildings immediately to the north. So in conclusion, the recommendation, the HPO recommends that the review board find the general concept to be compatible with the character of the historic district, but that revisions are needed for the first floor and areaways, and that additional renderings are needed showing the new building in context with the row houses to the north, and that the project should return to the board for further review when ready. Thank you. I'll remain online and I will be available for questions if the board has any. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan. Is the applicant ready to present?
I am. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nick Jesse, principal at Monarch Urban, who is sponsoring the project. And I'm actually an ANC 2G resident where the site is located. Today, we're presenting the concept design for 1515 9th Street Northwest, which was prepared by our architects, Kevin and Asako Sperry of Casa Architects. Next slide, please. The site is located on the east side of 9th Street Northwest between P and Q. It sits directly across from the historic Shiloh Baptist Church. And as Brendan noted in his staff report, it also falls within a portion of the Shaw Historic District that has experienced significant growth over the past few years, including a number of larger residential buildings that were reviewed by HPRB. Next slide, please. Here's just a slightly more narrow view of the neighborhood in plan. Next slide. And here we have some aerial views of the existing non-contributing two-story commercial structure and the adjacent surface parking lot that constitute the entirety of the parcel. Additionally, even though the aerials are slightly dated, you can begin to see some of the broader context, including Shiloh across 9th Street. Next slide, please. Now we're seeing the immediate streetscape context across the top of the page and a few photographs illustrating the larger scale of new construction buildings to the south of the site and a series of 2- and 3-story row homes and commercial structures to the north. Next slide, please. Here we've provided some documentation of the existing non-contributing 1950s commercial structure. Next slide. So now I'll get into the meat of the proposed design. We're proposing a new construction for sale multifamily building that, as the staff report notes, is really a concept in 3 primary parts. So the first is a 3-story volume to the north of the site that contains the primary entry for the building. The second are 2 5-story vertical volumes that face onto the property line. And finally, the building steps up to a 6-story volume behind the other structures. The design intent was really to create a mature, stately, not too loud building that is very refined in its detailing, and we'll show that on some further slides. I think the key element from this perspective is really the northern facade of the 6-story mass. So with that piece, we were able to pull that facade off of the property line by 15 feet, which allowed for 2 kind of prominent design moves to occur. So the first of which is that you get a 3-story entry volume with no additional backdrop that allows us to emphasize that transition and scale that was mentioned to the north. And second, because of the setback, we were able to successfully incorporate a really significant amount of glazing into the north face of the design. So we don't view that as a side wall of a building, but really see it as an additional primary facade because of the visibility that it will have coming south along 9th Street. Next slide, please. So here we have a view of the building entry and the streetscape along 9th Street. You'll notice a rhythm of 2-story window expressions with metal detailing that informs the language of the entry doors and a column of balconies between the 2 5-story volumes. Additionally, we do have English basement residential units, which are very typical along these blocks of 9th Street. And so they do have associated areaways that are detailed in a similar fashion to the remainder of the building. Next slide, please. Here we have a view from further to the north, which allows for an overall perspective of the primary facades and additional context of some of the townhomes and commercial structures to the north that we've mentioned. There is a perspective from the south of the south elevation in your digital meeting materials. We were still refining it at the initial filing deadline, just based on some comments that we received from OP, but it was presented at both the ANC meeting and the DCPL meetings that took place in March. Next slide, please. So here we have an enlarged view showing many of the material attributes of the building. First and foremost, we really wanted this to be a proud masonry building. It's a fairly regular arrangement of elements, so it's not overly flashy. And we certainly didn't want a lot of different materials changing back and forth as you went around the building. So where I think it really shines is in some of the accentuated masonry detailing that you see here. So within the two vertical structures, you have a basket weaving effect of a light gray Norman sized brick. And additionally, we've included some interesting setbacks to introduce additional texture and scale of the window openings to the overall facade. Besides the masonry, we have some metal detailing that includes a chamfered jamb on the windows to accentuate views to the south and allow some flexibility for the interior floor plans without sacrificing the exterior rhythm of the facade. Additionally, we have railings and balcony accents and slab covers that continue with that language. Next slide, please. So in the rear, we have a significant amount of masonry as well. We have some exterior balconies and parking spaces that face the alley, and we do have a landscaped outdoor amenity area. Next slide, please. Here we have some diagrammatic plans with the yellow highlight showing residential areas. The ground floor plan is in the middle of the bottom row. And you'll see another feature that we're happy with where the entry and the lobby goes through and connects to the rear exterior space, which just provides a really great opportunity for natural light in those public areas. Next slide, please. Here we have the front facade on the left side of the page, where you can see the different levels and stepping that occurs as we transition from south to north. And also we have the south elevation, which primarily includes just a few at-risk windows. Next slide, please. The rear alley-facing facade is on the left, again stepping down to the north with some exterior balconies. And the north elevation on the right with the opportunity for that additional glazing, as we previously mentioned. Next slide. This is just a refresher on the additional context of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. I think in conclusion, the Shaw Historic District guidelines clearly state that the resources of the district are typically row houses flanked by commercial buildings, churches, and multi-story apartment buildings. And we think that it's pretty clear that we're a successful continuation of that tradition. So before we get to further discussion, I did just want to say we're appreciative for the positive staff report. I want to just quickly address the two items that Brendan mentioned. As we previously noted, the rendering from the south was just simply in process at the time of the original submission, but it is included in your digital materials and was presented to the ANC and DCPL. And regarding the areaways, we're certainly open to adjustments there compared to their current design, but I think we're also cognizant that there may be some competing interests when it comes to the streetscape design. We met with DDOT for a PDRM, and they're certainly going to require some sort of element in public space there to bring the sidewalk to a more residential and pedestrian width. They thought that the areaways did that, and that there was actually discussion about whether they should be deeper or include some additional plantings in front of them in order to narrow the sidewalk even further. So we're open to continuing that discussion with staff. So thank you, and happy to be part of the conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Do board members have any questions? Can you talk about your community engagement process?
Sure.
And I don't know that we have a letter from the ANC. We have one from a member of the ANC, not representing the ANC, just talking about their concerns about lack of community input.
Sure. Yeah, I believe the ANC did vote to support the project, so I believe there's a letter included in the package, and Commissioner Padro is likely here to testify as well. But I'm happy to talk about our community engagement. As I said, I'm a member of this ANC, and we're incredibly proud of the outreach that we've had on this project. Since early January, we reached out to every ANC commissioner individually and said, here's what's upcoming over the next few months with this project. I'd be happy to meet personally with both commissioners and anyone who they think within their SMD would be interested in hearing more about the project. Additionally, in early January, we sent out mailed notices to everyone within 200 feet, just informing everyone along 8th and 9th Streets that this was coming. We met with OP and HPO staff 2 times each. We've attended 5 different ANC meetings across the January, February, and March meeting cycles. We've met with the DC Preservation League. We've met with the heads of 2 of the major civic associations in the community. I've had individual meetings with a number of neighbors that has ultimately led to what we see as really broad and strong support for the project. And we're stand behind the outreach efforts that we've had so far.
Any other questions from board members? If there are none at this time, then we can shift to testimony, because we do have Commissioner Padro listed as someone who wants to speak on behalf of the ANC. Is Commissioner Padro on the line?
I have not yet seen Commissioner Padro, but I believe Commissioner Barry, who's representing an SMD, is on.
Okay. Okay.
I'm here. Hello, everyone. Let me turn my video on.
I don't know that you can, but you can give your testimony.
Right. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. I've been watching all day as well. Not all day, but a long part of it. I just want to say my name is Sheena Berry. I'm a new commissioner from ANC 2G, and I represent single member district 2G05. Today, I'm here in opposition of the preservation concept approval of this project. I'll talk about the building itself, and I also want to speak to the question that you asked about the community engagement, if I'm able to. But I'll first speak to the historical aesthetics of the building. So the proposed project would place a potentially 75-foot building, or 6 stories to the visual eye, next to several 2-story homes in the historic Shaw District on the 9th Street Northwest side. Now, there are taller buildings to the south part of 9th Street Northwest, but this building it looks extremely large next to the 2-story homes that you have on the south side. As you can see, the angle from which the picture is shown, it shows a graduated height increase. So if a person is standing on the opposite angle, south of P Street looking north, the scale and massive size of the building is even more um, uh, uh, noticeable, especially compared, to the other side. Now, the project is so big, it doesn't just affect the front part of 9th Street Northwest. And please excuse I had to give myself a quick education on on the historic preservation and what is important and what to focus on. And one of the things I've noticed is that this building would affect the entire block. On the other side of the block, because the building is so big, it could go up to 75 feet in height. The 8th Street side of this building will affect this building will affect the residents on the 8th Street side because it will be towering over their backyards. And that was some of the reason I was able to get so much community engagement. Just to move on, directly across the street from the building site, across 9th Street, is Washington, D.C.'s second oldest African-American church, Shiloh Baptist. Now, the church currently stands, if you're going downtown, if you're going from north to south down 9th Street, the church is very prominent and it has a very pristine presence. But the height and the size of this project would dominate this section of 9th Street Northwest, making this new project the new focus of the Shaw Historic District. And this building is a very large contemporary building. I feel like it would take away from the very important portion of this historical district, instead of fitting into the preservation of this historic district. That was my assessment of the aesthetics of the historical portion of this project. Now, in terms of community engagement, I was the only commissioner to object to the project. And so I went door to door on this block and knocked on doors and spoke to constituents who would be directly affected. Some 2 houses down, directly next to, and directly in the back of. And most of them opposed this project. I have the signatures and I've submitted the letters. But what I do want to say is that because the neighbors do not want a significantly tall building extremely close to them, or they don't believe that the project fits into the historic district, that doesn't mean that they don't want the property developed. They just want something that enhances and preserves the beautiful, rich history of the Shaw Historic District. So if we could work on that, I think that we could have something. But as of now, how it stands, the project is very dominating. And that's all I have to say right now. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks. Do board members have any questions for the commissioner?
I do. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask the commissioner, I appreciate her commentary about going door to door. I was just curious for the neighbors that she did reach out to. I think she said, I just want her to confirm, did she say that those neighbors said that they had not participated in other outreach? Is that what you said, Commissioner Berry?
Yes, most of them have said that. There were neighbors on 9th Street Northwest, 2 doors down, and they said that they received a letter back in January. And I spoke to another gentleman who was at the ANC meeting. He said he received a letter, but for the most part, the people directly on the block, less than 200 feet away from this building, said that they had not received anything about this project. One person lives, 3 houses down from this, and one of the addresses you'll see, she said that the only reason she knew there was a project is because there was a 8x11 size paper posted on a fence, and she saw what was going to be placed here. So this is a new ANC. One of the members who told me that he received a letter, he wasn't going to the meetings currently because he was going to our old ANC before it was rezoned, but he came to the last meeting and he signed the petition. Well, he signed one of the letters as well. But I knocked on doors, I spoke to people. I really did some serious canvassing of this neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Chair Faith,
Yes.
I think we do have Commissioner Padro, but
Okay.
maybe under an incognito name.
Okay.
I've moved over Shaw Main Streets Inc. And if that's you, Commissioner Padro,
okay.
please unmute.
The screen again. Okay, hold it. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's on. Okay. This is Commissioner Padro. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes.
Thank you so much. Apologies for the confusion. I'm actually on the Cross Bronx Expressway in New York. I was ready at 2 o'clock, but obviously the schedule was delayed.
Way off schedule. Yes.
So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. As indicated, I'm Alexander M. Padro. I'm the Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G. I'm also the single member district commissioner for ANC 2G02, in which the subject property is located. On the 9th of March of this year, Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G held a public meeting and with a vote of 5 in favor, 1 against, and no abstentions to support the concept design for 1515 9th Street Northwest. I submitted that letter personally to Brendan Meyer. Brendan Meyer acknowledged receipt of it. He indicated that he would share it with the members of the board. So I do apologize for whatever confusion has resulted as a result of that not reaching you, but I'm sure that Brendan can confirm that he does have this correspondence, which also includes some more detail about the discussions that were held by the Planning and Historic Preservation Committee for ANC 2G over several meetings, and those recommendations were also adopted by the full commission. So, in brief, there are obviously, disparate, opinions about, how tall a building should be in a historic district. The vast majority of the neighbors that live on the 1500 blocks of 8th and 9th Street Northwest, who I've personally communicated with, have indicated they do support, the height that is represented by the current proposal. There are a handful of residents that are on the other side of the alley that bisects the block on the 1500 block of 8th Street that do have objections. Hopefully we will hear from them. I did provide them with information on how to participate in this proceeding, but again, perhaps because of the delay, they may not have been able to continue to be on the line. But nonetheless, so as Brendan indicated, we do have a mixed contexts on this and additional blocks in terms of higher buildings. We have a number of 9-story buildings, and indeed I have one, Jefferson Marketplace, directly across the alley from where I live on the 1500 block of 8th Street, that looms over, my home and my neighbors. But, we collectively as a neighborhood and as a commission, and I was a commissioner at the time of the approval of that project, made the choices to have the increased density that was needed, as the neighborhood continues to evolve. So I was a preservationist long before I became an elected official, and preservation considerations are paramount to me in these deliberations. Always want to make sure that is very clear. But the vast majority of the neighborhood residents that I've consulted with are comfortable with what is proposed. The committee did note some suggestions related especially to the street frontage and those areaways, which I'm grateful that Brendan also has noted. But setting back the height of the overall project toward the north by having the lower building at the entrance is definitely a nod and is respectful to the scale of the majority of the row houses on the block, and the higher height at the southern end of the development is a clear nod to the greater massing density that exists across P Street. So I'm happy to answer any questions that any members of the board might have. Again, I would ask Brenda to please share the commission's correspondence with all.
Any questions for Commissioner Padra? We did have, I do see one other person who's registered to speak, who just, turned on his camera. He was gonna be next, and then we'll hear from, DCPL. I was just gonna ask if he had DCPL on as well, but, so Brian Janovitz, and then DCPL.
You muted.
Are you able to hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you so much, and I'm grateful to be with you this afternoon. I would urge you, as a resident of this neighborhood and community, to find that this proposal is not compatible with preservation standards, and ask the developers, if they want to continue with development here, come back with something that fits with the historical character of the neighborhood, something that is 2 or 3 stories tall, that fits in with the sort of row house aesthetic of the block and indeed of the larger historic shop. I'd like to maybe speak just at the top about a kind of systemic disadvantage, which I think is responsive to some questions from earlier around community engagement. You know, obviously on one side of this, you have a sophisticated developer. They've hired a world-class law firm. They have the advantage of getting all their ducks in a row before they file. So of course, and I don't begrudge them that, but it's not surprising that they can have, you know, with just their side of the story, find some people to sign a form letter expressing support. I can tell you on the other side, are folks like me, we don't know the process, we don't understand the process. It's proceeding on a very condensed timeline. And so we are very much still in the process of learning about how this all works and trying to organize ourselves. And we, of course, also don't have their level of resources. What I can tell you is everyone that I've spoken to opposes this. Commissioner Barry has spoken about how she went out and just canvassed, went door to door, and found significant opposition from the folks in the area. And what I would expect is, as we do have an opportunity to become more organized, you will see that opposition grow significantly. And, you know, I think I did receive a letter in the mail. And this is, again, it's compliant, I'm sure, with the regulations, but of course, this comes as legalese for people who are busy, have busy lives and don't really understand what this is saying. Or from someone who gets a call out of the blue from a developer and here's one side of a story, it doesn't really give people the opportunity, a real opportunity and context to engage. As soon as people have an understanding of what they're proposing building on this street, I think you'll find the opposition is near universal. And the fact of the matter is, the building's too tall. It dwarfs the surrounding area and is not at all in fitting with the character of the really sort of low row home aesthetic that precedes down that block. That's what I think. That's what everyone, as I said, I've spoken to agrees with. And I'll tell you, we're not all. The developer themselves know it's too tall. And here's how we know. First, you have this sort of step-up design meant to mask the fact that it's too tall, right? So you have it initially going up to 3 stories. Okay, fine. Arguably, 3 stories next to 2 stories fits in with, you know, neighborhood. But then they, of course, build a massive step-up on their own step-up. It's a step-up on a step-up. Meant to, in some ways, lessen the severity of it. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't change the fact that very nearby, it's just simply too tall. They have a slide in their deck that is entitled Tall Neighbors. As the report, a staff evaluation report from this morning noted, all of their shots face to the south, capture the tall buildings on the block just south of this block. And then there was a belated submission out this morning that does try to capture a north-facing view, and somewhat funnily is positioned, takes it from the perspective of a block south. So all of the earlier south-facing shots were taken from the perspective of the block on which the project sits and happened to include the subsequent block of all these tall buildings. All of a sudden, when a north-facing shot is submitted, we're no longer situated on the block of the project. We no longer show the subsequent block, which, spoiler alert, is all 2-story buildings. But now, of course, the north-facing shot comes back a block, so it can again in the foreground capture these tall buildings.
Right. You've exceeded your 3 minutes.
Okay,
So bring it to a close.
Okay, sorry. I just want to briefly then take issue with some of the aspects of the staff evaluation. They noticed that there are distinctly different buildings, and that this has a sort of difficult task of bridging those. That is not the task. Okay, they came with a proposal.
Closing, I need you to close, like, bring your discussion, your testimony to a close.
Okay. We should, okay, fine. I guess I would say, I do have more to say. I feel like a resident, but what I would say in closing then is that we should be looking at the historic nature of Shaw, what proceeds to the north of it, using the backdrop of these new construction buildings that's on that one block that is absolutely not the historic Shaw, and the historic aesthetic of Shaw is not the test. That's not the preservation of historic Shaw. That is the managed cannibalization of Shaw. And it would be a real shame to allow these types of projects to erase the character of Shaw and to destroy the value of those of us who moved here so that we can live in this sort of historic neighborhood feeling locale in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe I still see Rebecca Miller. Are you ready to give your statement?
I am. Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. For those of you, for just a little background on the Shaw Historic District, it was created out of mitigation for development of the convention center. So DCPL managed that survey and documentation that was done by Traceries back in 1999 and 2000. Just for those who didn't know how it came to be back then. The DC Preservation League reviewed 1515 9th Street Northwest a few weeks ago, and the committee appreciated that the north side lobby creates a more gradual transition from the 2-story historic row house up to the 7-story mass of the new structure. The building in general is well composed and a thoughtful contribution to the streetscape, but the committee does have additional thoughts on the design as currently proposed. The committee is concerned about the lowered light levels, the light wells along the sidewalk. This type of construction that will require a guardrail against the sidewalk is not common in the historic district. Given the density of the pedestrian traffic and the presence of street trees, we're concerned about narrowing the sidewalk further, as well as the prospect of a narrow light well that will trap debris and will not provide ground floor residents a viably pleasant way to open their windows. The 5-story dark brick section projects forward from the 6-story lighter brick section with a smaller penthouse. The committee encourages the designers to consider dropping the dark brick projection to 3 stories, which would better reinforce the facade line from the south and incorporate the lobby section into the main mass of the building. It would also provide 3 stories for the lighter brick rear section of the building to take on a more significant character, as is the lighter rear section is difficult to perceive. The committee encourages the designers to consider finishing the window chamfers in brick rather than the proposed bronze. Metal in these locations is often difficult to install. Brick chamfers may also provide an opportunity to use color to create a relationship between the darker and lighter brick portions of the building. And as designed, the committee is concerned about the character of the co-planar joint between the dark brick projection and the lighter brick lobby to the north. If it is to remain a separate material, the committee suggests stepping the lobby forward or back slightly to ensure a smoother transition between the sections. Additionally, a more dynamic canopy element should be studied, as it may elevate the presence of the building entry. Given the historic masonry of the surrounding historic district, the committee recommends limiting the vertical soldier courses to the spandrel panels, allowing the more typical stretcher courses to rise like piers up the face of the building. As designed, the recessed balconies at the center of the building recede into the shadow. Pulling them a bit forward from the face of the building would bring them out of the shadow and would provide residents with views north and south of the building. That concludes our comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions? Any questions? Okay, then I'll turn back to the applicant to allow you to respond to the testimony you heard today, including that of DCPL and their comments.
Sure. Yeah, the only clarification on the outreach again was that last Thursday was the first time that we had seen the letters of opposition that had been prepared. On Friday of last week, we immediately hand delivered a letter to every single signatory on those letters that said, "Here's who we are. Here's more about the project. Here's my name, email, phone number. Would love to individually meet with anyone who has additional concerns." And did receive one response back, and we did hold a meeting with one gentleman on last Sunday morning, and it was a great conversation. So, we pride ourselves on being incredibly community oriented during these entitlement processes, and certainly aren't going to shy away from that moving forward. The DCPL letter, we were very grateful for their time, and didn't have much opposition to what was said. I think certainly the comment about the joint between the entry component and the taller 5-story piece is one that makes a lot of sense, as does where the soldier courses are utilized on those two 5-story elements. I do just want to reiterate, in the 13, 14, and 1500 blocks of 9th Street, there are a number of English basement units and areaways, both on contributing structures and new developments that are in line with what we're proposing. But we're certainly open to adjustments to make it more rhythmic, or to look at a little different treatment of those, so that it's more acceptable to the group.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? I think that concludes testimony. Don't have anyone else registered to speak. We do have a lot of letters in the file, which the board has reviewed. Let's see. If there are no other questions, is the board ready to deliberate? I think we've lost Gretchen, who had a conflict later this afternoon, but yeah, we still have Matt. Okay. All right. So I think I sort of concur with pretty much everything that DCPL said with respect to how this concept could be made more compatible. I appreciated all of their comments. The light wells, revisiting those, and staff brought this up as well. The rhythm of the ground level of the neighboring buildings is something that should be more thoughtfully added to the ground level here, or some indication of that rhythm. I like the idea of making that darker masonry 3 stories. I was sort of struggling with the changes, similar to the last concept that we were looking at, where we had this really shallow lower story at the front. There's the piece to the south that's 3-story. Then you get the taller, darker masonry volume, and then the taller building in the back. And it seems to me it would simplify the facade and help manage the level changes here and the overall appearance of the height if the masonry, the darker masonry, were brought down to be 3 stories.
Marnik, are you saying take 2 stories off of it?
Yes. Yes.
Because if I'm just a question about that, I'm looking at their sheet number 9. Well, if you took 1 story off of it, it would be the darker masonry pieces would be sort of at the same height as that piece on the corner facing the taller buildings. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Be about 4 stories there.
Yeah, it would be 4 at that point.
Yeah. I just wonder if you take it all the way down to 3, you get a big thing behind with a little teeny thing in the front, which
I could,
strikes
I,
me as a little
yeah,
bit strange.
yeah. I mean, I think both are worth study.
Yeah.
Um,
You know,
It'd be,
part of the sorry,
it'd
go
be
ahead.
interesting. No, I was just gonna say, it'd be interesting to see it. I mean, I appreciate why they did it this way. But it would be interesting to see the to Martinique's point, the darker masonry down with the lower piece. And it may be too awkward. It may be where the back piece is just too looming. But
Would be,
yeah, it may be.
but it'd be worth seeing. I agree.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean maybe they saw it and determined that it was too awkward. But yeah, um, I agree with you, Martinique, in DCPL. I also thought that their comment about, I think Rebecca mentioned brick masonry around the windows, which I wouldn't have thought of. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. But when she said it, I said, oh, that would do something in terms of like bringing some character to the building and making it at least feel like it fits in a little better. This seems really sleek. um it seems really sleek, and I get the commentary about what's going on further down the street. It certainly relates to that more than it does the other way. And I'll say this, if this were on the other side of the street where the church is, it would be far less successful. It benefits because it's on this side of the street, but still, the to her point, the some sort of character around those windows would add something in terms of
Yeah.
making it, yeah, in terms of making it more compatible. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comments that have been made about how the building meets the sidewalk are all pretty spot on. I mean, it's awkward there because you have this English basement, this light well situation to get light down to those units, and I guess I understand the motivation there. It just doesn't make a particularly nice, you know, condition on the street, and it's not a residential street or a commercial street, excuse me. So one wonders, well, you know, how would you do that better? You know, I don't know. The challenge of this building, I think, is that, you know, I know they make reference to a lot of tall buildings in the area, but it seems to me the reality is that once you cross, what is the cross street there, just south of the building? What is that cross street? It's
Street.
is it P? Yeah.
P.
Once you cross P, it changes. The context
Yeah.
changes significantly.
Pretty abruptly.
Pretty abruptly. And
Yep.
so it's a little bit disingenuous in my view to argue that this is in the context, because those buildings at the O Street Market are doing one thing, and then you cross P Street and there's a very significant divide on the other side of P Street. So even though I'm not one typically to kind of want to lose floors off buildings, I think that's something you need to look at, because this looks out of place to me relative to those buildings. Now, one way you could start to do that is by making the masses slender. So one thing that they've done that seems to work is by having that recessed court in the balcony in the center on the street facade. It gives those side pieces a better proportion. They're not so broad that they seem so big and cumbersome there. I do wonder if a similar strategy for that might be applied elsewhere, whether that would help, if they're going to stick to their guns and insist upon the building being as tall as it is. I kind of think that 4 stories of the darker brick piece is a more appropriate thing, but then, you know, how that relates to what's above it. So you don't want this piece that's set back that seems so looming, if that's going to be 6 and the stuff in front's going to be 4. That's something to work out as well, it seems to me.
Yeah,
also, sorry, go ahead.
I could agree with you though, Matt, particularly if we're looking at reducing the overall height, going from 5 down to 4.
I mean, I think it's a better project
feel
than
better.
a 5-story building with 4-story front.
Right.
You know, I
think
could
so.
see that, I think, here. Because it's incrementally, you know, the front facade pieces could relate more to the building on the corner I mentioned earlier, or even to the size of the spire on the church across the street and stuff. But this does seem like it got loose from its family south of P Street and kind of walked up here and parked itself. And I think that that's a problem.
Or that it intentionally ran away and tried to start its own clan, right? That's
Yeah.
Well, it's not doing a very good job of hiding itself.
That's what's going on. Yeah, it intentionally ran away.
Yes. Yeah. Any other comments?
I just wanted to echo my support for the comments made thus far, and particularly those of Rebecca and the DCPL. The thing that's just so stark about this is, you know, it is a modern, and the building itself in a vacuum is totally fine and in keeping with a lot of what we've seen around the city and in other cities over the last couple of years. But, you know, I'm not an architect, but the thing that strikes me when I see something like this is you see the historic row houses that flank either side here, and the masonry and the size of the window punches. And this building has absolutely no relationship to its surroundings in that manner. And again, I'm a layperson. I've been doing this for a few years, but it's just one of many clues that I think get lost when you know, we try to look at a not incompatible new construction in a historic district. So I just want to thank, you know, the very articulate testimony that we've heard, both from my colleagues, of course, but also from Ms. Miller, because it's just spot on in terms of what I'm seeing. So, and the massing, the height, the density, that doesn't even bother me as much. If this had come in with something that was more from a materials and rhythm standpoint, you know, it might mask the obvious height issues that you know, we heard from the community. But when you come in with something that's just this so starkly out of place, it really makes it hard to even look at the height and density in any sort of context that would justify it.
You know, what's interesting about what you say, Andrew, is that the comments about the windows that you pointed out, and also Rebecca's group surfaced, when you get square windows in a context that is fundamentally vertical, is rectangular and vertical, they really stand out as something that doesn't. So I think that would be a good place to start, to see if there's some way to have some relationship to the proportions there.
Yeah, one thing we didn't talk about, and it may be because it didn't appear in the slideshow, but it's in our package, it was just added, is just how visible that penthouse is. If you look at the late submission page, you see it a little bit here, but it really stands out when you're looking north along. And I think, again, to the point of losing a story, everything coming down would be beneficial here. But also agree with Andrew's comment that this is standing out both in terms of its aesthetic as compared to the rest of the historic context and its size. So I would say that you know, we've provided a lot of comments, and rather than take a vote on this, I'd ask that the applicant go back and work with staff and DCPL and the community to address the comments that have been shared and then come back to the board with revisions.
I would agree with that. I think if they can make, they should look at it two ways, really. One is, well, you reduce the height and see what that gets you. The other is, what are all the things you can do if you're hell-bent on trying to get this height? What are the other things you can do to kind of address the stuff that have been brought up?
Right. Right. In some way, this needs to be more contextual and compatible. So, okay. Thank you. And thanks for everybody else who participated today.
Thank
We've
you.
reached our last application for the day. Also on 9th Street. 1322 9th Street Northwest. Staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, I am.
All right.
All right. Again, this is Brendan Meyer with the Historic Preservation Office. This case is case number 23-221. The property address is 1322 9th Street Northwest. This site is in both the Shaw Historic Districts and the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Historic District. The applicant is Kalita Development Group, LLC. They are the contract purchaser for 1322 9th Street. They seek conceptual design review to build a new 4-story plus partial 5th-story penthouse at this site. Plans were prepared by Architectural. The context of the project is that Blagden Alley Naylor Court Historic District was designated in 1990 as a significant example of 19th century working class housing and for its association with early 20th century social reform movements. Blagden Alley is nearly unique amongst our historic districts for its designation, mostly on the basis of its architectural and social alley history and the architectural character of the alleyways. So the board should keep in mind that the project's relationship to its alley context is just as important as how the project relates to the frontage at 9th Street. This lot has long been vacant or nearly vacant, but offers a glimpse of Blagden Alley's unique character. At the rear of the lot, the one remaining structure is at the rear of the lot. It is a mid-19th century stable that was subject of board review several years ago, which resulted in restoration of the stable rather than its demolition. The building to the south of this site is very interesting. It was originally built in the early or mid 19th century as a villa, and still today its side gable roof form is visible if you're on the street looking at the side, and you could see that the front of the building is a commercial addition from the early 20th century. So the 19th century freestanding villa was pretty much gobbled up by the architecture of the city as this neighborhood urbanized. So the multiple layers of the historic district are very present and apparent at the site. Even more so, one of those layers that we'll get to by the end of the staff report is the archaeological layer that lies underneath this historic district, which should also be mentioned that this historic district was designated for its archaeological importance as well as its architectural and social history importance. The project summary, I will again, like the last case, skip over and let the applicant present the details of their project. And I'll move on to the staff evaluation and recommendation of the concept design. The general size and height of the proposed building is compatible for its context, but the front facade requires revision in order to be compatible with its 9th Street context. The board has used a well-established set of design principles to evaluate the compatibility of new buildings in historic districts. On a basic level, the setback and orientation of this proposed building in regards to 9th Street and how its massing is organized with projecting bays, those are relatively easy achievements for this site. And to a large extent, the concept design does that. The height, footprint, and use of bays are correct. Similarly, a 4-story tall building, accepting that the setback 5th story recedes from view substantially enough, and the building reads mostly as a 4-story building, that too is consistent with the board's standard that new construction is most likely compatible if and when it is not more than 1 story taller than the range of heights established by its historic building neighbors. And so to insert a 4-story building amongst 3-story historic buildings is pretty much within that acceptable range, all other things considered. Concept, however, falls short on more complicated design principles that the board uses. The historic buildings of the block establish a rhythm of small-scale building components, like projecting bays and punched windows. And if you look at the historic buildings near the site, bays are generally half the width of the facade of the building that they're part of. And those bays are spaced to allow room for windows in between bays. So you get this very clear rhythm and pattern of DC row house architecture. Projecting bay, window, projecting bay, window, projecting bay, window. And that rhythm is so consistent that you see that carry across different groups of row houses. It's a very classic rhythm of Washington architecture. The proposed facade clusters its bays and balconies so tightly together that there is no room for windows in between bays. So it has a distinctly different rhythm than the rhythm established by the nearby historic buildings in terms of how they use these projecting bays. There are other historic buildings nearby that don't have projecting bays. Those are more commercial buildings with storefronts, which have a different character. But if projecting bays are to be used on a residential building, projecting bays, balconies, they really should match the rhythm established by projecting bay row houses of having projection, window, and so forth. One of the effects of the concept design having such a density of projection is that the facade nearly reads as it's all projection and there's not a building behind it. A proper balance of projection and wall would be much more 50-50 and not appear to be all projection. The overall effect is not only out of rhythm with its neighbors, but by using very large windows and glass railings at the balconies, the building components are disproportionate to the new building and its neighbors. The unusual shape of the bays, which are almost trapezoidal in plan, it's better to see in the perspective renderings. But the unusual shape of the bays and their seemingly random arrangement adds to the discord of the front facade. A front facade of vertical cladding and metal paneling, as shown, is unlike the surrounding brick buildings, which only use metal in small limited amounts as bands of ornament trim or parts of storefronts or cornices. Moving on from the front, the proposed rear elevation is much simpler by comparison, and combined with the setback or how it sets back from the alley, really poses no compatibility issues. The existing stable on the site remains relatively untouched, and the vertical cladding at this location is not out of place in the context of the alleyway, where architectural forms and massings and materials are typically much more casual and utilitarian. There's such a jumble and variety of architecture on the rears of these sites and in the alley context that having the vertical clad material really isn't out of place with that variety. The staff report does have an archaeology section, and I'm going to ask if anyone from the archaeology side of the office is online. I've lost track of who else is on the call still. Is that you, Ruth?
Yes, good
Okay.
afternoon to everyone. Ruth Tricoli here, district archaeologist. Are you ready for me to start, Brendan?
Yeah, I was asking if you're present, and I'd be happy for you to take over the archaeology section of the staff report. So please, take over, please.
All right, thank you. It is rare that we approach the board concerning an archaeological case on private property. 1322 9th Street Northwest is located within one of the few historic districts that expressly includes archaeology as part of the significance for that which makes the historic district eligible. The National Register nomination for the Blagden Alley and Naylor Court Historic District specifies high archaeological potential, meaning high likelihood for the presence of intact significant archaeological resources, including at this address. This potential is based on an archaeological assessment that was completed in the 1980s. The current lot encompasses two former historic lots of interest, lots 55 and 56, and maps and surveyor records show alley dwellings, a blacksmith shop, a stable, a single-family house with indoor plumbing, and multifamily house with a privy in the yard. During the 1880s, Lot 55 was occupied by black heads of households on both alley dwellings and 9th Street frontage. And whether they were formerly enslaved or freed is currently unclear. Lot 56 was occupied by native-born white heads of household. The potential resources and demographic groups that occupy these lots are consistent with a historic context and are within the period of significance for the historic district. This includes both street-facing and alley-facing properties. Archaeological data is often the only surviving record available for documenting the presence of past individuals, and especially for groups who have been largely written out of the historical record. African Americans and working class are good examples. In this case, archaeology presents an opportunity to study a cross-section of these former households and explore the material culture of the earlier residents, and including the workers and the working class housing. And this will add to the historical record. We can compare and contrast the lifeways for the street-facing and alley-dwelling occupants. We will work with the applicant and their archaeological consultants to develop a work plan for the project that is consistent with their proposed budget and timeline. All work would be conducted according to the approved work plan and comply with district archaeological standards. And the property owner and the applicant would be responsible for retaining those archaeological consultants to conduct the archaeological survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tricoli. This is Brendan Meyer. Just to let the board know that the staff presentation is done, and we will remain on the line available for questions from the board. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Is the applicant ready to present?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I am ready to present. Good afternoon. If we could please go back to the slide that shows the elevations. In the interest of time, I will skip over the project location and introductory part, since we are all pretty familiar with it at this point. And I will focus instead on talking about how this facade massing, rhythm, proportions, playfulness, etc., are directly derived from the context. I know that the staff report has a different opinion, and I will address those points specifically, but there was limited dialogue also between myself and the Office of Planning. And although I like to think that buildings speak for themselves, perhaps something was lost in translation here, so I'll try to bridge that gap. So first and foremost, the building's facade and massing were conceived, as I said, as a direct response to context. We conducted a detailed analysis of that block, and both at the block scale and building scale, and found that there were certain defining characteristics, and we wanted to make it a point to respond to those. The focus was mainly on massing, scale, proportion, rhythm, and character. Materials have also been carefully chosen for compatibility. Unfortunately, the package that you have seen is slightly outdated. There had been an update sent with more information about the proposed materials, but that didn't make it into this presentation. But I will just explain verbally what the intent is, and hopefully fill the gap that way. So during our analysis of the context, one of the first things we noticed is that the block is comprised literally of two halves, and our building conveniently sits right in the middle of the two. We have primarily commercial buildings with street level storefronts of a horizontal proportions, shop windows basically, at ground level on the south half of the block. And then on the north side of the block, we have primarily more residential like buildings. Whether they're actually residential use, I haven't verified, but they are row houses in character with raised first floors, front stoops, and bay windows. At the end of the block on the north end, we have a commercial building again that's similar to the ones on the north side. That presented the opportunity for this building to become literally a bridge between the two halves in terms of scale, massing, and particularly at the street level experience. In terms of scale, and we'll start with that, height-wise, as Mr. Meyer described, we are 1 story higher than the adjoining buildings. And we have purposely attempted to align the floors as best we could, given that the floors on either side don't actually align with each other. We did that by also splitting the facade in half at ground level so that the portion closest to the south is actually, or appears to be, at ground level, and the front door itself is at ground level. The portion to the north is raised up and comparable to what happens to the row houses marching north. Horizontally, in terms of the dimensions of the building, we are twice the width of adjoining lots. So another strategy, or the same strategy of splitting the facade in half, responding to the character of the south of the block and the north, also helped us to break down the scale of the building widthwise at street level by, and let's talk about rhythm, by repeating the rhythm of the width of the buildings to the south in the portion of the building that contains the horizontal bay window, and then to the north, we are repeating pretty closely the rhythm of the width of the row houses, and actually quite literally the width of the bay windows on the house specifically to adjoining the building. They are spaced slightly differently because this house happens to have the front entrance and the bay windows are pushed a little farther apart. Ours are more evenly spaced, but just to clarify that the width of our bay windows is very deliberately derived from the width of the bay windows existing on that block. It is not exactly the same, but I think visually even we can see that it is very similar. So is the height of the bays. They are mostly 2 to 3 stories tall, 2.5. They do vary, however, in their relationship to the ground plane, which is something that is unique to this block, and one of the characteristics that I thought would be helpful in breaking down the massing of this building and also incorporating some of the sculptural nature of the block as it already exists. One of those bay windows exists at the end of the block on the north side, where it is literally raised above sidewalk level, and it is at a 45-degree angle to the sidewalk. So it's a very prominent corner piece that marks the main building entrance. And then on the south end, on the opposite end of the block, literally at the last building, there is a very ornate turret that is also raised 1 story above the sidewalk level, and has a very ornate and very sculptural nature. Other bay windows are also very sculptural in the way that the brick is treated with deep recesses, angled recesses, stacking of the brick in different planes, and very ornate and sculptural cornices, which occur also at the top of the buildings themselves. So this resulted in a desire to introduce playfulness to our bay windows as well, since this is already the rhythm. This is the composition of this block. It is not linear and monotonous. It's actually quite exciting, and that presented an opportunity to animate this building, and again, with the intent of breaking it down its scale, because what the alternative would have been to have a very monolithic facade with perhaps very regular openings that would have emphasized the scale of the building compared to its neighbors versus what we're presenting here. So the overlapping of the 2 bay window types, the horizontal commercial shop windows to the south and the vertical, more residential windows at various heights to the north, generally, I think effectively makes our building a transition in terms, especially in terms of the pedestrian experience of walking along that block, because there is that continuity, not just in the nature of the bays, their proportions, the rhythm. It is very much a continuation of what already exists. Regarding character, obviously our building belongs to a different time. As I mentioned, the bay windows are quite flamboyant in their forms, in their geometry, and the treatment of their exterior walls. They have large openings. They have very, very exuberant levels of detail. With a contemporary building, we wanted our bay windows also to feel like events, but without necessarily replicating what is being done in the older buildings or what was done. So instead, we try to emphasize them as objects on the facade in a similar way as the ones on the historic building are emphasized, both with their positioning and also with the slight angling, and it is very slight, of the front wall of those bays, which also helps to create interesting shadows and movement as you walk along the building in a similar way as some of these deep recesses and angular sculptural portions of the base, particularly to the north, already do. Regarding materials, and this is the part that's really missing from your presentation, we are reinforcing the massing strategy with our choice of materials. Specifically, the portion that surrounds the rectangular bay window on the southern half of the building is proposed to be clad in brick veneer. Also, there are the bases of the bay windows heading north would have the same material. On the other half of the building, at ground level, we are proposing a different siding material, which in initial discussions, we thought might be a painted matte flat metal panel, not intended to imply corrugated metal or anything like that, but really a finished painted surface was the intent. But we have since revisited that in response to some of the comments we received regarding color, regarding the nature of the material, and what we're proposing now is actually very high quality cast cement board material that looks much more like masonry in its nature, that has color variation, and it would have a very simple horizontal panel layout to it. And the intent with that is to really give prominence to the bay windows, because that's really what this building is about. We want the primary cladding material to be very quiet, so that the simplicity of the game we're playing here with the bay windows is really the protagonist. There is also an intent to break down the building horizontally into 3 parts, as the buildings next door pretty consistently have a base, a middle, and a top that are treated differently. In this case, we have already treated the base differently, and I've addressed that. The middle is our rectangular cement board material, which would have a smooth surface with some color variation. And then at the top story, we are proposing the same color cement board material, but with a vertical striation that would create deeper shadows and more texture at that level, effectively breaking down the height and scale of the building in response to the height of the adjoining buildings, specifically to the north, and also imply a traditional mansard roof or attic story, which also help to visually decrease the perceived height of a building. And if we could just go through the 3D views to summarize, I think perhaps the Office of Planning's perception that the bay windows are in a strange proportion to the building may have to do with a color choice in these renderings and the way the shadows are cast. Perhaps that didn't help to illustrate that they're actually very similar to the rhythm that already exists along the street. And of course, we're open to reevaluating the width of the bay windows.
Is the package that, is there a date on here? We just received a new one.
Yeah, Monique, I think what's in the box now is what
Yeah.
Ms. Ferrero submitted
Okay.
a little bit later. So that is
Okay.
that's the latest proposal.
So it's a lighter facade, but the bays are still the same, but the facade is the lighter cement board.
That's what was submitted today.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
It was actually sent a few weeks ago, but it was unfortunately only made it into the folder today. So I
So
apologize
what
for
are
that.
we looking at here? Why, these are dark?
This is an older version.
This is an older version, and I think, yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, Madam Chair. I think that if you do have the opportunity to look at both the lighter colored rendering and the darker colored rendering simultaneously, from where I'm standing, the bays look much more, I guess, much more in line with the adjoining context or proportionately than they do in the darker rendering. So I think the similarity of the colors wasn't helping us there. And I
Yeah.
personally much prefer the lighter color palette as well. I think it works better with the context as well. You might be able to see on the updated renderings the texture difference at the top. It's very subtle, purposely so. We did not want to literally imply a mansard roof or an attic story. It's really just a very subtle way to say we're different here because we're higher than everybody else, and therefore we're gonna make that known, but without too many bells and whistles. I think when proposing a contemporary building in a historic context, it's very important to be discreet, and that can be done in many different ways. That is one way that we're trying to do that here.
Can we stop? Can we stop? Because I think you're going on and on and on, but I think we get it. And it's really late. So not to cut you off, but I think we would benefit from some questions and then some discussion.
I was done anyway, so thank you. No
Perfect.
problem.
Okay, thanks. Do you want to start, Matt? With questions?
I have
Or were
a lot-
you ready to jump to comments?
I have a lot of comments, actually.
I
more
do
than questions.
too.
I think we've heard a
We'll be
lot
back.
that
Yes.
has left little ambiguity in the air. So
Yeah.
I think the comments would be useful to move to if possible.
Okay. The one question I had for staff before we do that is, do we have anybody registered to speak who's on the line? I don't want to skip over anybody who was here to testify.
I believe that there are no public comment witnesses signed up to testify for this case, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so you can, Madam Chair,
Yes. Mr.
Yes,
Padro?
Commissioner Padro again.
Okay.
Can you confirm that the commission's correspondence is in the file? It was acknowledged by.
We just received it, yes. Your letter of support.
All right, well, then I don't think you need anything further from me.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for getting that to us. Okay, so then if there are no other, then let's move to comments from the board.
I guess I'm happy to start if you want me to.
Yeah, we're all chomping at the bit.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
I closing my eyes and listening, and then I agree with many of the things that the architect designer has said, but then opening my eyes and looking at the building, I end up kind of like in a different place. And what I find, I don't disagree with any of the sort of suppositions here. The height seems fine to me. The idea of bay windows seems good. The idea of some textural differences maybe in the materials. I actually don't mind the darker color, to tell you the truth, because I think the bay windows are more compatible with a darker color. What I find is I think this needs to go through some editing. You know, because we have, you know, for example, if you go to Steve, page 14 in the copy I have, the late breaking one that came in today on page 14, which is a ground level view. That's not it. Well, okay. Yeah,
Right
that's
here.
it.
Yeah,
If
that
you look
one.
at look at these images at the ground level, I mean, we have things pointing in different direction. We have bay windows at different heights. We have stuff sticking in, stuff sticking out. I just think it's got to calm down a little bit. And I don't necessarily think that the window, the wall, the opacity of the wall to the bay is necessarily the issue. I think it's a little bit more of deciding really what you want to articulate and highlight. You know, the bays are different heights. This is not a big building, you know, it's a small building. And I think you can have some very nice modern detailing to it. I think it gets complicated by the fact that each of the bays are different. They're pointing in different directions. They're of different heights. Then you change the material at the top. And then look at this slide on the left. I mean, to me, that's not the happiest thing I want to experience coming along the street. So I think, although the applicant's designer may disagree with some of the staff's comments, I think the general supposition that this is a little bit overly busy and a little too much stuff going on is pretty much spot on. And I'm sympathetic with contemporary architecture in a historic context. I think you can do it. I think that whether this is either historicist or contemporary, it needs a good edit.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would have said, Matt. It just, especially in this view, it feels very aggressive. And I can appreciate a contemporary aesthetic here. I certainly think that that can work in this context, but there are just a lot of things going on. And I think you outlined all of them. I mean, the variation in the mullions, the variation in the angles, the height of and positioning of the bays. The other thing I wanted to just make sure of is that in one of the renderings, it appears that the railing, the guardrail at the rooftop is visible. And I want to make sure that if that exists there, that it is pulled back far enough that it is not visible. And if it's set back 1-to-1, it shouldn't be, but
Yes.
it appears in the renderings. So I just want to point that out. But yeah, I think the bottom line is this can use some editing. And I don't mind the lighter color. But I think overall just some editing to this composition.
It's a little bit like it starts off with one drum beat. It starts off mambo and then it goes jazz and then it does this. It's changing. I want the rhythm of the song to be the underlying thing to be more profoundly understandable.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
I think you obviously have great facility with articulating at the level of the touch of the bays and those things. You obviously are very good at that. It's the you know, the erasing the things that are not helping kind of drive the point home, I think that really needs to happen. And you know, I think in the end it'll probably be a very, very handsome and interesting building. I think we're you know, oftentimes we do on a small site, you know, that's sometimes harder than big ones because we try to do a lot, and sometimes in doing a lot we don't simplify, and I think that's a little bit of what's going on here.
Yeah, agree. So I'm going to refrain from voting on this today and ask that you come back The board it's clear that the board is generally supportive of the height and the massing. It's really just the editing of the facade that.
And the color, Madam Chair. I don't even object necessarily to that. It's the design of the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Yes.
there is one other comment I would make. I'm looking at the version that's got the lighter color background material. And one of the things that seems to jump out at me is that when you have the base that has such a strong transparency across 3 of the bays, right? Under 3 of the bays, that starts to suggest a grouping. And then the bay that doesn't have the opening at the entrance and things seems to come down to grade. There's a partie there that I think is potentially kind of interesting, a kind of 3-in-1 sort of partie, right? You know, and it would suggest to me that the 3 bays that are above the large opening at grade there, where you have the dark panel, and I'm looking at the one with the lighter color material because it's easier to see, that they may have some affinity for each other, and the bay that's different might be the one that stretches the whole 4 stories of the building. That it seems to me that there's something emerging there that could help to kind of clarify. That's one interpretation, anyhow, you know, of how you might take this.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure. Thank you. And we look forward to seeing this come back.
Okay, I look forward to continuing the discussion. This has been great. Thank you so much.
Good. Excellent. Thank you. And thank you all for hanging in there as late as it is today. Much later than we expected, but it's been good discussion. Thank you all. See you next month.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.